going to run through 4 presentations from Shifraz, Olivier, Philippe, and then Dean. We'll break for coffee. Then we'll move into the breakout streams for the second half of the morning, where we'll have a stream on contextual communications, the second part of the telecom app development stream, and then the dangerous demo. So we were doing a dry run last night until late. It's going to be the most dangerous and definitely the largest demo we've had within TAD Summit. We'll break for lunch, so it'll be a late lunch at 1:20. Then at 2:20, we're back again, and then we're going to go through a keynote from Vish on rethinking telecoms. That's going to be remote. We then have Werner and then the live person team giving the third of their presentations. And then we're going to do the closing keynotes, where we'll have Alan Mazarek and Thomas from Nexmo really explaining where they're going together. And that's going to be a really interesting session. So that's going to be Q&A. So we're going to have a little bit of a presentation to introduce what they're going to do from Alan, the CEO of Vonage, and then we'll do some prepared Q&A, and then we'll open it up to the audience. So if you've got questions, get them prepared, because we've got a good chunk of time to really understand what Nexmo and Vonage are going to do together in the enterprise segment. And then I'm just going to wrap up with a quick overview of what we got coming up in 2017. So without further ado, Shifraz, over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we actually learned a lot from all the developers and the partners and the service providers, etc., who are here, giving us good insight as into what they are into. And it's great to see a lot of people also moving into the API ecosystems, and they have started building all those cool things that we also have tried out. Today, my objective is to tell you, yesterday I gave you some sort of a tease, or I gave you an insight, what I'm going to reveal today. It's about the secret sauce, not anymore. Once I said to you, it's not going to be a secret sauce at all. If you think this can be implemented in your country, in your operator, or in one of your engagements that you do, definitely please do take. We are happy to share this with you, because we are here spending 9,447 kilometers all the way from Sri Lanka. This is to share with you the service innovation case study. According to Alan, we are the best service innovation case study that we have from the world. So that's definitely a privilege. So let me start off with the presentation. Is that? Yeah, there you go. Nice. So the service innovation case study, which is IdeaMart. Yesterday, I gave you an introduction. What is IdeaMart is all about, and the model that we are adhering into. Yeah. So we do about 40 million API calls a month now. Over 5,000 service providers only in Sri Lanka. It could be a developer or non-developer or an entrepreneur. 9,000 plus applications. Best Technology Enabler in 2015 at Global Mobile Awards. The multi-operator capabilities now is enabled. And yes, a significant revenue shared with the community over the past few years. This is the world map. And most of, actually some of the people doesn't know where Sri Lanka is. This is where Sri Lanka is. This is a very small dot that you see. And in Sri Lanka, there's an operator called Dialog Asiata. So Dialog is the largest telecommunication provider in Sri Lanka, which is a part of the Asiata group in Asia. Asiata group has 7 more opcos across Asia and serving nearly over 250 million customers. So it all started back in 2012 with a small team of 3 people. Before starting off in 2012, as in every telco, we also had some typical complaints coming in. So 7 typical complaints, these are few. So too many processes. We know for a fact that if you're a telco and if you want to get something done, it'll take a lot of time. Yeah. Yesterday I mentioned you about 6 months period just to launch a SMS service. Okay. So this is one complaint. So not more than 10 products a year. We were able to launch only about 10 to 15 sort of products a year. But now it's about thousands of products a year. Process specialists. This is again a problem most of the people, not only in telcos, other companies are also facing, is that we have process specialists or product specialists. Those guys, what they, if such a head or a person who's there, and if that person is not available, that can hamper the whole process. Or if that person is taking a lot of time to approve a particular agreement or a particular process, that is going to hamper all of your projects. So how can we want to think out of the box, as in how can we make it DIY, do it yourself, bring down to the basic level where people can do it by themselves. Lack of agility. Yesterday I explained to you, lack of agility is a big problem. And innovation, is it just R&D? Innovation, is it just R&D is all about? I don't think so. Innovation needs to be, you build something, you try it out, and you try that out in the market. So you validate the product. You can have MVP, you can have all those beta testers coming in. So, but if we can take that into market, that is a true innovation. Can we make it internal people to innovate? Can we get external people to innovate? That's again a complaint. And we have resources. What next? USSD gateways to all those telco resources we have brought in. And another complaint is that all the OTT players coming in and MNOs are losing their business. Though that's again a complaint. How can we make use of these resources? How can we either collaborate or to fight back with an MNO, with an OTT player? Okay, so how can we do that? So these things are 7 key typical telco complaints that we see and that we saw. And I'm happy to say that at least 90% of these complaints have been reduced at Dialog Asiata after introducing the platform that I'm going to talk to you about and the process that I'm going to, or the model that I'm going to talk to you about. So now you must be interested, okay, now Shafraz is talking about all those innovation happening in Sri Lanka. Is there anyone else who can speak and say what they have done with Idea Mart? So there's a small video clip that I want to share with you. So let's have a look. Give me a minute. There you go. Play it back. Okay. Okay, presentation. All good? Yeah, sure.
Suvandi Sanayaka. I am an entrepreneur.
I use IdeaMart to study coding and telco infrastructures.
We use IdeaMart platform to raise funds and help more children in Sri Lanka.
I track my sales force using IdeaMart.
I use IdeaMart for communicate to my students.
So that's a small video clip which I showed you with testimonials of people. It could be a teacher, it could be a entrepreneur who's trying to track their sales force. It could be someone running a charity organization trying to raise funds through IdeaMart. So those are the people who have got benefited. I'll tell you in a later slide who have been a part of IdeaMart and also what sort of application that we have, some interesting examples as well. Yeah, let's get down to the model that I spoke to you about. So this is a very simple model, and see what you can get out of this. This worked in Sri Lanka very massively. It worked really well. So this is the model. You need to have a platform. You need to educate the people. You need to have governance, monetization, engagements, partnerships, and support. So these are the 7 key things that I want to share with you. And having these 7 key things being implemented is not only going to help you out, because you need to have 2 more things: the leadership and the right team in place to help you out with the whole process. So this is our PEGMAPS model by IdeaMart. If you want to have a deep down, as in, and to understand how it works also, we can help you out, not a problem. So let's start off with the platform. And before that, if there's someone who wants to say, hey, look, this has worked in Sri Lanka with the PEGMAPS model, if you want to convince a senior manager or management that you want to convince, this is a really good graph that you can show, because they'll be interested in money. Yeah, other than the application and all those success stories that you have, you can also show this graph, because this is the revenue graph over the years, the growth of IdeaMart. So you can make use of this and try to convince, as we are doing as well. So yeah, so first one, the platform. Platform, definitely Seni Mobile has been great instrumental, and they have provided us the platform to run the operation. So IdeaMart is lying on top of the core resources of Dialog, and on top of that, we have 2 types of offerings for the non-developers and the developers. Most of the people, what we do is we focus on developers who can build all this cool stuff. But what we have identified over the years is that there are people who don't have coding knowledge at all. Sometimes they don't know how to drag and drop, at least. Sometimes they find it very easy to fill up a form, just to fill up a form. Okay, so template base is the offering that we provide for non-developers, long tail non-developers, and the RESTful APIs for the developers. So on top of the template based services, we have the Idea apps and the Apptizer. Apptizer, now we call that as the Idea Droid offering. So Apptizer is a cool thing which came, I think, in the previous years. You might have came across this Apptizer, where you can just fill up a form and get an APK generated. So there are types of templates as well for shopping. It could be for a what we call food shop, etc. So the Idea apps, where you can fill up a form and just in 5 minutes time, you can create a SMS-based service, which took 6 months. Now it's just a matter of filling up a form. Okay. So these are the other APIs that we have exposed. We don't play around with a lot of APIs. We only play around with the APIs that we have provided over here. And if we see that, okay, there's a need of APIs, then we'll expose these APIs, because this is very important, not to stack up the APIs as much as possible, but to try to play and get the maximum out of which is available. Okay, so the part that you see as the RESTful APIs, we call that as the Idea Pro offering. And Android, is again a key area where we have lots of game developers, people who develop Android applications, etc. But unfortunately, in Sri Lanka, we don't have the in-app purchasing capability. So because of that, we identified that, okay, there's a need as such. So what we did was we enabled people to charge from their mobile bill, simply integrating the add to bill or the direct operating billing capability. Okay. All being said and done, if you don't show it out to the world, if you don't show it out to the market, it's going to be pointless, worthless. So we have the allapps.lk, that's the app store of IdeaMart. Whatever the application being created, you can push it there and say, hey, look, these are the applications available. You can go and download or you can subscribe to it. So this is the platform that we have for long tail. So there's another engagement for enterprises as well. That is mainly handled by the Asiada Digital Services that I'm not going to touch upon here. This is, you might have heard yesterday, I met a few people who have already spoken to Asiada Digital Services as well. So you know how it works on a hub and a gateway model. The education, very important. You can have all those resources, as in the documentation, the video tutorials, to getting people to excited about all those UX functionalities and understanding the customer experience, etc. But what worked for us was the human touch that we gave. We went and did and spoke with developers, non-developers, the startups, the IT professionals. We went and spoke with them one-to-one, face-to-face, had the conversation, said, hey, look, this is what you can do. Through the, we call it as the city disruption, IdeaMart city disruption. We reach out to each and every city and speak to non-developers. Because we have seen that non-developers can have lots of great ideas and they don't know how to make use of a platform to get it done. So what we need to say, hey, look, this is the channel that you can take. There's a community of developers. We can match them up with you so you can realize your the application idea. So that's what we do through the IdeaMart city disruption. And the since the inception, we had the outreach program, a massive one. So we have outreach over 200 places so far in Sri Lanka, talking to a lot of people. And these are few of the pictures from these engagements. It could be a person who is in their 50s. It could be a child who's in their 14s, 13s, 15s. We really don't know where the talent is. We really don't know where the execution or the ideas are. We really don't know that. We need to outreach as much as possible so we can get an idea. So the education is very important. Make sure you have a human touch. We all are humans. We work with machines, but still we need to have that human touch. The governance, key area. We have the inbuilt governance. If someone in the community context, there are people who would want to play around with the systems and say all those, sending all those bad little words inside the platform. We don't allow those. And there are marketing TNC in place to govern these people. Because Dialog is letting loose all those developers to the core network capabilities. SMS USD. So we need to govern. So we need to govern the application that they are creating. We need to govern the marketing materials, what they are going to say to the outside the world. Because at the end of the day, even though IdeaMart sits in between the end users and the Dialog or Hutch, the blame comes to who? The blame comes to Dialog or Hutch. They'll say Dialog is charging us this much. They are not providing a service. Even though there's a layer in between called IdeaMart, they don't see that. What they see is only the operator, where we get lots of calls to our customer service at Dialog, talking about charging being happened, services not being provided, so etc. So we need to govern those ATL campaigns, and because of the people whom we are outreaching into, will have their different backgrounds. They'll have different levels of education. They'll have they are coming from different environments, but they have great ideas. So what we do is if we get to know that someone is going out of the border that we have set up for them, we have a zero tolerance process in place. We either suspend and take it into fraudulent management team, or else we completely terminate them if that is completely violating the process that we have in place. So the quality control, for the quality control, we pick up phones and call end users. We pick up phones and call the SPs to provide great services, and we get people to, if a person, we see that if that person has a very good application, and we see there's a potential much more than that we think, we give them support as well, and we give them mentoring. Community self-governs themselves because they have identified, because now there are people who live through the income that they get from IdeaMart alone. And there are people who have their incomes while they're doing another job. So they know the importance of this whole platform, the ecosystem that we have built. So what they do is they self-govern the whole community rather than even before we intervene. Developer SP agreements. There are service providers without development knowledge. What we do is we match them up with another developer so they can have the conversation way forward. And the marketing agency governance, that's a new addition to the community, where we have about 9,000 plus applications. But the thing is, how can they market such a large number of applications? Because our dialogue doesn't give a support to market their application. How can they do that? So from the community itself, people have started building their companies to market the applications. Or there are third parties who have come on board to the ecosystem to market their applications. And finally, the reconciliation of payments. Initially, when started off with IdeaMart, when the team earlier who went and spoke with the finance management team and said, hey, look, we need to reconcile the service providers within 15 days time. And they laughed at the team and said, are you joking? How can we do that in 15 days time? But now that has brought down, and we have a well-furnished process in place to make sure we pay the service providers within 15 days of time. So that's the governance. Monetization, by default, all the APIs are monetized, and facilitate different revenue models where the service provider or the developer can pick and choose what they want. They can, is it daily, monthly, or per request that they can define how they want it. And the engagements, last month alone, we had 4 hackathons. 22 hackathons, school coding competitions. Some people tend to ask us, why do you go to a school? School children doesn't know anything about it. They just play around with all this Python or like a very basic level language. We really don't know that. We really don't know. Why? These days, the children are familiar with all those technological pieces. That has become a part of their life now. So they might want to build something cool, something new. We really don't know how they want to do it. So what we do is we go and talk to them. And from there, we have found out some real jewels. I'll show you in a later slide the jewels that we found in some of the competitions. Agents of Influence program, we have about 20 people. 20 people across Sri Lanka becoming the face of IdeaMart and spreading across and helping us out to outreach the word. And idea brainstorming, we do one-to-one mentoring. As I said to you, human touch is very important. Workspace for startups, outsource technological projects to the developer community. It's because we see that if we can nurture the community again and again, that means that we are building or strengthening the community that we have. So these are a few pictures from the community engagements. And this is a structure that we adhere to if we are planning on a hackathon. So hackathon matrix version 1.0. And the partnerships, obviously, the Hutch partnerships is a very important one which came across. Where we have plugged in another service provider to expand the services to another Elco infrastructure, GSMA Accelerator program. They're helping us out with the Innovation Fund to get people to get fundings from the Innovation Fund. And TADHack, obviously, been in inspiration and a great support for us. Even though we are in Sri Lanka, we see that our team videos are being played in different, very different countries as well. So that's an exposure that we give. Might get something, I might not get, but the exposure is what we really think of. UNDP, we organized the first ever, Sri Lanka's first ever social innovation hackathon, and Venture Engine coming on board, where Dinesh also is a part of it. And ITR Venture Engine is to fund. There are a bunch of VCs. They fund for projects, and Idea Mart is one of their main key areas that they look into to fund in terms of expansion. Angel Hack, that's again in Silicon Valley, where we have got them on board to get our Sri Lankan talent to Silicon Valley. So that's something that we also want looking into. So the enterprise engagements or the partnerships is handled through the MIFE platform and the Asiata digital services. So the final thing, out of the PEGMAPS model, this is the technical support. Technical support, we have two different layers. First layer is the developer support, which we handle from the team that we have at Idea Mart, and second level support handled by the Senate team. And if Manuja and the team is looking at this video, kudos Manuja, thanks a lot for the support. And the non-technical support is handled by the teams that we have from level 1 to level 2. And we call them up, and there are different channels to provide non-technical support and market. And very important one, there are developers who call even at 2 a.m. in the morning. There are people who really call even though you don't understand at what time they'll call. But there are developer support people who can support them. And marketing support, if we see that there's a potential application that we can port into and take it into a greater level, we give them marketing support as well. So those are the elements of the PEGMAPS model. And these are channels that we focus on helping out to people. And yes, these are few people who are a part of the community. And the problem most of people face is that the female participation. Here in Idea Mart, I can say it's about 80-20 ratio where female entrepreneurs and Idea Mart service provider available. And the three gentlemen that you see over here are between age 17 to 19, and they have their own startups already been started. Okay. And these are a few applications. It could be a small application where you send out an SMS and donate to a charity. It could be a small application where you chat with a person. It could be you can be using the SMS API to talk to municipal council from your smart bin. Okay, these are few quick examples of Idea Mart that we have. It's not limited to only SMS. And yesterday when Felipe was talking about his project, it reminded me of the Govimituru project that we have at Dialogue, which is similar, that we also run for the farmers. And yeah, the roadmap, you might be interested in looking at the roadmap as well. So exposing 3 minimum APIs by Q1, onboarding local MNOs, that's our thing to do, and international MNOs as well by Q3. And I say you do to revolutionize the lifestyles. That's sort of what we call a lifestyle service providing platform where you can integrate anything and everything. And the APIs we use through the Idea Mart platform. So this is the roadmap, and definitely I need to mention there's a hackathon happening at the end of this week. That's called Code Ultimatum Game of Thrones, not Game of Thrones, cut it. This Game of Codes, and the selection has been happened. Now we are waiting for the hackathon this weekend. As soon as I fly, I'll be straight going to the hackathon. So there are people who have came before me talking to you about Idea Mart, and there's one thing that we always want to show. That's something that I always want to show in one of the international forums, is that to show the team who are running this. So this was our old team, and we had interns. We considered them, all of them, as one team, like one family, one Idea Mart team. And we have now we have expanded, and we don't forget to have fun while we are doing all those crazy things, staying up late in the night, and still we do all those cool things. Kudos to everyone who's looking at the, watching at the live stream at the moment, and all the SPs. And this is our team. And finally, let me thank all the people, all the service providers, all the team members who've been instrumental to bring IdeaMart to such a great extent. Without you, and as Dinesh mentions, APIs alone can't make money, but the services does. So with that note, I would like to conclude, and thanks a lot for your attention. And if you have any questions, you can ask now.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Shafraz. So if you grab the microphone, take your PC over there, I'll get set up for Olivier to do his presentation. Oh, are you going to do it from your laptop or from mine? Will you do it from your laptop or mine? Mine. Okay, no problem. So any questions for Shafraz? Dean.
Yeah, I'll go. Hi, Dean Bubley. Interesting, the last slide, you want to roll it out to other MNOs. Yeah. How do you see this as against other initiatives to sort of have developer API platforms across multiple MNOs? I was speaking to TM Forum the other day, for example.
Okay.
Where do you fit with and around that?
As I understood, what you want to know is how we can manage it, the MNOs.
Yeah, and sort of where that might go, but also it looks like that we may end up with sort of multiple, if you like, alliances or platforms of MNOs with different approaches. Are you viewing it as a competitive market, or sort of looking to collaborate with other federations on this?
Yeah. So our model is collaboration. It's about what our vision is to create a large ecosystem. Now we have all those communities across the world, right? So if we can build an ecosystem or a developer ecosystem, like one ecosystem. So if they build one thing and deploy it anywhere. So that's the idea that we have. So we are looking forward to collaborate. Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, again, round of applause for excellent presentation. Thank you so much. So while Olivier is just getting himself set up, I'll just mention just a couple of things. You saw how small the team is. Now, Shafraz can't talk about the revenues that are generated. As I mentioned, go to the GSMA report. They mentioned some figures. So this is having a significant financial impact, both on Dialogue, but also on the Sri Lankan economy. And it's from a team of, 15 people? It's a very small team that's having a significant impact. So again, well done, Shafraz. Impressive achievement. So you're good, Olivier? Oh, he's just setting up the, he's just finding the video.
I think it's an unlisted video. I'm going to send myself a link to it.
Okay.
I'm still looking for internet here. My homepage. So.
Oh, Michelle, the audio?
Marie is 24 years old. She is about to make her first phone call.
Hello. Yes, I have a question.
Sure. How can I help you?
So that was a bit of an introduction to how we're trying to change a bit of mentalities and show how our technology is making things happen. A lot of people have this perception that they can't do something, they've been told their whole lives, oh, well, you know, it's going to be tough for you, you know, and they tell themselves that too. So we're trying to change mentality on both sides. What I can do as a deaf person and what other people perceive as us being capable of doing. And so this technology that we're using is something that we've developed for the past year. We've launched it about a year ago exactly, actually, shortly before TAD Summit last year. And so there's something about it that is very important to people's lives, but it's really difficult because of the particular challenges of the technology, but also of the market. And so, sorry, Alan, did you want to take a picture? Yes. and so there's something quite anxiety-ridden about starting a project, as many of you have probably experienced it, maybe launching your own project, making the jump, and it's a really scary event. And there's something that you never know how the outcome is going to be. And so while people may encourage you and tell you, this is a great project, this is fantastic, etc., the fact is you have to find a market, and the market has to be able to have the means to support you, actually. And so I have a very fortunate circumstance that many people probably don't have the luck to have, is the fact that in France it has now become, sorry, I think I gave the wrong presentation to, I'm really sorry, can I take a 2-minute break to find the right presentation?
So I was just seeing if James or Adam or... No, I was just seeing if we had the chairs, the leaders for the other sessions. No, it's okay, Philippe, don't worry. Is Mark here? Oh, there you go. Okay, maybe while we're waiting, you could give a quick intro to your session after the break, so we can just sort of fill in a little bit.
Thanks, Alan. Those of you in Stream 2 yesterday saw a bunch of really innovative developers doing telco applications for businesses and to offer services. Today we've got slightly different. We've got some real-life case studies, again, folks who have used telco applications, APIs, platforms and services, and actually implemented and deployed them in real-world situations, sometimes for really major enterprises. So it's a really interesting session. I will keep talking about it for as long as necessary to entice you to attend and to give Olivier more time to find his slides.
I can cover the dangerous demo.
And Alan's going to cover the dangerous demos.
There you go. So Karen's running off to see if she can find James. But it's been a couple of months in preparation in putting the dangerous demo together. Most of it planning, and as always, it's been the sort of last-minute rush over the past couple of days to actually implement it. The key thing here with the dangerous demo is showing from idea to actualization really is a matter of hours to a few days. So we've had the data art team led by Michael Azar and Yuri, busy beavering away, creating some of the hacks that you're going to see. And again, this is stuff that we're hacking it together, we're showing some interesting services, but these services can run at scale. We've also twisted the arm of several people to come in and to show, as part of the Dangerous demo, stuff that they've hacked together through yesterday. So we're going to have the live person team. They're going to be showing a... Olivier just raised his hands in despair. You can always just talk through. If you can't find it, you can always just talk through, Olivier. We've got the Telestacks team. They're going to be showing a number. Yeah. If you want, Olivier, what I could do is hand over to Philippe. Let Philippe do his presentation. Okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. You've got time now. So I ask Philippe if you'd come down and get set up. We can. And the great thing is, when we do the, when you get the edited video, you'll not notice. That's the great thing of editing. So what Philippe's going to be talking about is really providing a lot more information on, let me get this out of the way. There you go. Okay, thanks. I'll leave you set up, Philippe. Thank you. So as I mentioned, he's the Chief Innovation Officer at Groupama, which is an insurance company. And he was explaining how he's been using telecom capabilities to provide services to their insurance customers. This is a great example of DIY, do it yourself. The tools are now so easy that anybody with the relevant IT experiences can apply this and use this to create new services, new experiences for their customer. So I hope presentation will pop up.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay.
Dangerous
Over to you, Philippe.
Okay. Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. Like Alan said, I'm a Chief Innovation Officer of Groupama, and Groupama is an insurance and banking company. I'm based in Lyon, southeast of France. This is the famous dumpling of Lyon. Don't hesitate to test if you visit my city. So, we insure farmers, harvest, a small and medium enterprise, personal insurance for car, for health, for house, and farmers are the DNA of our company, founded 100 years ago. We focus on user experience and the word simple. Some pictures taken a few weeks ago, not so far from the HQ of my company. Vineyards, Fleury city, and crops, cornfields. In 2010, we built this innovative application to avoid IVR. Yesterday, we listened Adam Casley from Cisco. He talked about boat, and he said an IVR is a boat. It could be good IVR or bad IVR. Well, I do believe that everybody doesn't like IVR and they prefer to avoid it. Well, that's why we create this application to avoid IVR and also to avoid waiting queues to reach a call center and provide GPS position with the call to our customer of our customer to our call center agent. Today, we still have no competitor in the world with this innovation. I will show you the video.
Houston, we have a problem.
If you're already a client, press 1. Otherwise, press 2. If you have an oxygen leak, press 1. If you've been hit by a meteor, press 2. We are doing our best to reduce the waiting.
So this is what we did. We built another innovation, Grand Village. I have talked yesterday about this innovation. It's a social network of producers of goods and service, and the service is simple and free if you are one of our customers. Remember that we insure farmers and small and medium enterprise also. So, I like this sentence. Remember, it was in 2007, and it's a big mistake. And that's why in each company, small and large company, we have to fight to avoid to be the next Kodak or the next BlackBerry. Maybe you don't know, but there was a small team in this company, Kodak, in 1975, who built the first digital camera. It's incredible. And now, they are dead. So, to avoid to be disrupted, every large company needs to have 3 horizons for growth. For each horizon, resources, human resources, and budget have to be allocated. The first horizon is the core business. You have to sell products and sell services because you have to pay the salaries. The second horizon is the incremental innovation. This is the work of the IT team, deploying a CRM, for example, the lean management, the optimization, the call center technologies. To simplify, I will say to do less, to do more with less. And the deadline is next year. This is the second Horizon project. Classic method, linear and analytics method of project management will be used. This is the red ocean. I found a picture about a red ocean. I mean, so all the pink and the red color, for me, in this side, our competitors are doing the same things. The third horizon, the blue ocean is the disruptive innovation. The goal is to sustain the growth. In this horizon, we don't try to optimize, we try to create new markets. We try to solve some human problem. I'm thinking about Olivier. He tried to solve some human problem. So he's working on this blue ocean. And with that, we create new business model with this innovation. For me, it's very important. In the red ocean, you have competitors who are doing the same. You optimize, you go from 1 to n. In the blue ocean, you start from 0 to 1, like we can see. And this is very important I think, for a company. Now, think about Google. 70% of resources are allocated in the first horizon, 20% in the second, and 10% in the third. Now, we can understand the big difference between Kodak and Google, or BlackBerry and Apple. We understand, for example, the Google car project. Now, in this third horizon, the goal in the center, method, principles, tools of project management are so different than in the second horizon. Lean startup, effectuation, design thinking are these method, principle, and tools of project manager in this third horizon. With this method, a project manager can create businesses in a company and being a market maker. When we start with an idea, if we are in the solution space, we try to fit our solution, our idea, and we will use the lean startup. But I do believe the best solution is to start from the pains of people, pains of farmers, pains of experts, of deaf people. And when you empathize with these pains, with your skill, your technology skills, you are looking for a very good innovation. That's I believe. Of course, in a large company, these projects are so different than the core business. And another point, you will fail a lot. Let me show what I am working currently. I'm working on drones, and you can understand that it's so different than, for instance, selling contract. But it will be, again, very important to solve pains of our customers. Yesterday, I talked about Grand Village, the social network of producers, mostly farmers. And I want to show you a video. There is a lot of emotion in this video. It's a testimonial video about producer. We recorded this video a few months ago. In this video, you will see farmers, but also small and medium enterprise.
Je suis exploitante à Saint-Martin-en-Haut dans les Monts du Lyonnais. Je fais partie de la ferme lyonnaise à Craponne.
Je suis créatrice et fondatrice d'Irrésistiblement Lyon.
Ça fait une dizaine d'années qu'on a une furonnerie sur terrain. Ça s'appelle Assas Furonnerie.
Je suis maraîchère à Salon de Provence et nous faisons de l'agriculture biologique.
Grand Village, c'est un réseau social qui valorise des producteurs, leurs produits et qui permet de mettre en relation directement les producteurs aux consommateurs.
Le papier c'est fini, donc maintenant on est tout par internet et ça fait un plus quoi.
Grand Village nous a permis de toucher de nouveaux clients effectivement. On a environ 200 visites sur le site par semaine de personnes qui vont voir chez nous ce qu'on a comme produit, donc 200 clients potentiels.
Les gens nous contactent en me disant je vous ai connu par Grand Village.
Au niveau du contact client, on va forcément avoir toujours des gens de proximité qui vont pouvoir venir chez nous. Ils innovent toujours.
Grand Village, c'est un réseau qui m'a permis de gagner en visibilité et en notoriété et donc de pouvoir vraiment toucher un maximum de consommateurs.
Grand Village m'a apporté le fait de pouvoir me faire voir, me faire connaître notre travail et puis rencontrer plus de personnes. Ça favorise vraiment la vente directe du consommateur au producteur et du producteur au consommateur.
So I want to show you my second sentence. I love this sentence. The success and innovation is the ability to go from failure to failure without losing your enthusiasm. And I think for us, it's very important to focus on this sentence.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, we got this one on? We're good now? Oh, on, off and on again? Now can you, oh, there you go. Great, excellent, thank you so much, Philippe, that was really good. How are you, Olivier? Do you need a little bit more time, or? No, I'm good. You're good? Okay, so we'll just take a quick question for Philippe. So if you could just grab the microphone and take your laptop off, and we'll get set up here. Any questions for Philippe?
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to ask you, being part of like a big organization, how do you make the innovations happen? Was it you adopting this and getting it from the top to the bottom, or your team actually initiates most of those initiatives? So.
Good.
So now, for me, if you want to innovate, you have to go first in the field. I mean, for example, if you want to create very innovative services, you know all the technologies because you are here. You can make partnerships. But first, you have to grab what is the big pain of your customer. Maybe the guys who are not your customer, and then try to make a recipe. I mean, about this technology, this amazing technology for deaf people, and maybe at the end of this day, together, we could mix this kind of technology and make the recipe to solve a problem pain. So. Of course, I learned this method of design thinking and effectuation and lean startup so late for me, you know, because I was an IT developer and I loved making innovation, but I'm more in the technical side. But if you learn and you apply, it's a hard work. To apply this method and principles, you have more chance to do the good recipe for your friends when you invite.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Philippe. And then final question.
Hi. Has it made any difference to have Groupama as majority owned by Orange?
Groupama is not by Orange. You are talking about one of our subsidiary. The name is Groupama Bank. We have a bank in our insurance company. So we decide for the future, well, with the mobile revolution, to make a very good partnership for my company and also for Orange, because right now they have a whole agreement to do banking. So again, for me, do partnerships. This is one of the key for innovation.
Exactly, and I think it reflects what we heard earlier from Shifraz. It's the partnerships, and it's at the people, the individual level. You saw the videos, and the sort of emotion from the people that are, it's solving problems in their lives. Again, Philippe, thank you so much. Let's show our appreciation. Okay, we have the right presentation, so Olivier, over to you, and if you could keep it as quick as possible, that would be great. Thank you.
I will. Thank you, and Philippe, that was an excellent use case, and I'm actually going to go back to you on this after the presentation. So I'm going to talk about growth hacking today, and growth hacking in a niche market has a particular challenge. So this is what I'm doing is an app that people love. It makes people understand how important it is to address particular issues that some people can face. And as we've partnered with different developers, we've started going open source, we've started using other people's technology, because we're such a small team. Right now we're 4 people, and that for me is a huge team compared to last year we were 2. And the year before that it was just me. And so as we grow, it becomes interesting how other partners help us. And so we have Happy Days and Nexmo and people like that have added bricks. But now what is the challenge as people help us startup grow? They're adding more technology, but we become dependent on them. So for example, we use Google for Speech API. They absolutely love what we do. Last week they released press advertisement, and it's still going on today. In the French press, every single day there's advertisement for my app. I mean, 4-page spreads in the main newspapers in the country. I'm just like, I didn't even know this is going to happen, but Google love what we do. And they're using us as a best practice in terms of what you can do with Google technology. And so the question is, at some point I was thinking about doing my own speech recognition app, but can you do this really? And how difficult is it? Do you want to rely on partners instead? So I'm going to talk a bit about the different technology that we use. So we started with using Asterisk through Appy Days last year and the year before that. And then we've come to understand that we need some custom solutions. So we migrated to FreeSwitch using our own open source customization of FreeSwitch. And then we were approached by a provider, PortaSwitch, who wants us to use their custom solution. They're saying, you know, FreeSwitch is for amateurs. You want to go like industrial stuff, really use like, you know, heavy-duty technology. Well, it comes at a price. I mean, giving them the control instead of having us control. So these are questions that we have. And also with SIP interfaces, we started out using PJSIP, which is great. I love it. But we were persuaded that we're going to have problems with fragmentation, push notification, battery drain, all these things. And so we finally ended up going with Acrobits. Was this a wise choice? I really don't know. And there's people out there who maybe can help me, and we can like provide discussion forums or just talk face to face. And I would like to have feedback on this. Is Acrobits or Counterpath, do you want proprietary software? Same thing with DID wholesalers. Orange have offered us to buy their minutes, but we're using DID logic, and Voxbone also provides minutes, and so many other providers. And so, what is the best way to go about it? Who can provide us the best support? At what price? Can we actually hack minutes? Some people have done that. These are many questions that we face. And it's not easy, because as we grow, some of the choices that we take, if we decide to change our mind, it's going to cost us a lot of money. Get back and take another path. But sometimes you can't learn if you don't. Okay, let's do it. And so these are the questions we face as we grow. But also, as I was saying at the start of the presentation, are we in a market that's too niche? And that's a fundamental question, because you can specialize in something and people will recognize you for doing that, and they will love you for doing that, actually. It creates an identity for you. Then you realize that sometimes a niche market can be supported, can support you in maybe a survival mode. Then you have to keep growing. You have to expand and open up to new markets. So how do you do this? Well, that becomes complicated, because somewhere along the way you may lose your identity. And I've known a few apps that have started out to deaf people and got into something completely different, security, whatever. And so we have a huge advantage. The law in France makes accessibility for telecom companies a requirement, and also for huge companies that have over 1.5 billion in revenue. Maybe Groupama is part of those companies, and so they have to make their call centers accessible to telecommunication. So that's a huge victory in terms of what we've initially set out to do. Now the law behind us is saying this is actually what should be required for everyone. So that helps us out. And so in the process going from niche to mass market, we have to keep doing what we do. People keep encouraging us to do what we do. It's important. But we need to expand as well. And so that's how we've come to talk about maybe expanding to call centers. And so when we start talking about like, okay, what can we do with a call center with our solution? First of all, it's great for deaf people, for accessibility. There are so many reasons I want to call the store, my telecom provider, my insurance, my bank, etc., and I can't. and I don't want to go walk to them or send them an email, and they're like, well, we need to talk about this on the phone. I'm like, but I just sent you an email. I don't get it. You still need to call on the phone. We can only do that on the phone. And even like the app that was shown by Philippe Groupama, you start everything by the phone. You really give all the information you can. It's so much more useful doing it through an app. But at the end of the day, at the end of the process, at some point there's a human contact involved, almost always. I've talked about this to another insurance company. They said 85% of the online transactions end up on the phone. That's a huge percentage. So I actually filmed a use case. It's quite short.
Ever since we started
Welcome to Allianz Global Assistance. I'm Amy. How can I help you?
Hi, I'm Mr. Smith. My car has engine problems. I'm on the emergency lane on Highway 101 to San Francisco. Can you help me out?
Of course, we are going to send you a tow truck right away and a taxi to get you home.
Okay, great. Thanks for your help.
We're with you.
So this was an advertisement we made for Allianz, a global provider of insurance, and they were explaining to us why they needed our app. I was like, well, you guys have an app, you can just... And they're like, no, actually, 85% of our customer interactions end up on the phone, and they need that. You know, we want to make sure everything's going well. That's why we have humans at the end of the line interacting with you. And I'm like, well, at some point, there's a lot of people who can't hear, the seniors, the young like me, the deaf, and they can't use that kind of stuff. And so growth hacking also means, okay, maybe you should expand into the mass market. You should follow other niches. And as you start working with call centers, perhaps you're going to find other users for that. That includes maybe like identifying what happened in the call, because when you call a call center, they're always like, we're going to record your call for performance issues, etc. Well, at the end of the day, when you transform voice into data, there's so much you can do with the data. You analyze it for sentiment, you make sure that the customer, over the course of many different calls, you know what they've always been talking about, instead of having to, you know, I'm not sure what you said the last time. Well, I have proof, it was whether or not they are, etc. So there are many issues, many things you can play around with that. And so this is something that we would like to work with partners, because we've never done work with call centers. And so if some of you have experience in this, I'll welcome that kind of stuff. It's a huge challenge for us. So there we are. And I welcome any feedback from the TAD community. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Olivia. That was great. Do we have any questions from the audience? If not, simply to keep on time, because we've got a packed agenda, we have the live person team, so they do a lot of work with contact centers. So the live person team here, there you go. They're the guys to talk to, okay? Of course, you've already identified with Groupama, a good customer there as well. Not just Alliance. I mean, you should be working with Groupama, really. So what I'd ask is, thank you again, Olivier. Great. Dean, if you could take the stage and keep it as tight as possible so that we can finish on time, that would really help me out.
Give me a 5-minute warning.
Yeah, I'll give you a 3-minute warning. Let me just get my PC. There you go.
You need that video.
I'll give you this back in a sec. I just need to copy over the files. Okay, so I have the presentation. Now I'm just seeing, do we have Adam or James in the audience? Nope. Okay. Hopefully you'll get set up quick. It's looking good.
Looking good? Ish. working before. It'd be good if I could see a cursor. That's not good.
It's a PC. You have to restart everything.
Final warning.
I know. That's been my experience with Skype now, that to get Skype working, you just have to restart it. There you go. Perfect.
Right. Excellent. Right. Thanks, Alan. I'm Dean Bubley from Disruptive Analysis. I've spoken at a couple of these events before, and I'm generally what Alan describes as a curmudgeon. Now, for people who don't speak English, a curmudgeon is someone who complains about everything and is generally cynical. And as a result, I'm probably the only analyst here. In fact, sometimes I use another term that actually Alan doesn't like. I cover a few different areas. I cover a bunch of stuff around networks, everything like 5G and policy and spectrum and all that. The stuff in the middle, which is what I'm going to talk about today, which is communications, particularly real-time communications, voice, video, also messaging, platforms, WebRTC, a lot of people will know me for. But I also do stuff which I refer to as telco futurism, or for the benefit of Alan, corporate astrology, which is where telecoms intersects all the other fun stuff like AI and drones and blockchain and AR and VR and stuff like that. And a couple of bits of that will feature in what I'm talking about. Now, I need to make a bit of an apology. I had to put this presentation together pretty quickly because a family member was ill over the weekend. So it's got bits and pieces in here that hopefully all stick together. The theme that I'm going to talk about is really reflective of the world overall. The world is, if you like, polarizing between open and closed, establishment and anti-establishment, and I've used a couple of flags there. You might recognize Denmark, and the green and red one, I don't know if anyone knows that one, that's Belarus. So I'm picking two countries in Europe that are probably diametrically opposite. And I see the same occurring both in a political sense, but also in a communications and voice and messaging environment as well. And there's a book I read recently which had a great quote, which is, the 21st century is a terrible time to be a control freak. And the risk is that if you look back in history, the telecoms industry has been, let's just say, there've been a lot of control freaks. I'm not going to call out, all right, yes, I am going to call out various organizations as being part of the establishment here. I was at a spectrum policy meeting a couple of weeks ago talking about frequencies for 5G, and there were some people from ITU and a number of other organizations, and you know that you're dealing with the establishment when they talk about exciting and really rushed 3.5-year processes to come up with an agenda item for a conference in 2019. So this is the sort of the telecoms establishment that, frankly, it's having to deal with quite a lot of things going on. If you're a telco at the moment, there's a lot of stuff that's complicated, and they all ultimately relate to voice and video as well, but they distract you. There's this obvious shift to IP networks for all sorts of reasons, move to, deploying, whether it's fiber or 5G or, still 4.5G. I was at an event yesterday, a lot of people talking about the software telco and NFV, and at the same time, and I've got some stats in a minute, that they're facing the death of traditional phone calls and SMS. There's more in the application to person, but there's certainly problems elsewhere. And so we get some of the telecoms community looking at doing what we saw earlier on with IdeaMart and others that are looking to reach out to innovators and developers. And then I think in the future that there will be some of this, the other cool stuff. And actually, although some of it is a little bit sci-fi, I think that's where some of the differentiation is going to come. It's going to be where we're able to create things that can't be created by other people because there are too many possibilities. So, the question though is is telecoms too important to leave to the telcos? And certainly if you look at this community and what Alan does with TADHack, it would seem that there are plenty of other players. And yeah, I know from the work that I do, that's not just in voice and video messaging, but it's also on the network side as well, but that's for another session. So, a little bit of background. I'm not sure how well this comes out from the back of the room. I've referred to this term peak telephony before, but this is the phenomenon of ordinary phone calls declining in usage despite prices coming down. These charts are it's an analysis that very few people seem to bother to do, which is adding together fixed and mobile calls. For, in this case, I've done 4 countries in Europe. And you know, France is the outlier because phone calls used to be a lot more expensive. They got cheaper with newer mobile competition with the 4th entrant a couple of years ago. But in Germany, UK and Spain, we've seen roughly 10% decline in the total number of minutes. This is total over the last 5 years. And this is despite plummeting phone calls, unlimited bundles, all the rest of it. People make less phone calls. And the reason isn't that they're communicating less, they're communicating more. But they're doing it with messages, they're doing it on net with voice over IP applications, or conferencing in and UC as a service in enterprise. And this is a huge issue because it means that the telephony 1.0, which is the core of the establishment, is starting to crumble. And you know, if the prices are coming down and volumes are coming down, it doesn't take a world economist to tell you that the margins are almost non-existent, and that's true in wholesale as well. And the response to this from the mainstream telecoms industry has been VoLTE and voice over Wi-Fi, which is an awful lot of smoke and not much fire. The main uses are boring. VoLTE is phone calls for 4G networks. It might have a benefit of allowing some of the mobile operators to refarm their spectrum from old 2G, 3G to 4G networks at some point. Voice over Wi-Fi, yeah, it gives a bit of better indoor coverage. But if you look at the statistics, there's not actually that much of it. I mean, Vodafone in the UK, single-digit percentage of calls are using one of these technologies. Probably the leader is probably T-Mo in the US. But the problem is there's no new revenue. There's no innovation. It's still a phone call. It's telephony 1.1. It's establishment again. So what about SMS? And you know, obviously we have quite a lot of interesting things around things like two-factor authentication, and we just saw applications for SMS. The establishment, meanwhile, is still trying to do this thing it's failed to do for the last 9 years called RCS. And RCS is what I call a zombie technology. It's undead. It's not even dead properly. But it's still slowly moving around, and it is trying to eat your brain. And it's eaten Google's brain. They bought Jibe. It ate Samsung's brain yesterday. They just bought what used to be called NewPace as a platform. And yet, as far as I can tell, the active user base, and RCS is this supposed replacement for SMS, GSMA has been trying to push for years. I think that fax is still a larger user base active than RCS in terms of next generation messaging. The only thing to do with the zombie, and it is a bit early in the day, and people will recognise that the reference from the movie is let's go to the Winchester and have a pint and wait for it all to blow over. Seriously, there are attempts by various people in the telecoms community to sort of shoehorn this RCS messaging into things like emergency, next-gen 112 emergency calling, yet there's no popular usage of it. And I can't think what's going to make a teenager switch from using Snapchat to using Messenger Plus from Vodafone or whatever the other equivalent on other networks are. It's just a sink of time for the industry and money on an ongoing basis. Frankly, I don't quite understand why Google bought Jibe unless it's trying to create essentially the Android version of iMessage. So, what are the other options for the establishment? What do all these technologies have in common?
Any guesses? They're all dead. Ah, advocacy is still good. And facts, as I said. Actually, what are they all? They're all digital. So, yeah, whenever you see anyone in the telecoms industry saying, the future is digital, actually, the past is digital. I was at a conference yesterday, and it was on telecoms, and actually they had an analog way of doing voting on propositions. They had a piece of cardboard with green on one side and red on the other, and that was much better than some digital conference tool, which I would have seen at some other events. So digital isn't saving the establishment either. But luckily, the one good thing to come out of 2016 is we know that the anti-establishment is actually quite effective these days. And we might not necessarily like all of its figureheads, but there's no denying that sort of kicking against the sort of old received wisdom seems to work, at least at a political level. So what is cool? What is anti-establishment? What's different that's going on at the moment? And I've just collected a few things, and I'm not sure from the back of the room if everyone's going to see them. These are some of the cool things I've been seeing in communications this year. These are primarily consumer-oriented. I have to say, I mean, I find the sort of Amazon Echo and Alexa a little bit clunky to use, but it's evolving really, really fast. And you know, I was at an AI conference in San Francisco last week and talked to one of the Amazon people, and you know, that's just a starting point for where we're going. There's a concept called sensor fusion, where it's not just going to listen to your voice, but it'll be aware of how many people there are in a room. There's a link between this and sort of Wi-Fi around the house, and Google's doing something similar to do cloud Wi-Fi that can add in security, contextual awareness of the layout of your house to make sure you've got good Wi-Fi in it. Potentially it's a security overlay, which will flag up if your toaster is uploading 2 gigabytes to the internet and has 1,000 TCP connections. It might look to block that. So as well as communications, it's going to be a hub for potentially a sort of home of the future. So I'm not sure exactly where we're going to go with it, but the speech interfaces are really one to watch. And I think embedding them into bits of the environment, frankly, actually this one works okay, but the number of events I go to where the microphones don't work, or else people stand over here and somehow expect the microphone to magically be aware, whereas in fact you could do a motion sensor in the microphone that actually directionally works out that I'm away from it. So I think that we're going to see a lot of advances in the broader sense of communication that come out of things like Amazon Alexa and also Cortana and Siri and so on. Other stuff here, for some unknown reason, the key thing that seems to be cool in messaging at the moment is adding rabbit ears and tongues and noses to your image, face swap and filters. Does anyone know the much cooler spectacles in the top right corner? They're not Google Glass. Snapchat. They're Snapchat spectacles, which are basically Google Glass reinvented for the cool kids, sold in a vending machine, in pop-up vending machines in random locations around the US, allowing you to have to video the world from your face, but actually to let people know you're doing it. It's got little LEDs that circle around to actually sort of mean that people know that they're on camera, and they're funky colors as well. Live streaming seems to be, video live streaming seems to be this year's thing in terms of video communications. It's sort of one way, but it encourages interaction. And I think that this blending of real time and non-real time is a hallmark of quite a few communications applications I'm seeing, where you've got sort of hyper voice, hyper video of you create some perhaps one-way or two-way session, and then people can archive it, comment on it, search it, tag it, keyword it later. You definitely can't see on this screen the sort of rather boring-looking menu on the far left is actually the commerce page on the Chinese WeChat Messenger. And what it's got on there is, WeChat is the sort of the successful example of messaging as a platform. There are millions of people booking taxi rides with it and paying for taxi rides within the Messenger application. And that's the thing that, well, to some extent you could, maybe Google and GSMA are trying to do with RCS, but you also get with Facebook, with WhatsApp and other messenger tools, trying to create this sort of embedded applications in the messaging stream. I suppose it's sort of like a consumer equivalent to Slack in some ways, where you have more of a timeline metaphor with embedded mini applications. Other stuff that's interesting, we're starting to get the first VR and AR communications and conferencing tools emerge. That is not easy, because the latency requirements, if you've got a VR headset in, versus the network round-trip time, means you need to do some really clever things to stop you feeling sick, because you are aware of the milliseconds. And so what we may end up doing is using some sort of edge computing or again AI type approach, where you have maybe a wireframe of a face, putting videos, reconstructing video by putting 2D images over it and reconstructing it and rendering it locally. So there's going to be some quite interesting processing challenges there. Other things, the laptop is Skype's real-time translation tool. I saw a demo of that, and I think that translation in the cloud or on the device is going to really fundamentally change a lot of the ways we communicate. I know it's something that Docomo in Japan is trying to do for the Olympics in 2020, of being able to have real-time translation in the cloud, which is important because the sort of foreign language skills in Japan are not huge, and certainly during the Olympics there's going to be a lot of need for interpreters, and so being able to do that in a seamless, well, I hate that word, convenient and frictionless fashion is going to be good. The last logo, Iris, it's a company I met last week, and this is interesting because whilst there's value in person-to-person communication, just whether it's voice or video or messaging, is extracting context is really important too. And I think one of the sources of context, and particularly in video, is facial expressions. And so they're developing software which is not just based on an OS, can even be embedded into a chip or a camera to do facial recognition, micro-expression recognition, so emotional analysis, and eye tracking. So some of the use cases are quite creepy. Some of them are going to be fascinating, where you'll be able to have conferencing tools that tell you how much attention people are paying. Whether they're more interestingly, perhaps in a business environment, they'll tell you which bits of your web page or your tool people are actually looking at. If you're creating advertising, are people looking at the message and the product, or are they looking at the model on the other side of the screen? There's a couple of interesting demos I've seen with that, and I think that we'll start to see these capabilities integrated into more and more communications and also entertainment apps as well. And I think in a business context, you're starting to get some more interesting contextual communications use cases. I think you have one way what's being called whisper mode, so you can imagine that you're a salesperson on a call with a client, and that will maybe listen to the analytics on the call, what the tone is someone going, yeah, yeah, and you might have one way whisper saying, call back later, they're not interested, or they're busy, or close the sale now, or ask them out on a date. Whatever it happens to be. And I think that interaction of intelligence in the media stream is going to be important. You're going to be, again, having emotional detection of looking for things like anger in a contact center. I always thought, actually, that a telecom company could make more money by charging you double for phone calls if you're shouting, because it's obviously more important. But maybe that one's not gonna fly. I think regulators might have something to say about that. But also sort of integration with wearables, with sensors like motion sensors. The person you're speaking to is at the airport and running. Would you like to schedule a call for 2 hours' time? I think the ability to fuse multiple data streams to come up with useful forms of communication mean that the fact that the minutes of use are going down and the price of minutes is going down will be unimportant, because the source of value is in making a better communications call or a session. And it's thinking about what's the purpose, what's the utility, what's the value, and how do you improve that through the application. A few other things. I think one of the interesting things is not all sound and audio is speech. There's quite a few people doing medical diagnostics apps, either using video to things like looking for cataracts, or using audio patterns for breathing analysis. I saw one demo recently, which was an infrared camera linked into WebRTC to use sort of for I don't know, looking for leaks in your insulation for your house. That's not what we normally think about video and visual usage.
You did that last year in TADHack.
Did you do that last year? Ah, okay. Right. So that's the term contextual communications gets used by many people, and there's a lot of different things about context. Context can mean communications in an application. So you're in the social network, you're in the vertical market application for hotels, or it can be using contextual data. And I think it's the latter stuff that we're going to see more interesting stuff going on. I think one of the things in the background that's happening is Apple's Coolkit API, which allows other voice over IP applications to be the primary communications app on an iPhone. Obviously, it's been possible for a while with Android as well, but I think that Apple adopting it is going to lead to a sort of a greater shift in quite a few sectors. I've noticed it the other day where my Skype calls were appearing in my call log, and I think that's got potential both on consumer, particularly enterprise side of things. On enterprise, I think and I don't have time to talk about all this, is unified comms as a service, so hosted PBX and beyond, I think intersects with a ton of trends. And I think actually, in some ways, there's more going on in enterprise real-time communications that's interesting than consumer. And you've got everything from the network side around security and software-defined WAN to new stuff going on in contact centers, workstream integration with a timeline metaphor, the variety of platform and service. You've got Vonage and Nexmo acquisition, and Cisco Tropo, and there's assorted other partnerships there as well. Avaya has got its own platform, Zang. There's quite a lot of intersections between the enterprise comms world and the platform as a service, and also WebRTC, which I'm running out of time, so I'm going to rapidly rattle through. You might be surprised that I'm not talking as much about WebRTC this year as I have in the past. Partly it's because I've been doing a lot of other things, but also because WebRTC is now sort of part of the background. When you look at some of the applications you saw, I know Groupama's Grand Village, for example, that's WebRTC behind the scenes. And although I saw a logo on the screen, it doesn't need to talk about it. All of the messaging applications have video chat now. I saw WhatsApp launched yesterday. There's billions of endpoints. There's still some of the browsers, particularly older ones, don't support it. But most smartphones can support WebRTC embedded into applications. You probably have several on your phone now, including WhatsApp probably. So there's now billions of endpoints, and there's certainly hundreds of millions of people using WebRTC at least say once a month, and probably tens, maybe even now hundreds of millions using it on an almost day-to-day basis. So as a technology, WebRTC allows developers to put voice and video into applications, into websites, including mobile apps, either developing it themselves. There's a lot of open source tools out there, but there's also a ton of platform as a service players that allow that. Where I'd say there's not been as much movement over the last year has been the integration with the telecoms network. There's a few use cases, but most of the WebRTC use I'm seeing at the moment is integrating with maybe corporate conferencing services. It's built into social and messaging apps, or vertical solutions like banking and insurance. So not really gatewaying out into the outside world as much. So last slide, what's up next? I think that we're going to see a whole array of touch points between real-time comms and the Internet of Things. And the way of thinking about it is saying that there's a bunch of sort of styles of communication, whether it's an ordinary call to person A speaks to person B, whether it's non-voice audio, could be music and karaoke, contextual data around communications, video of varying sorts, whether it's streaming or two-way, AR and VR is coming fairly quickly, messaging and platforms. And then think for each of the sort of IoT verticals, whether that's, you know, in a vehicle, whether that's industrial, whether it's wearable, you know, drones, agriculture, technology, there's touch points at each of those intersections. Some will happen faster, some won't be. You'll find in-vehicle communications will be already important. You know, you already have Bluetooth integration for a start, but that will move to a whole array of other interesting things with maybe autonomous vehicles, industrial IoT. There's some really interesting things where you might have preventative maintenance, and a temperature sensor in a machine might cross a threshold and trigger a call between a supervisor and an engineer to go check it out before it breaks. And maybe they have a video to make sure it's not on fire, or an audio, they're doing audio analytics, so if it's going whoa, 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 clonk, whoa, 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 clonk, that might be from an AI, a machine learning system, could work out that it's about to fail in the next day. And so, you know, you can essentially add 2% to global GDP if you stop things breaking rather than fixing them afterwards. So communications is going to be pervasive. It's not about boring old phone calls. It's not about the establishment. It's about thinking differently how voice, video, and messaging can actually add value to what you want to do. Thank you.
So we have time for just one quick question. If not, then I would like to invite Adam. James, if you can come on down to give a quick pitch for your session. You'll be here all the rest of today?
Yeah.
Great. So you have lots of chance to chat. So we heard from Mark in the intermission while Olivia was finding his slides, but it was a great presentation. So who wants to go first?
Well, this is going to be an interesting thing to do. You're going to have to make a choice after the coffee break. Are you going to go with the dangerous demos, or are you going to go with Adam? Yeah, the dangerous facial hair. So, quick pitch. This year's dangerous demos is going to be the longest, the biggest one, the most dangerous one we've ever done here at TAD Summit. We've managed to shoehorn in, how many, 18, 19 dangerous demos in quick-fire succession. Bear in mind, all of this will be performed without a safety net. So if we're lucky, the majority of them might work. Some of them might, well, we'll wait and see. There's something for everybody in there. There's lots of audience participation, and this is real stuff. These are real applications that are running here and up in the cloud. So be back here at 11:20 if you want to see and participate in the dangerous demos.
So he says there's an interesting choice. There's really no choice. You should really just come to this session. So in our work stream, we will have pretty much the only highly technical set of sessions during this time. So a lot of implementation details, a lot of technology. If you're a developer, if you're implementing things, you definitely want to come. We'll be talking about bots, contextual communications. If you liked what Dean was talking about, we'll have a couple of people talking about contextual comms in this session. And we're also somehow going to have Sam Machin is going to be both in our session and in the dangerous demos. So I think Sam is actually a quantum particle now, since he's going to be in two places at once. It'll be fabulous. So come on in, enjoy. We're going to have a couple of remote presentations, lots of time for questions and digging deep into tech.
Excellent, thanks so much. So coffee break? Yep, thanks so much, guys. And we'll see you here or in the other two breakout rooms at 11:20.
to fix it?
Tape?
It's too slim. Maybe too fast. I don't know.
Tape.
So let's probably try to.
So you need extra support here?
Yeah. I can stay, yeah. Maybe.
You want to be here all the time, so we need to have ability to unplug.
Yeah. So what about
And
this?
one switch is here?
Yeah, yeah. One more. You feel more confident if you want another one? An extra?
It's okay.
I can tape it off. If you want, I can make it.
Resolución. Если мы сдвинем, он не будет скользить.
Vale.
Ну потом плануем, мы сейчас его уберем, потому что здесь.
In order to optimize the projection and also for the streaming, can you go to the settings of the the display and see the resolution?
I don't know maybe advanced. Okay, let's go to advanced. Okay, resolution is here.
So that's the optimum one for both both projection and streaming.
Duplicate.
What are the options?
Extend, duplicate.
Duplicate, yes. Duplicate is
This one?
I think it's let me check with my colleague.
Окей. Не, он съезжает. Он сейчас улетит. То он съехал уже, ты видишь, насколько он съехал? Не, его надо сдвинуть тоже сюда.
Is it falling apart?
Just a moment. We need to move it here. No. Currently it's okay because. Okay.
Now you can fit it.
That's all.
Yeah. Can we see again the settings of the displays, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be correct by. I mean, I was just checking if this has some sort of refresh the hertz. You know, 50 hertz or 60 hertz or.
Yeah, good.
Just because we haven't had enough stresses and challenges, my phone just decided to want to upgrade to Android 7.
Oh, yeah.
Truly. She'll be good. Thank you. I like that sense of dread. You know, fight or flight.
You guys don't have an Macintosh, right? This is your.
Yeah, we have Macintosh, but we have some issues with Miracast. Yeah, and we use Visor, and it does not work on my Mac.
Right. There's always something. There's always a compatibility.
We spent around 1 hour in the separation here to try to fix this issue, but WebGL does not work on new Mac.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're trying to find a
А, что, хватит? Честно, тоже все поставил? Что? Докер останется здесь, по сетке. Он же доступен. Не-не. В принципе, мы можем взять сюда.
Почему нельзя было в воскресенье решать? В понедельник.
Я тебе говорю, он сидел еще, MMI там перебирал, потому что она шлепнулась почему-то. Я знаю почему, потому что сильно много людей туда имеют доступ. Кто-то даже что-то поредактировал в ней. А он говорит, нет, мы не редактировали. ХСС следил и меня. Я же говорю, за час до демонстрации решать, что мы там хочем. Короче, был какой план? Он хотел поднять LTE сеть и через LTE погнать SIP трафик.
Месяц назад. Ну что, не удалось, да, ничего?
Да, наверное, нет.
Hold on. La usamos una general y la otra aquí, la otra cámara.
Guys, are you,
Aquí atrás.
if you,
Lo ponemos en maybe we'll have an analogic solution.
I have one idea. The other idea is that I have. What? So what is it that I just like? The problem is I just can't show you Android. Do you have a solution? Some solution that will show you Android capture it. So I'm trying to show it on the screen. Do you have a solution? Because the only reason, so there's two things. The webcam would work on mine. The presentation's on mine. But I can't get a remote view of. So having someone have a camera right on top of me.
For example, if we can have your TV here,
Yeah.
maybe we can set a camera here.
Yeah.
And the other is the shot of the general.
Right, but you can't. So the problem is having to have a bunch of stuff run from here.
Yes,
so
but the cameraman will be here, so in this case, we can set the cam showing your phone. You follow me?
I'm willing to do. Okay, let's do that.
As another way, I mean. It's an easy way of solving
Who would
it.
have thought? Who would have thought? Displaying an Android screen on a Mac wasn't going to work.
Yeah, probably. Sí.
Con el cable net y
Sí.
este sin, claro. Sí,
Con el IVGA. Okay, let's do. We have another
pero
solution.
tiene que instalarse el
Sí.
driver.
But you have to install a driver. So we can have you sign off from your screen. You say. Es eso, sí. Aquí.
You can manage.
You can? Okay. Do you have a browser here? Yeah. Let me check. Sí. Yo voy bajándolo.
Do you need to reboot PC?
No.
No?
No.
If need, we need to stop virtual machine inside.
No, it's totally okay. It's simple driver. No need to. I get stuck the PC. No, but the thing is to compose a double image of PNP a little bit more complex.
pasa esto. Ese es el tuyo. Ese es el que... ¿No te coges la señal?
I left my Mac adapter in here yesterday for the next presenter. And,
Well, it's probably not a good
that one is
idea.
it. Very good. Thank you.
¿Qué? ¿Te inicio qué? ¿El ordenador?
Right, everybody, we're going to be starting the dangerous demos in about 1 minute. So come and take your seats. As usual, there's a bit of last-minute technical patching going on the platform. The adrenaline levels are rising. There is an air of anticipation. So 1 minute. Take your seats now. Right, we're going to have to get started now. So can I have the panel, members of the panel, up on the stage, please? We have 2 hours of continuous, totally dangerous demos to navigate our way through. I think the levels of adrenaline on the stage are rising considerably. Right, I'm looking at the back for a thumbs up from Inti or from the... Are we okay? Good to go? We're streaming. Okay, and recording. Okay, in which case we will start. Dangerous Demos TAD Summit 2016. First thing on my list of things to do is to just give you a little bit of background about how we started. Can you turn your volume down, Andy? It's a bit loud. So, how did Dangerous Demos at TAD Summit start? Well, following the 2013 Bangkok TAD Summit, we came to the conclusion that it's actually quite difficult for people who've got telecoms application platforms to demonstrate these unless you've got some form of underlying network. So in a moment of madness, I said to Alan, you know what, I think we can probably build you a mobile network so that you can demonstrate stuff. And Alan went sort of, I bet you can't. And I said, I think we can. And so we put together a team of likely suspects to do that, consisting of, we took an open source IMS core from Metaswitch, that's Project Clearwater, some Telestacks application infrastructure, Rescom, yeah, good old Rescom. And we ran the whole thing up within OpenStack on Ubuntu, and then plugged the whole lot into a TruePhone backend so that that mini network became a real live piece of infrastructure. And we executed that in Istanbul, and blow me, it just worked, and it went down quite well. In fact, everybody in the room seemed to think it was really quite good, apart from the two gentlemen from Ericsson sitting in the front row who thought it was very, very bad, and I can't think why. So after that little success, we then thought for 2015 in Lisbon, we're going to extend that a little bit. So we added in a whole load of extra applications. So from players like DataArt, who did a plethora of amazing demos on top of this platform. We had tiny little companies like Oracle playing, Matrix always playing, always game for a laugh, Matrix, and a cast of thousands, all doing more bits and pieces on this infrastructure. And again, luckily, most of it appeared to work. So let's move forward to 2016. What are we going to do in 2016 to beat 2015? Well, we've got a full program of bits and pieces. One of the big things we're going to do this year, which is extremely dangerous, and I'm looking over there, so there's some very nervous people over on that side of the room. We're going to demonstrate some live radio access network using some software based radios. So that probably will work, I hope. It'll be the first time that I think it's been demonstrated in this configuration live. Oh, and we'll find out more about that later. So, without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Michael from DataArt, who's going to start the first sequence.
Yes. I don't know whether that's live or not. Not quite yet. We'll get it.
Oh, and by the way, if anything goes wrong, we've learned from last year's experience where I ended up being rather exposed on the stage when everything went horribly wrong. So this year, we've got a distinguished panel of experts up here. So if anything goes wrong, like in a football match, you know, somebody gets injured, we'll just talk about something whilst people down there try and fix it. And do we have to talk already?
Just getting set up.
Yeah, adrenaline levels are rising. We have an outline schedule for this with times that we're going to aim for. But as they say, no plan survives contact with the enemy, so we're subject to change. Yeah, filling a little bit more. DataArt, experts in application development. Believe it or not, planning for this dangerous demo started about 4 months ago. We've been having, but as usual, about 60% of the content actually came together in the last 2 days. Are we ready?
We are ready.
Okay, over.
Good morning. Sorry for the delay. Literally, this is coming together in the last second. There's several pieces of this, and like any good dangerous demo, anything and everything that could go wrong has. So what we're going to start off with today is more of a business scenario, and then we'll break into the technology a little bit later. So this is about a usability and how this technology can actually be turned into something that people would want to consume and purchase. And there's lots of different components as we go through it. So the scenario is today that of a business traveler. I happen to use myself as a model for some of these scenarios. I don't know about anyone else in the room, but I really dislike getting phone calls every time I leave my home time zone, in the middle of the night from people just not realizing where I am in the world. So we have a application that will show that can do call interception and redirection, and then you can also whitelist. So if friends or family, you want to let the call go through, you're able to do that while still blocking other people without needing to turn off your phone or disable all alarms and then missing meetings in the morning. The second portion of it that we'll go through is a situation which is also real world. We just had it with one of my colleagues who came here today, where when you're traveling out of town and not feeling well. So we've adapted a telemedicine scenario where you can actually get some diagnostics and figure out whether you're really sick and should come home or go to a local hospital, or if it's not a big deal at all. And then the third one is again, many of us do, at least I do. Sometimes you're traveling to unfamiliar areas and you don't know where to go or what to do and what's safe and what's not. So using a couple of interesting technologies, we're going to showcase a safety application which can alert you if certain images are picked up in the area. I should start by saying some of my colleagues wanted to bring in order to demonstrate the technology, a few things like fake guns and fake grenades. And I just thought trying to bring that into the airport would be a very bad idea. So we decided in settling on just other images. We'll walk you through that. And then afterwards we do that, we'll have a chance to talk about some of the underlying technologies that are going through it. So the first piece, it's washed out a little bit on the screen, but it's you're a traveler, and you're just going to register for these services before you go on your merry little way. So it's a simple little web page. It's just asking me for my name and my phone number, and then I can pick the services that I want to subscribe to. And so I'm going to do that right now, and I'll pick the microphone back up. Take 1 second. That's where it goes. So as I mentioned, we have time zone management, medical assistance, and safety update service. So I'm just going to subscribe to those. Okay. And so just get a pop-up, and thank you for registering for this service. Out of that goes through. So going along, so what starts to happen then is you're traveling, as I mentioned, and you might start getting some phone calls. So if you look at my profile right here, right, it has my home time zone, and as well as where I am right now, right, and a blocked area. We've obviously shifted this to be more appropriate for the dangerous demo versus say 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. Hopefully the concept conveys. I'm just going to make a phone call into it. Hopefully we'll have some audio.
Not available now. If you would like to leave message, press 1.
Was it people able to hear that?
I will recall you.
Okay. So then, pretty straightforward. That's the message that comes through. We could actually leave a message if we wanted to on that. Let me terminate that. Okay. Where is the audio?
Just run through that sequence again.
Right, so if you didn't hear it, so again, someone's making a phone call now.
I'm not available now. If you would like to leave message, press 1.
Okay, so the option of sending through and leaving a message or not in doing it?
I will recall you.
Okay. So gives you now, if you wake up in the morning, realize you have missed calls that you have to go through and deal with, right? What you can do is say, I need to whitelist these people because next time I do want to call, or obviously you could do it in advance before you leave. Pretty straightforward stuff. You can go through, right? And just add the user. And again, Twitch? Sorry. Oh, you can. Sorry, what I'd gone through is I'd gone through and added a contact into the whitelist. It's on the screen. So we just added a user to call me. And again, now with doing that, when the person calls through, so difference in a blocked phone call and an unblocked phone call based upon a whitelist. Pretty straightforward. Okay. So again, just demonstrating a practical application. You have some call interception going on, call redirection. You can obviously build on top of this. And again, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about the technology that comes out of it. So that's the first scenario and going through it. The second scenario, which we hope you find interesting as well, is when you, especially when you have a dangerous demo, you get a little stressed out. And so I am going to contact my doctor. All right, so now you just saw one, we had some phone calls, there's lots of media stuff that's going into this, but obviously interactions here, so. So I'm answering here, I don't feel well or I feel sick.
It's all that adrenaline, isn't it? All that stress.
Right, so you saw some chatbots and everything we know, we talked about it, so, right, so we rephrase it, re-answer it, so describe your symptoms, so. The second one is definitely from the bar last night. All right, so you can describe some symptoms to them. Right, so the idea is it asks some interactive questions, trying to make a diagnosis. This is, again, for people who saw part of this, you know, there was some of this yesterday, right? So it's going through, it can't determine what's going on. It says you want to actually talk to a doctor live, or do you want to talk to a doctor, and it's going to come back through. And it knows that it knows that I'm traveling, so it's offering me an immediate consultation now or appointments in the future. Right, so I can say, no, I'm pretty sure I want to do it right now. Because, as James said, these can be stressful demos.
Yeah, so what is being demonstrated here is completely an escalation,
Right.
changing the mode of communication from text to something else.
And so what's happened is come back and it's brought me to the telehealth health application. I can log in. Right, and I can start my appointment.
So, Michael, you're looking not very well, I have to say. Must be the stress.
So now Yuri has decided to be my doctor for me today. So very pleasant. So I told him he can tell me anything other than, I'm not going to make it. But the idea is, again, you have some context-aware, some location-aware services, multiple modes of communication. Again, we had a colleague, and this is true, came last night, or came the first night to this, and she was taken ill, and so she missed the first day and a half of the event. And obviously, if she'd been able to do a video conference with the doctor, may have been told her what medicine to get, to turn around and come home. So we view this as, again, something commercial, something that has a commercial value if put into the right context out of it. So thank you, Yuri.
So I don't know what the treatment was, but you're looking much better now.
I feel much better now in going through it. So the last bit of it mentioned, I also subscribe to a security service. So what has been going on here, in a bit of the background, is that you might not be able to see it, but we have a little high-definition camera right behind here that's actually taking feeds in from different areas, right? So continuously in the background, it's been scanning Gennady as an image, and Gennady has volunteered to be our bad guy for today. But again, this is something that could be a feed or a tap-in. We're showing this in real time, so it goes through. And ideally, when there's image recognition going on, and when it sees something that has been told not to like or is a threat assessment, if you would go ahead and do it. Now, please remember, I talked these people out of bringing, fake guns and fake grenades, so this seems to be a decent compromise out of doing it. And what we see right here is ski mask has been detected.
Oh my God.
Right. And so immediately an alert service goes off. I apologize which phone I'm on, so I don't know if you want to get a picture of that. All right. So the idea of this, again, just, quite frankly, with a mobile edge computing, what's really interesting about this last one is that people can start classifying their own images. There's a lot of different areas this could be used for. So obviously there's threat identification. Quite frankly, there's shoplifting would be a very common one where if a store owner or the police have pictures of shoplifters, they can upload those images. People could subscribe to that service, right? And then if they're adding their own images on top of it, the service that, from crowdsourcing could actually get a little more useful in intelligence versus being centralized out of it. So this is just, again, one application of using communications and image recognition going on at the same time. Martina's had a good example of it as well, that if something like this is used in, say, elevators, people walk into an elevator and maybe put a ski mask on or pull out a gun, maybe the elevators stop, right, and alert the authorities automatically. Or if someone falls and has, collapses in an elevator or in a stairway, people not moving, it's a recognizable item. So I can't say these are mine. These are Martin's examples, but these are the types of, this could be used for, and then alerts are triggered that are based off of it. So the idea is that you push this out as far as you can to the edge. So those are the three scenarios that we wanted to cover, just applications. Now talk a little bit more about the different technologies. As you saw, there's multi-modes of communications that went on here. We have image recognition that's going on here. But the centralized theme about this is making it consumable, making it easy to subscribe to. Obviously integrating it with a billing service where I could turn on and say, yes, I'll buy this for 5 days, or I'll buy this for the duration of my trip. And you can add more and more services to this as people come up with good and interesting ideas on it. So those were the three scenarios that we wanted to walk through. We'll be returning to some of them a little bit later when we come back to the small cells and the different areas. At this point, I will turn it over.
Okay, thank you for that, Michael. So that's an interesting little combination. There's a lot you can do here just by inserting an agent between the user and the network. So I think this is a theme we're going to see more and more of. There's these network-based applications that allow you to pick up information from the outside world and then trigger things on your own device. Right, we're going to move on to the next bit now, which I'm looking at the very panicking type people in that corner. Can I have the other hand mic, please, off the table? And I wander across there. So I mentioned earlier that last year we wanted to add some radio access network to the equation, and we've done exactly that. And so we need to come across here with a camera to... Yeah, there you go. So,
dangerous demo.
yeah, well, let's make sure we turned on. Yeah, this is Jimmy Chin from Lime Microsystems.
Yeah, Lime SDR. Thank you, guys. Could we shift the schedule, swap it around a bit, because we have a bit of issue. This is dangerous demo.
This is a dangerous demo. So
that's my request.
So you're not quite working yet.
Not ready.
Okay. Yes. In which case, what's next on the schedule? Almost running. Yeah, the AI bot demo. It is a nice continuation. Okay, well, we'll move on to the 12 o'clock segment. I'm looking at Nancy. Nancy, are you stressed? No. Good. So we're just, we'll do the next bit. We're going to do a demo now which incorporates yet more bot stuff. Do you need to plug into the video feed? Yeah, we're going to have to swap. Yeah, you okay to do that? And I'll burble. So this is another AI type demo. And the scenario is, well, I think it could be almost a continuation of the traveling theme. For this, Nancy.
Yes.
Say hello and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Nancy.
Yes, and what do you do, Nancy?
I work for Telestax. I'm in marketing, and this is basically a multimodal
I would never
demo.
I would never have guessed that you're a marketing person, actually.
Why? Because I don't have jeans on?
No,
Oh.
you're far too... Anyway, there we are. So I'll let you get plugged in. Ugh. And Jean, as this one's yours, you probably need a microphone, and you can talk a little bit about the background to this one.
Okay. So we said that in the continuous integration of the messaging, we started this reflection on SMS and then moved to IP messaging. But with the messaging going on and all the hype around the bots and chatbots, we figured it would be a good idea to actually do a couple of demos on AIs and chatbots. So we set up to discuss with various companies, one being Lumin.ai, which Nancy is going to present. Another one is going to be LivePerson next on the stage, and do some very dangerous demos that hopefully will work out pretty well. So
okay. That was a good fill-out. So Nancy, are you ready to give us the background to this?
Yeah. This is basically it's a series of 3 financial scenarios. One financial scenario is a gentleman looking for options to fund his daughter's college. Another one is an individual that needs to do an international wire transfer. And then the third one is an unfortunate individual, actually the wire transfer, sorry. I'm trying to think because he changed my scenarios on me. But the third one is an individual that has downsized their home and has moved into a smaller home and has some money to spend or to invest. So let's, the individual, so we've got things kind of going on here. We've got 3 different things going on here. The individual it's the person that is actually driving this demo is right now in Los Angeles, California.
That is remarkably dangerous, if I have to.
It is remarkably dangerous. And so that's why we have GoToMeeting. And who we have on the side that is driving the demo is the CTO of Lumen. And Lumen is a smart chatbot manufacturer or producer or vendor of smart chatbots. And you'll see just how smart these bots can be. And we've connected it in with 3 different bankers who are hidden in this audience somewhere, who will remain nameless until they appear and show themselves.
Okay, so Tom in California is going to be the user in this one.
Tom is, yes.
And he's then going to then interact with bankers who are actually here.
Yeah, Tom is the customer, and the chatbot is the chatbot, and then we have 3 bankers hidden in the audience.
Brilliant.
So Tom, without further ado, would you like to start?
Where's the audio coming from?
So you can see on the bottom of the screen here, he's starting off his conversation with the bot. Now, the interesting thing about this bot is that it's connected with the internal CRM system of the bank. So as Tom is chatting with the bot is searching inside the CRM system and finding out more about him. Now notice how smart this little bot is. He notices, the little bot knows that if Tom pulls out of his IRA, he's going to get penalized.
It's because the CRM system, I guess, knows how old Tom is?
Correct.
Yeah.
Tom's changing his mind.
It's really smart the way it doesn't directly say you're X years old, Tom. It's rather subtle in the way.
Politically correct chatbot. Now the chatbot knows how much equity he has in his home. So the chatbot is now giving him an alternative based on current market value of the home and how much he owes. So you can see that this little chatbot is whittling down exactly who the bot needs to send Tom to for further information and to complete the transaction. And now the chatbot, what the chatbot is doing is it is taking individual conversation pieces from what has happened here in this thread, and it is actually able to pass that information, just the selected and necessary information, to the banker on the other side so that the banker knows exactly who Tom is, why Tom's calling, and what it's all about.
On my screen here, or on there, and on my phone, should be appearing. Oh, there it goes. We're there, I think. Oh, no, we're not. It should be appearing. Oh.
Don't worry about it. I just slept.
Should be appearing a summary of the conversation on the left. So it will tell me that I will be talking to Tom and Go and ask me to press 1 and return to send a message back to Cisco, which will then call me.
Yeah, just for the record, who are you playing right now?
I'm playing Banker One, and I'm out fishing at the moment. I'm not in the office.
Banker One revealed. And this is actually done over Cisco Spark, because there's some authorization and security that has to take place here.
Skip over this bit. I don't. It worked a few minutes ago.
Okay, so Banker One fail so far.
Okay, so what should have? Well, very quickly, let's talk about what should have happened here, Nancy.
What should have happened was you would have seen on the Banker One screen the important information that Banker One needed to have in order to have an intelligent and
okay, so what we're saying
productive
here
conversation.
is that all the context of the previous chat is then passed in a really friendly way to Banker One.
Only the relevant content.
Only the relevant content.
Mm-hmm.
And the advantage of that is that Banker One knows exactly who this guy is, what the context is, and he doesn't have to waste 5-10 minutes going through meaningless well, just annoying questions.
Well, how many times have you called for customer service? You've given your account number. You go to the next person, you have to give your account number again.
Yeah,
you go to the next person, you give it yet again. It's like
it's really annoying.
Totally
isn't it?
annoying.
Yeah. So that's what should have happened.
Mhm.
And Andy was the British banker in the aluminium bank we were going to do. But anyway, that's by the by.
Okay.
So where do we go next?
We're going to scenario 2.
Okay, and the clever thing about this is going to use a completely different transport mechanism. So it's the same bot, same core, but the transmission is going to be completely different.
This bot now is basically a wire transfer. So this person needs to do a wire transfer. Oops, I'm sorry, it's college. All right, I'm resetting myself. This individual is looking for ways to send their child through college.
Yeah, luckily the bot is really smart and picked that up.
Okay, now the individual needs to send money to a college in France to fund this child's college. Now, as a typical human being, we are changing the subject. And the individual is saying, you know, I've got to send a payment. Where do I send it?
Yeah, and I guess this is quite common. It's a context change.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Which, for a simple bot, would completely bamboozle it. But because this is a smart bot, it goes, ha-ha.
So now the customer has been given the right address to send the payment, and the bot knows to go back in context to the original topic.
Neat.
Yep.
Just in case you forget to put a stamp on the envelope.
Very nice little ping, little nudge.
Yeah, it's great. It's demonstrating the bot can deal with multiple streams at the same time, and now it's going back to the original stream.
Yes.
And what we're going to see now, hopefully.
Hopefully we'll see that message over there that we didn't see on the first one.
Yeah.
That where the relevant information is being passed to banker 2.
Somewhere there's a banker in the audience, perhaps.
Somewhere.
Am I coming running down to find banker number 2, who just happens to be banker number 2? What are you doing, banker number 2, at the moment?
I'm sitting on my Slack bot here, my Slack, and I'm waiting for the information to come through.
Yes.
So hopefully.
This one is using Slack.
Nothing yet. It's pretty dangerous.
It's always the bits on the end, isn't it? So the bot is brilliant. The Lumina AI bot is brilliant, but at the moment I'm looking at, in fact, come up the front so the camera can have a look at this. See what banker number 2 is presented with, which is, so this is Vince from Dialogic, who just happened to be banker number 2 for today. If you just show that to the camera so we can see what you're looking at, which is, I suspect is probably a blank Slack. Oh my God, this is dangerous demos. We've never had multiple failures.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Is it going to work? It's resetting it. So let's pad for a little bit. But
we're the unruffled demo team here.
You are absolutely. We're totally cool. So Nancy, let's talk about what should be happening here.
Same thing that happened in the last demo, the last version, or the scenario 1, was the bot is transferring just relevant information to the banker.
Yeah, and as you can see, there's all kinds of slacky type stuff going on the side.
There you go. First name is Jane,
working, is it?
last name
Have you
Meyer.
actually got that on your Slack client now, Vince? No. But this is what Vince should have on his Slack client.
That's exactly right.
The fact that the Vince's Slack endpoint is being a bit slack at the moment.
Vince's phone is a slacker.
Yeah. And so how do can we do the escalation to the call? He's calling. Okay. So what we're seeing here is a change of context. So we're moving from, oh, here we go. Let's get this. That's impressive, wasn't it?
Transfer's done.
So what happened there, Vince?
So basically, the bot initiated a call to me. Once I answered, it then sent it over to the customer wanting the transfer. It connected me, but unfortunately it dropped before I was able to connect to him.
Yeah, are we going to be able to replay that one just to prove that something works? No? So, customer, if you're out there, Tom, can you press your button again? You've got 10 seconds to press your button again. If not, we'll move on. There we go. So,
hello?
Calling client.
Oh, so we...
So now he's connecting the client to the banker.
Well, that's entertaining. So we got half of the phone call. So we got the leg to the banker, but the other leg to the client didn't quite work. Jean, this will be your fault. So it's always Jean's fault. Okay, thank you, Banker 2. So
Move on to Banker 3.
So let's go on to the next one. And this one will, third time lucky. This one, it will work, won't it?
This one will work, and it's more complex.
Ooh.
Yes. You like that? Okay, so this is scenario number 3, and this is an individual who has downsized their home, so they've sold a home and they've got some money coming out, and they need to figure out how to invest that money. This is a Facebook page, so this is going through Facebook.
Yeah, this is wonderful. Bankers using Facebook.
Yeah, there you go. This
Well,
is
you never know.
tomorrow.
So it's going to be a similar sort of thing. It's going to start off initiated by a text chat with the bot saying, what the hell's going on here?
Yep.
What do you actually want? And the bot is very, very quickly going to focus in on what the customer wants. And what does he want, Nancy?
Wants to know how to invest their money.
He needs some advice.
So the bot needs to figure out where to send this customer, and it's based on how much money this customer has to invest.
Yeah, as long as the bot doesn't send it to Banker 1 or Banker 2,
I think they're fired. So you can see the bot now is asking questions about amount.
Yeah. When did you last see your father?
But notice above, it asked about insurance. So it wasn't quite sure yet what this person was asking to do.
Yeah, so it's focusing in. It's collecting information and putting together the mapping, which hopefully will lead... Oh, and good. So Tom has decided that he's happy to talk to somebody in private client services.
Yeah, because the bot basically said, have we got a deal for you? Because you're such an important person, we're going to put you over to the private client even though you don't have the money to invest. That is the 500K limit.
Okay, so the bot is going to find an appropriate banker. And do we have an
Banker
appropriate
number
banker?
3.
Oh, there's a very good-looking banker out here. Okay, what's going on? In fact, Enrique, come out the front so the camera can see what you've got on your screen. So this one is going to work, isn't it, Enrique? Show your phone to the camera and tell us what's happening.
So right now, I just got a message telling me that this client on a given phone number is a customer of ours for 12 years, uses college funds, has an equity support for that, and he understands that age 59 and a half requires IRA. So now I'm going to call back this client and see what he needs. So I think it would be fair to show Tom's face to the audience and probably try to be the only banker that doesn't get fired amongst the three of us. So let's try to get a hold of Tom.
So what's the technology we're going to use for this? Try to answer very
So we are going to use our WebRTC SDK to get a hold of the customer that's integrated with the Lumen system. Let me see.
And this one is going to work. You said confidently.
Yes. Andy, can you tell Tom that I'm calling him? I can?
Okay, video calling.
Okay.
It's a hotel Wi-Fi issue. No, it is. We were having the same issue out there. It's just a little slower.
Said with true conviction.
Well, it is what it is.
Oh boy, not going through.
Oh, banker 3.
I'm fired.
Okay, well, talk us through what should happen.
So after we got the bot exchanging SMS with us and after interacting with the user, we would get a notification that the customer could not talk, could not understand the requirements of the user, and that he needed to talk with the banker personally. So I would get a notification using SMS, and I would be able to reach the customer using our mobile SDK and have a face-to-face call with him. And that's it.
Thank you, Enrique, Banker 3. So what we're seeing here is, do you want to say anything else to summarize that?
No.
Okay. So what we're seeing here is a mashup of a very, very capable, intelligent, very smart bot which can handle multiple streams, human language, and work out what's going on, which is then escalating and handing off to a WebRTC session. And what we were trying to show there was the fact that you can use multiple different transmission systems to link the whole thing together. So you're not tied to one single bearer.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, well, I thought it was pretty good anyway, even though perhaps some of the bits on the end didn't work properly. So can we have a quick round of applause for Nancy? Right, moving on swiftly. I think we might be ready now to talk small cells. So can I introduce Jimmy Chin, who is from Lime Microsystems. And we're going to talk about something which is extremely exciting, and that's software-defined radios. And whilst Jimmy's getting connected here, well, I'll just explain a bit of context here. If we go back about 3 or 4 years in time, small cells, an ENOB, a femto cell, would cost somewhere around $3,000 to $4,000. I know because I bought about a dozen of them to do testing of devices and SIM cards in a screened room. So £3,000 to £4,000, probably a little bit outside the realms of people at home and that sort of stuff. So what has happened over the last couple of years is that we've seen the introduction of software-defined radios who are able, these devices are able to synthesize waveforms and do amazing things, but all in software. And so Lime Micro, probably one of the world's leading manufacturers of this type of technology. And so I think I'll just shut up, Jimmy, and let you talk for a couple of minutes and explain what's going on.
Is this working? Everybody hear me? Oh, hi. I'm Jimmy Chin from Lime Microsystem. What I do, I look after the special projects. So basically that entails looking after operators and creating relationship with the ODM in Taiwan, etc., and creating relationship with everybody else, developers like yourself. So essentially what we're doing is to bring computer, well, what we're trying to do is to democratize the wireless network of the future. And democratize mean that we're using based on commodity hardware that anybody and from anywhere and everywhere can access to the technology and contribute to the wireless movement. So what we've done here is that we have a couple of USB developer boards, software-defined radio, and different versions of the technology for different capacities and different throughput. But the whole idea here, these are all open source. So all this board design, the software drivers are all open source. It's up to anybody to take it and customize it and to be deployed in any area they wish to go. And I apologize earlier. I didn't know my family picture was on the screen. But anyway, so what we've done, I think James mentioned earlier, we're going to do a demonstration based on commodity hardware. Basically, over there, what we have is a network in the box based on the x86 Intel i7 mini PC, and we're able to do a 4G or LTE video call. So this is what we will be doing, and so.
Yeah. Do you want me to fill whilst you just get ready to do the video call, or do you want to go on a little bit?
Do we
on
need to bring it over here?
No. How close? How far can we go with the camera? Do we need to bring the demo to you, or can you get over into the corner? Okay. Yeah, we'll do the demo over in the corner.
We can, yeah.
Okay, to give you a little bit more context here, when we put this demo together, we wanted to prove that we can use the Lime SDR radios with a number of different protocol stacks. So when we mapped this out, we decided that we were going to use a totally open source stack using the Open Air Interface, or OAI, backend.
Can I just add on to that? So we are opening up this platform to all developers, and so in a sense we're working with the OAI, but we're also working with the Quarters. They're doing the EPC, and also the Amerisoft, another French company that do the LTE stacks. So this is what we'll be demoing here. So basically the whole spectrum from open source to dollar value application. So so what we're doing here, is that I'm making LTE call now. So I'll be calling my colleagues, and then he will be passing the phone to people. Okay.
So this is working over LTE, I think on band 3, is it? Or which band are we on, Ricardus? We're on band 5.
Yeah.
So we're running...
Yeah, go show around. Go, give it to anybody. All of you are, in this demo, all of you are our bankers. It's okay, you won't be fired. And we want your money, so please. Okay.
And we're showing off here because this is not just VoLTE. This is not just voice. We're actually doing a ViLTE, which is video over LTE, which is a little bit more complex.
And
sorry? Thank you. Remember, Dean, where you saw this first. So
essentially here, what we have here is that we're demoing a private network, if you like. So in this room here, we can share videos, we can share, we can talk about, well, you can share any content really. All the application that from Andrew and from the other demo can be over this network too, can be over this software-defined radio through these.
Yeah.
So
what is significant here is we've got a complete mobile network in a box running on commodity hardware. So the one that we're using at the moment is actually the Quartus ECX.
EPC.
EPC.
Yeah.
No, ECX is the brand name.
Yeah.
EPC is what it does.
Yeah.
That's the problem with LTE and all this 3GPP stuff. It's full of these 3-letter and 4-letter acronyms. And it's all makes the whole thing very difficult to get into. But
yeah, but I think the other theme of this event, this summit, is that we're partnering with Canonical Ubuntu, especially with Martin here, creating App Store. So what we like to do also to engage developers, hackers, makers like yourself, to create apps on top of these network in the box. So LTE, this could be an app, You can download, you can purchase it from Ubuntu Snapcraft, Snappy App Store, and it can be a LoRa app, or it could be any other kind of application that any of you can think of, or anybody else can develop, and either be a open source or can be a dollar value attached to the app. So this is what we're doing.
Summarizing that, what we're saying here is that we can use multiple different waveforms. So we can do 2G, 3G, 4G, even 5G waveforms, perhaps with the narrow band IoT waveform, and you may even be able to run them concurrently.
Yeah, but
and with different software on the back end,
yes,
which you control.
That's right, you control, and also you can build on top of that.
Yes.
On top, not just talking about the wireless here, but on top of the services that you can create.
Okay, but you know what, Jimmy? There's one really essential bit missing, isn't there? You know what that is? If you want to run your own infrastructure and you want external people to come in and join you, you're going to have somebody providing a service in the back end which allows other people, say you've got an AT&T or a Vodafone SIM, to come in and roam onto your infrastructure. Because the problem with this at the moment, Jimmy, is that it's a little private network, and you've got your own private island of LTE, and that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Oh, I haven't shared that with you. We're going to become our private network operator as well soon.
Yeah, well,
sorry, James. No.
He's winding me up.
Yeah.
So, so what I'm trying to say here is that to make this really, really, really useful, you need to have somebody come along and offer some kind of service in the back end, which allows all these little tiny islands of LTE, the private islands, where you've got people doing ViLTE on their little private island, so that you can communicate with the rest of the world. And perhaps you might want to charge for services as well, that sort of thing. So not wanting to give anything away, because today I'm a TruePhone employee, but there may be somebody offering a service that does that in the near future, which you may like to plug into your private LTE islands.
Yeah.
It's all app-based as well. Just a snap away.
That's it, Snapcraft, that's right. I won't repeat what you said about Snapcraft yesterday, but anyway.
Okay.
So, Alan.
So,
okay.
What we haven't talked about, we talked about the Quartus ECX. Quartus is a commercial organization, and if you go to Mobile World Congress, you go to Hall 5, where all the small cell guys tend to hang out in their little corner. If you go behind the scenes, inevitably you'll find a Quartus box running the back end of all the small cell stuff. So it's more or less the default in the industry. There are other people who produce commercial EPCs and back-end bits and pieces, like Amarisoft. What's the name of the North American team who do it? There's another one in North America. A number of people who do this. But the one that we've been using is the Quartus ECX, and that's one we're using on the demo.
Yeah, exactly. Quartus has been very supportive, and they're good at what they're doing. But we're also engaging a lot of developers out there. So this is what we're doing at the moment with the Lime SDR, is going through a crowd supply campaign. Not so much for the funding, more on the developers, getting all the developers pledging for these boards that we have and develop their apps on top. Yeah, it's going up. It's okay. Thanks, Martin. But so this is what we're doing. You can see all the different kind of ideas they have. So what sort of thing they can develop and like to see in their network, or services they would like to provide. So this is opening up.
Yeah, and the wonderful thing about these software-defined radios is that they're not tied to one application. They can do lots of different things. So there are examples down here of some of the things that you can do. Just picking one out at random, ham radio is an interesting one, because last year I ended up in Chicago, and Andy and I ended up in Chicago at the TAPA, Tucson Amateur Packet Radio Group. They're the uber geeks of North American ham radio. And I walked in through the door and said, "Hi, I'm James. I'm here doing whatever, and the guy said, "Have you got a presentation?" I said, "Well, as it happens, I have to have this LTE small cell presentation in my pocket." And he ran away with it, came back, and 20 minutes later, I was on stage talking to the geekiest, hardcore geeks in ham radio in North America, inciting them to build ham radio LTE networks. And initially they said, we can't do that. And I said, well, I think I can. And at the end of it, I think there were a few people in the room who decided that they were going to build ham radio LTE networks. And the Lime SDR cards are exactly the sort of thing that they might want to use. In fact, because they're North American, possibly not.
No, they do actually.
They do.
Fact, yeah. In fact, they were the very first. They are the pioneer in terms of the making use of these wireless technology.
Okay.
And software-defined radio really enable them and to do what they're hobbies.
Yeah.
And from hobbies into all kind of different application. So yeah. It's great.
A quick question for you, Jimmy. I mean, how do people get into this software-defined radio? Because it's not the sort of thing that you wake up in the morning and you think, you know what, I'm going to build an LTE network using a software-defined radio. How do you get into it?
Actually, we make it very simple because we just the software-defined radio that we have, you just plug into your PC, your laptop, your computer, and if you can code and understand some coding, you can program it.
Well, in fact, if you can load us a snapped, is that the right term? A snapped app.
This is where I like to add on as well. So if you can program, you can do whatever you want. If you can't program, like myself, these are space age technology.
Yeah.
I will go to like a Ubuntu app store and buy the apps, or like to try out the apps. These apps, like I said earlier, it could be open source, could be free, and all the way down to $1 value worth app.
Okay, and the last little bit, we haven't really talked about the open source equivalent, OAI.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Anything you can say about that?
No, the OAI is there's a group of the open source community that are doing all kind of application. So OAI is one of them.
OAI is just, there are others. OAI stands for Open Air Interface. There are others out there, but it's just the one that we decided to use because
they've been involved from a very early stage before in the telecoms world. So this is it. And please, oh, you want to share something else?
I just wondered whether we could get a shot of the development Lime SDR device in its cardboard box.
Oh, I see.
Because
we've got the case of one.
Yeah, well, you've just got to see this. Where's the one in the metal case, the little tiny one? Yeah, here we are.
Oh, they've got it here.
Which one? No, the one in the metal case. This one, that's the one I'm looking for.
That's the one there, isn't it? Yeah.
Here we are. Just, there's a final bit, and then we'll move on. So this is an example of the Lime SDR device in its metal box. So possibly not quite production yet. In order to make this something that you can roll out in homes and on chimneys around the country, we've got to do a little bit of work. We've got to put an RF power amplifier on there, haven't we, Jimmy? So what the output of this is...
Actually, we do have deployment some of these in people's premises already.
Yeah, but what's the power level?
This is probably, with this phone, probably can cover up to about 20 square meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about DBM, all this stuff, because I don't understand it much, but about 20... With this device,
but luckily,
you can about 20
Jimmy,
meters.
I do, which is really quite useful. So for us to deploy these in something like a rural situation, we have to put a power amplifier on there. And the one that I favour at the moment, Qualcomm make a wonderful, wonderful lump of a chipset. Something called the RF360, which is what top-of-the-range Android phones use. And this bit of kit, it costs about $15, I think, for the chipset. It covers all 40 LTE bands and puts out somewhere between 500 milliwatts and a watt of RF power. and it actually has a built-in antenna tuning unit as well. So one of the big problems with something like this that covers virtually DC to light spectrum range is you've got to put an antenna on it, and trying to tune that can be a bit problematic. So having a device which has an antenna tuner unit on is a bit of a bonus.
Just one thing, I do appreciate if you have ideas, especially you guys are developers and have lots of good ideas. So please, please help. I mean, participate. I think that is the if you can, and this is open source for you guys as well. So everybody can contribute and participate. Thank you.
Brill. Well, thank you, Jimmy. God, that was a bit dangerous. And have we overrun? Where are we now? Next on the agenda is a live person bot demo. So, live person team, do you want to get set up? Who's going to talk about this? Jean will do the filler.
Okay, so that's another integration on chatbot, where a live person is providing on top of their messaging API a chatbot API as well, and I guess the best person for that is live person to talk about their API that they're going to do now. So we integrated basically SMS connectivity via RESTCOM and through phone SMS numbers into the live person messaging API for this demo. So we're
okay. The screen is a bit smaller, but I hope I'll manage. So first, I'd like to talk a bit about live person. So we developed a new messaging API. Our API is already in production, and you can see, for example, here this is the web agent, and we have agent from a call center connected to the interface, and we got consumers on a mobile app that will do a conversation with them. Basically, what I'm going to show is how to build an agent bot on top of our messaging API. The bots aren't really very smart. It's just a proof of concept to show how easy it is to write a bot. So we're going to start with doing a conversation. I'll send a message. I just need to scroll the screen a bit because it's too small. Maybe I'll do it like this. Okay, now we can see it better. Okay, so our routing bot answered my my message, and he asked me to select what kind of service do I want. So for now, I just want to change my address. And now I'm being redirected to another bot that is in charge of changing address. This is like an automatic service if someone just wants to change his billing address. So let's just type in an address. And what we've got here is it's displaying the map and telling me, is this the correct address? So I'll just click yes. And it's telling me, great, I'll update that address and transfer you back to the main bot. So we saw two bots here transferring from one to another. And we got a very simple echo bot. We'll just do the basic echo of the messages. I'll just send hi, and he'll send me echo hi. Great, that's very simple. So, but if we want to now, as a part of this dangerous demo, what I want to do is change live the functionality of one of the bots and show you how easy it can be to use to use a different functionality. So let's just change the EchoBot to a joke bot. I just want him to tell me a joke. So I've got here some joke API. Yeah, let's open one. Great, got this URL here. And it gives me a JSON. That's great. Let's take that.
Yeah, this is real modification of the code in real time without a safety net. Last time we saw somebody doing this in a dangerous demo, a large vendor was doing it, and unfortunately for them, the demo got ahead of the coding, so they got found out. They weren't actually doing it live, but this is 100% live with no safety net. So Eliran is just showing off how good he is. So those people who have lots of skill can get away with this. Those people who sell things by PowerPoint presentation cannot. I'm hoping this is going to work.
We shall soon find out.
Yeah, we have the audio plugged into your MacBook, so if the MacBook wants to tell us a joke, we might just hear it.
Okay, so this is the basic code, but I also want the UI to be a bit more nicer. So let's
so not only are you changing the underlying code, you're also changing the UI. So just think, how long would this take with a conventional IVR type application? You'd be talking about weeks, months. And here, Eliran's doing it in minutes. And there's a very real danger that it might even work. There's no stress at all. No adrenaline pumping through his veins at this moment in time.
Okay, so I think I'm ready. Let's just run the service.
That looks just so wonderfully command line, doesn't it?
Okay, it's running now, and it already sent me a message. Now it's a joke bot. Okay, so let's just type anything. Oh, here.
Did I plug the audio thing into the right device?
Right, got an exception.
Oh no!
Oh no! Joke with not a capital letter. Great.
So what was I saying about how skillful Eliran is? One of the best on the planet. But even the best on the planet got to get the context right. We will get a joke out of this, won't we?
Okay, let's see the joke.
Yeah, but is it going to speak it?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's not going to speak. I thought we were going to speak it.
It says it's not that.
Well, what was the joke?
Let's read it. It's not that the man did not know how to juggle; he just didn't have the balls to do it.
Well, I think Eliran has demonstrated that he does have the balls to do it. So, thank you, Eliran.
Okay.
Anything you want to add to the end of that?
Actually, we have another surprise.
Oh, there's another surprise. Yeah. There's even more.
Yesterday, we talked with John from Telestacks, and we also decided how about adding an SMS connector, and we'll do the same using SMS. So right now, I need volunteers.
Oh, this is audience participation time.
Yeah.
So get your phones out, everyone.
Yeah, so what I want to do...
This just proves that this is real.
So I just want you to send an SMS to this number, and you'll be actually talking to the bot.
So that number +1 201 241 3498. So +1 201 241 3498. Who's going to be the first person to?
Yeah. Do you have someone with a joke?
Yeah.
Do you have to write jokes? Yeah. Yeah, so let's just write jokes.
So has anybody else got a response back from the joke bot? Please.
Oh, I can see many visitors here. Yeah, we can see a lot of people here.
Yeah, what's the number
You're
again?
very active.
Eliran, what's the number? The access number?
The access number, John?
Oh, right. Jean has got a joke here, if you can get up close to that. Just to prove that the thing does in fact work. So there's a joke there on Jean's phone. It would be.
As an agent, I can also see the conversation.
So what does the joke say? I'm going to read it. It says, I'm reading a book about anti-gravity. It's impossible to put down. Sorry, it's cheesy. Brilliant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Eliran. Yeah, that was actually pretty good because that one worked. So absolutely brilliant. So the next little sequence we're going to go into is what it says on my list as the IXIA test sequence. And this is where we hand over to Arthur to put it, just to give us the context.
All right, so now we are talking about all those interesting and innovative services you can very quickly deploy. But when you are looking how to go from the dangerous demo to the production environment, you need some assurance. You need some help to build this assurance internally when you would like to deploy those services in your network. So we are working with network operators on one hand, on the other hand with the developers and companies working on those new innovative services and providing them tools and means to build this kind of assurance. So we'll now, Michael will present the way how you can take model for you as a developer or company create for your new service and then validate this model using traditional vendor tools. So in this case, this is IXIA, which is well-known player in the network testing domain. So you can utilize those testing appliances, virtual appliances or physical appliances to validate and understand the model you build for those services. Some example of those services you saw before, you will see also more later on. So, Michael?
Great. No, this one's on. Thanks. Hello again. So I'm going to walk you through a small presentation just on the scenarios to make sure everyone can understand what we're talking about. As you know, over the last couple of years, we've actually seen in dangerous demos. Last year, we deployed IMS cores. We loaded up with almost 100,000 users. Also, during that time, TADHack had conducted a demo where we, using microservices, created a conferencing system and then loaded up with approximately 2 million calls and scaled up in under about 30 seconds using a microservices architecture, as well as being able to scale down. And talking about dangerous demos, these are wonderful things, but when we're starting about putting things into production and growing up, as we talked about it internally in producing this, you know, the next part about it, anyone's going to put something into wide-scale use, is actually figuring out a good way to test it. So after it's been instantiated and configured, verify it, and then ongoing continuous verification and integration into, you know, business support systems, the BSSs of the world. And this is whether, you know, you're a carrier or whether you're a large enterprise. These things are very important. So what I'm going to walk you through a couple things today. Over on the table over there is a black box. It's actually a company called Ixia's, and they were kind enough to lend it to us for the demo today. And on there, what we've done in a NFV scenario, network function virtualization, commonly found in, you know, in the carriers moving towards deployment, is a way to actually test these systems once they're deployed on an industrial scale and a production level scale. We have a couple different scenarios. I'm going to stick with one today, and I'll walk you through them. A little bit about DataArc. Before, when I came up and gave the business example, skipped right over this. So we are a global technology and consulting firm. We help organizations, enterprises, either, you know, deliver projects, deliver software. We're not a product company on our own. We have 17 offices globally, and it keeps growing and changing, but around, I'll say, 2,300 developers and consultants on staff globally, and been in business for about 20 years. I run the telecom division of it, and we have different industrial practices like banking, finance, healthcare, media. So what we're doing is we talked a little bit about, you know, showing voice over, you know, LTE here. Well, if you're going to deployment, and I think I heard someone make a joke, you know, there's 2 people using it, but one of the impediments to that is actually being able to test and verify, because you know, one of the biggest features of it is different classes of services and quality, you know, QoS that's put into it. So Ixia has a product, and also they have these what's called security black books. And so what we did in working with them was took a test right out of their black book. These black books are downloadable from their website if people are interested. And this is how you should do voice over LTE testing. And we're going to actually go through and show, not this one, but the IMS testing in a second. And the idea is you get a customer experience out of it. You can just start understanding what your infrastructure can actually handle. And again, on their box, we have an environment that's set up, and we'll actually go through and actually do this test. As a generic VNF manager, actually, again, before we run out, just could you kick off the test? Are you going to do it? Okay. So it takes a few minutes. So in the background, I'm just going to have them kick off the test, so we won't have to wait for that as we're going through it. We're using Canonical's Juju environment as a generic VNF manager to control this. And what you're seeing is that we're going to go through and actually be able to deploy the software under test, deploy the test system, execute a test, and retrieve the results. Obviously, this plugs into a wider context of things like Mano and network element managers. But the idea is that this now scales in any environment that is using Juju as a VNF manager. You know, these tests can be brought in. Right? And so we can see is that as we deploy test in the visual modeling tool, we go from a bunch of disconnected pieces. I don't know if the lines are very visible up there, but using relationships where we're saying these other parts are connected, and that's what Juju is doing, actually going through, doing the configuration, and starting the test. So imagine if you're trying to deploy carrier class testing, or if you're trying to deploy large enterprise testing, it's one thing to just get the software out there, it's another thing to configure it, and it's another thing to keep it up and running and modeled to your environment. And so we like this, that it actually makes it, yeah, please go ahead and kick it off. It makes it much easier to, you know, implement the tests and continue to run the tests as you go forward with this. So the 3 scenarios that we implemented for Ixia, so as I mentioned, there's a voice over LTE quality test. There is a using Metaswitch and IMS core testing, volume testing, and a firewall testing scenario. And those are all present on here. In the interest of time, we'll just skip with one and talk about and show the results. At the output of it, what we're looking at is you get a very straightforward report, right? How did your environment actually function? Did it load properly? You know, do you think it handled the proper load on it? And then what was the quality degradation that goes over it? And certainly some people in here are going to be familiar with open source tools like SIP, and there are lots of other test tools are out there. With Ixia, you get, I will say that what we like about using them, it's a very comprehensive system, and they have those black books and their test scenarios, lots of them that are very applicable to very complex and diverse environments. So you can configure their systems to do lots of different types of tests and record lots of different types of metrics. So enough on the presentation. So is it running, or is it almost still going? Still in progress. We'll pull up a little bit. So let's take a look in the environment. So running over there on that box again is a complete OpenStack cloud managed by Juju, as we mentioned. So you can see lots of different networks that are going through it. Let's see which one's over here. So this is an example of the firewall configuration test. Try to bring it in so you can see the complexity that eventually gets involved. All right, so sorry for the size on it, but the idea is that there's lots of components if you're going to be deploying a firewall, and the firewall in this case could be a private service, can be virtual CPE equipment that's going through, and then configuring the test points and actually running it. So it's not just simply, deploying a piece of code and running against the firewall. So here's a scenario, and this is what it looks like to get it done. Over here, we're looking at Metaswitch's IMS. So Metaswitch's IMS core there's one version of it already available as a charm, so it's easy to deploy via Juju in an environment, and you get a complete functioning IMS core out of it. And it's going. Here again, we have a more environment where we also have telestacks involved. Where we're using the IMS core, and we're using telestacks as the SIP AS. So that's where the application server is. And so you can run the tests environment over this. Is it finished? Still running? Try not to get that dead time. I'll show you previous results. I think I think A result's just fine. All right. Still running that test. Hold on. So yeah, this is a test we ran a few days ago, but goes through, gives you information. There's a summary dashboard that we looked for, right? So you can see your average model scores, as well as key performance indicators, number of SIP channels that are handling it. So pretty standard test metrics that you see. And again, the concept here is that we're able to use Juju to deploy it, the entire environment. So we can deploy either just the test, or we can actually deploy the environment under test as well, run the tests and collect them. So again, the resolution on this is not great to see everything. We'll just walk you through everything. So again, the important point is once you manage to deploy all this great technology, you got to have a way to manage and monitor it going forward to put it in production.
There we have it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that, Michael. Very worthy test demonstration. And we'll move swiftly on to the next bit. So Werner, where are you? You need to come up and get set up. Whilst we're doing, oh my God, what's going on? Was that a bong I heard? Has anything happened?
Oh, I just killed it. And I just killed it.
Yeah, Werner, you need to get plugged in, don't you? Okay. Yesterday, Werner told us all about some of the marvelous bits and pieces that he's been doing with his LOL. What's it called? LOL. LOL tell, as in laugh out loud tell, which is part of Telenor. So we've actually called him out and said, Werner, your slideware was brilliant, but can you actually demonstrate it live? Because that will prove whether you're good or not. So get yourself plugged in. Meanwhile, yet another demo component hasn't worked quite as we expected. So we're going to do that once again. Is anything happening in the room? Just wondering whether anything might have detected something has happened in the room.
Never turn it off, just because of the handoff, so we turned it off.
You've turned it off?
Turn it off.
Okay, so I'll tell you what should be happening now. Well, there should be a very loud alarm ringing to warn us that there's a clear and present danger. And I would come rushing over here to apprehend this terrorist who's just happened to sneak in undetected into the room. But luckily, we've managed to, because we've got a terrorist detection thing, so if we unmask him, we find out that the terrorist is really none other than...
Not me. No.
Yeah, Dean Bubley.
I was put up to it.
They all say that. So basically what we were trying to do is at the end of the Ixia test sequence, which was really interesting, we were going to wake everybody up with a terrorist alert. Yeah, yet another one didn't quite go as planned. Yeah, something did go bong over there, but it wasn't quite what we expected, was it? No. So anyway, so we detected a terrorist. So I'm running back over here to say, Werner, you're not a terrorist, so we're going to have to move through this quickly because we're getting a bit compressed.
Oh.
So press your buttons very, very quickly.
All right.
Werner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so thanks for allowing me to show some of the things that I hope will work. As I told you yesterday, we are working on a full stack MVNO setup. And the main reason for doing so is actually to create some new interesting services. And I'll show a few examples now if things are working. So this is the test script. I'll ask a volunteer to give me a call. I'll give you the number. And I'll show you that this call incoming to me will be forked to the PC and the phone, as happened before. I'll pick it up on my phone, and then I'll transfer it to the PC. And if I'm lucky, I'll also be able to do that for the other party. So we will start out with a GSM to GSM call, and we will end up on PCs, both of us, without you having to install anything. And maybe
that's difficult.
Well, not in this setup.
Right, okay.
We'll
Do you think this is going to work, Werner?
Yeah, well, that's a different question.
Okay. So you're looking for a volunteer to dial, what, a Norwegian number?
Yeah, so this is how we get income, so termination calls. But I actually asked my French friend, Jean, to be the volunteer to call my number. And he's already doing that. Or he was. Okay. So Jean is calling me. And what's happening now, it's actually dialing in on my PC, and it hits the PC first. And by the way, this is actually a presentation, or an HTML5 page, the whole presentation. So I embedded the WebRTC endpoint in the presentation.
Yeah, do you need the audio off your MacBook?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I guess we can live without that. Now, I'm in the call with Sean. Hello, Sean. Nice to talk to you again. I would like to see you, though. But this is just a GSM to GSM call. And the other thing is that I'll see this now happening in the browser as well. So at the low left corner in the browser, you see that I'm actually in a call with Sean. So what I'll do now is I'll transfer the call from my SIM card and into the browser. And let's see what happens. So it was hanging up here. And Jean, are you still there? Yeah, I guess. It's on the loudspeaker here. Yeah, so what I just did was just to hand it over. I could also push it back. But what I'll show you now is I'll do the same trick for Jean. And he's not part of my network. So I asked Sean to go to a web page called phoneline.no. And he needs to enter his own phone number. And let's see what happens. What should happen is that he is also transferring his side of the call.
What do you mean should? This is going to work.
Yeah, this is working. Let's see.
We have faith.
Absolutely. So the call is still ongoing on my side. Okay. So what happened now was that there's no calls on the phones anymore. I'm talking to you from my WebRTC endpoint in the browser, and you can do the same. Now, the interesting thing was, of course, we are moving the call from one device on my side to, and the same for you on your device, so you're both on the PCs. And since we're on the PC now, why not do something more interesting with WebRTC? So what I'll do now, I would like to see you, Sean. So I'll enable video on my side. So I'm sending video now.
That is dangerous.
And I'll ask Sean to do the same. So I'm here. And let's see. Oh, there's Sean.
My Gideon. Well done, Werner.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, the same. You look beautiful. Now, what we did was start calls on GSM, and we both ended up in the PC. Now, let's say I need to go to my car, so I can now actually activate transfer to my phone again, and of course we'll lose video. But you should still be able to keep talking to your browser. So I picked up the call on my phone again, and we can continue the conversation. So it's seamless. Okay, that was demo number 1. Thank you. Okay. So that's one example of what should be possible with our setup. The next one is trying, as I think many people have been talking about machine learning and AI getting involved in the core services, and this example is trying to show that. So, if I'll ask Sean to give me a call again, I'll actually pick it up on the browser this time.
Yeah, I love the way that you're actually running the whole demo through an HTML5 front end. I mean, it's cool.
Yeah, it's
very risky.
Okay, so I was ringing on my phone as well, but to do this demo, I'll pick it up in the browser. So Sean, he's called my number, and we are doing a nice conversation about something. And let's say I want actually to understand a little bit better what he's saying by doing speech to text. Now, this will be in English. So by magic, I activated basically the speech to text engine. And the developer didn't have the time other than actually posting whatever comes back from the speech-to-text engine into Slack. So, Jean, if you're... Can you understand my English? My French? I guess not. Yeah. You're a beautiful developer, but they didn't understand what we said. Let's give it to someone that has English as the native language.
It's debatable some days.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Okay. Let's give it a try. Are you still there? You dropped. Okay. Oh, the drop.
Oh, it's recognizing something.
It's still on Michael. You can talk. Yeah. So, what will it recognize? Try to tell a joke.
Okay.
So there's this dangerous demo.
Oh, it's working. Now we go. Aluminium. Aluminum.
Aluminum. All right. Okay. Okay. So what happened here was that this could also be done for a GSM to GSM call. We can activate this on demand. And at the moment, this is connecting to Google's speech-to-text engine. We've been trying out IBM's Watson, and Cortana could be next.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it worked.
And it actually did work.
Yeah.
Eventually. All right. Then I had the final demo, if we have time for that.
Yeah, go.
Okay, sorry.
You're on a roll at the moment,
All right.
so you're
it
doing
actually
very well.
worked too.
And Daniel, you're up next. So.
Okay, yesterday I talked a little bit about something called if this then that. I just assume people are a little bit familiar with it, but if not, it actually integrates various services that can create triggers. Could be NPR, when they post a news article, that will be a trigger. And on the other side, you can have actions. So yesterday I played around with it, and I got an SMS whenever NPR published a news article with a link to it on SMS. Now, the idea behind if this and that is that anyone basically without programming skills should be able to create interesting services that can help them, get access to the resources on the internet. Now, as you see the logo LOLTEL, we have plugged that in as a channel for triggers. And also we have only one action, and that's to send an SMS. But I thought I would create an application, and actually we'll use this in a scenario. We'll actually have a gift to give out to some of you, so if you want to participate, we'll see what happens, okay? Now, while I set it up, please take a note on this number. +47 90 939397. And send your name to this number. But hold on a bit, we need to do the programming first. So if this and that, they call it applet. I'm not sure if that's a fortunate name, but anyways, that's the application that we're going to build. So what I want to make now is an application that receives your SMSs and adds your SMS and the content into a Google Docs spreadsheet. So it's easy for me to figure out who should get the prize. All right. Now, the way you program this is you select from some of these sources, and now it's going to be our LOLTEL. You get an SMS. You can do some filtering, but we accept any SMS coming in. And we say that created the trigger. That was how we activated our core network to share the incoming SMSs with if this, then that. Now, there's loads of services that can do something about this. We're going to do this with Google Drive. We're going to say, well, I want to add a row to a spreadsheet. And let's say, let's call it TED Summit. I see people sending SMSs, but it's not, the program is not active yet. So hold your horses. Now, what I'll do in this document, I'll add who it came from, and then my number, and when it happened, and the content. Let's see what happens. I'll just do this. So this was the programming needed to move your incoming SMSs into a spreadsheet, hopefully. Let's see. Okay, now the program should be active. Let's go to Google Drive and see it. Now, please send your messages. If you didn't remember the number, it's +47 90 93 9397. And here, the first message is in. This is now live, getting populated in Google Drive. I see your numbers. I see when it was arriving. And I see someone actively sending many messages. Lime SDR, okay, whatever. Okay, it's a great prize, so you should send a message. Anyways, this is just an example. So this was created from scratch in if this and that. And we could do other things like recording incoming calls. When they happened, I had talked to someone yesterday saying that they had a request from a lawyer firm that wanted to register the calls and the duration down to the second to be able to, oh, someone's calling me now, to be able to bill by the second. This would be a service that, I have someone calling me now. That nice tone is actually the call going in from a colleague in Oslo. All right, so this is what's happening. Now, let me randomly pick. I didn't see many names here. So Sean doesn't see this, so if you can say a number between 1 and 16, then let's see what happens. 30. So 13 is a phone. You talking out of the box, okay? So that was the commercial from 972. So that likes, oh, there you are. Then please come up and collect your prize. It's a nice pen made of the best wood in the forest. Thank you for participating. And those were the demos. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Werner. And for once, we had 100% success, so well done. Absolutely brilliant. Right, Daniel is going to come up now. We're going to introduce the next little sequence, which is going to be a bit of fun. The background to this is that we managed to get out of Canonical Marketing a number of these devices. This looks like a pretty bog standard phone, but it isn't. This is an Ubuntu phone. The operating system is not Android, but Ubuntu. And the great thing about that is that, you know what? You can get a command line interface on it. And if you get a command line interface on it, you can then install all kinds of stuff on it. So we thought of an instant challenge, which was we challenged some of the best brains on the planet to install absolutely outrageous things on these devices. And Daniel, father of Camaillo, is one of those. So you might have noticed over the last few hours, Daniel in a corner looking very focused and very serious. The reason for that is that he's been totally hacking this poor little thing to pieces. So in a second, he's going to show us what he's managed to put on his Ubuntu phone, and he's going to demonstrate what he's going to do to it. Poor little phone, I think, is just about to melt. Oh, I add to this, unbeknown to Canonical, I think we agreed to give away the phone to the winning contender. Canonical didn't know about this; they wanted the phones back, but we're going to give away the phone anyway. So, thank you, Canonical, for being so generous and good sports. And we're almost there. It's always the bits on the end. So next after this is Nir. I think, Nir, are you good to go? So introducing Nir Simonovic, sitting over there, cool as a cucumber, from Israel, one of the most, what's the word? Well-known. Well, could be weird, yeah, hackers. And has a long history of abusing telecommunication systems. And after that, have we got Mark White in the house somewhere? He's comparing. So at some stage, Mark will come running in with his Ubuntu phone. So in which case, Sam will do you directly after Nir, okay? Ready? Okay, all yours.
I think I'm ready. I'll see. Okay, so yeah, I got this phone yesterday, and after some digging the internet and so on, we kind of succeed to put some cool stuff on it. And the demo is kind of hard for me because I do a signaling server, so it's not that interactive with the people, but hopefully we'll manage something. And I was almost to quit because when I saw my friend Werner before doing those demos, I said there is no chance to eventually win. And I'm sure that he's going to have a bright future. So this demo is actually to kind of help him in the future. So here we are, the mobile world upside down. So we try to solve first world problems. As I said, Werner, I expect next year at that summit there will be a CTO of that big telco, you know, doing that cool stuff, live demo here. There is no other option for the telco to go forward. But if we have a summer event, maybe Alan will plan that. I'm sure that after he gives a keynote, he's going to just run on the beach because I will be on a big payroll that can afford that. But suddenly he gets an alert, you know. His core network back up there in the north, it's down. Do you think he brought the core network with him like a clone? Well, no. But as a smart CTO, I'm sure he will have one of these devices. So what we have right now in the core network of the mobile operators built telcos, we have clients all over the world, and I have a big data centers with servers there. And from now on, we just make that upside down. When the core network is down, we make the server on the device. So the challenge is actually, can we transform a big core network infrastructure into this? And now it's about you joining the demo. Again, not running yet. Just wait a minute. If you can get the IP address eventually, that would be the phone. I'll show it soon. You can choose any username, and the password must be the same as the username. Also, there is a link if you want to do a stress test on this phone. So what we have here, I have another Ubuntu, this time a desktop, where I will run SIP-P, flooding with registration. A code is down, everyone is unregistered, Werner turns on the phone, and then I will get a flood of registration. The idea is to see how the phone behaves, and eventually see the numbers in this performance test, and see if you can make calls at the same time. Where we have the phone, I'm connected via SSH, but I can actually show it also on this. If can be seen.
So this is proving that this is actually running on the phone.
So we have here the IP of the phone. I'm connected with SSH to, this would be like ngraph. We have James, I think, has connected already. But I haven't started Kamailio because I wanted to.
I'm trying to connect. I'm in there. So for those of you who've got soft clients at the go, it's 172.20.32.249.
So I put Kamailio development, as you can see here, because I wanted to crash it a bit, and it happened many times because I wanted to fix if I was finding something, because it's an ARM, it's a special device. I did crash it a couple of times, and I hope to get it again to make it a bit dangerous. But anyhow, now I'm starting it. I'm starting it from the command line, so you can see I have no installation, no package done. Hopefully you will be able now to connect.
I'm registered.
So I have people registered. This is the load on that system, and what I also did, I have here a small script that is checking the CPU just to make it easier for me. The script is not that complex. Okay. Here it is.
Yeah. As an aside, if anybody wants to call me, I'm James, all in lowercase.
Okay, so I'm starting this. Kamailio should be running, I think, yes. And now I'm going to Ubuntu to stress. Let me give first some, okay.
So you're not content with just letting it work with random people from the audience. You're also going to stress it as well. Oh, somebody called Fikri is calling me.
First, it's just making
Yeah. So does this
one call, so we see everything is fine. Okay, and now I'm going to stress test it. So if you can see the command and you are familiar with CP, it's sending 10,000 requests at a rate of 2,000 registration per second with authentication. So we ask for the password, we challenge back with 401, and then we accept the registration.
Rather unbelievably,
Okay,
we've actually
so now
got a
let's see.
video call from a member of the audience here.
We have here, you can see counting already. We are CPU 1, so not that big yet.
And Jimmy, I have to say, the video quality on Daniel's Ubuntu phone system is even better than the Lime Micro demo.
So I think we went down with
Have we broken it?
all, no. We have all the messages sent and all received 200 OK. There are some retransmission due to network. I couldn't fix that yet. I need to get access to the data center to put priority on my system.
Well, I've now got multiple calls coming in on my iPhone.
But then, what should be also interesting, one moment, is that.
So we're on a call with Sam now. Can we go to video? More.
So
Start
the CPU
video.
is quite, video
not
low. Where is the here? So I put a limit only trigger kind of an alarm only if we get higher than 30. So let's make it 3 just to. And I'm gonna start again. Hopefully this still has battery, yep. So I'm going to start the test again. Oops, no.
So we're going to completely stress out your Ubuntu phone. Well, what's going on? Somebody else is calling me. Pika's calling me now. Let's accept the call from Pika.
Still no high CPU.
Oh no, Pika's gone.
Okay.
So anybody else wants to give me a call? Oh, there's Pika having another go again. So this is working. This is live. And so whilst Daniel's attempting to stress out his poor little Ubuntu phone, my iPhone, so there we go.
Let's make the CPU limit even lower.
Unfortunately, Pika can't support video, which is unlucky, really. So the question is Daniel's Ubuntu phone going to melt before the end of this demo? Oh, we got Andy Smith now. End and accept. See whether Andy Smith can support video. Oh, Andy, you've gone. Try again.
And on high CPU, I get this. So when we get high CPU on this, Kamailio detects and triggers an event on the phone. So I downloaded from the web quickly before. So I think that's my demo. Hopefully it didn't crash.
Well,
I couldn't more than this.
That is pretty amazing. So that's demonstrating how lean and mean Kamailio is.
And Werner, contact me offline.
Brilliant. Okay, Nir, I don't know how you're going to follow that one, but bring your Ubuntu phone up and let's see what you can do with that. And Sam, you're on after Nir.
I believe Matthew, Matrix Fame, has sorted his as well.
Oh, is Matthew in the house?
I am, but I'm not sorted.
Oh, right. This is typical Matthew. Matthew always does this with dangerous demos. He's always at the back. He says, oh, no, I can't do it. I failed. But then he sits at the back of the hall going, oh, Cody. And then at the very last moment, he rushes on and comes up with the most amazing demo.
just to give the conclusion, because I forgot about this. So these are the numbers from a real telco presented at Camaillo World. I stress it with like 2,000 registration. They got like 500 call setups per second in peak. So that's a real telecom in Germany with over 12 million connected lines. So probably this is my observation with the CPU usage in terms of pushing more and more or less load on that. And think that's at the touch of your thumb. You have it in your pocket always. Imagine what a man can do.
No. Well, we've been doing it, haven't we? We've been using OpenSir and Camaillo for the last 12 years.
Who knows, James, who knows what has in the backpack, right?
Yeah.
So has a core infrastructure now, a big one.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, quick introduction. For those of you who don't know Nir, he comes from Israel. I've known him for many years now. He definitely has a reputation for abusing telecommunication systems. He hacks them, he protects them against it, and as soon as you're ready to go, make a noise. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Can you make that? Can you make that any smaller?
Sorry.
No, just make it a bit bigger. Is that Ubuntu you're running on your MacBook?
Yeah, I had to.
Yeah, I'm looking at Martin. Martin's nodding. He likes that. That's a cheap trick to enhance your chances of winning an Ubuntu phone, isn't it? Very cheap trick.
Let's see if I can get this a bit clearer.
Of course, if you had a running macOS, then you just press Command and plus, and it would be very easy. But
is that any better?
It is a bit better. Yeah, we can read that. I think just about. Yeah. The important thing is it looks half decent on video. So tell us.
Okay.
Control plus.
Control plus. There we go.
Oh, there we are. By the power of Ubuntu. Look at that.
That sounds like the exorcism.
Okay, so tell us what you're going to show us.
So, you said Control plus, right?
Yeah, bearing in mind that Nir received this Ubuntu phone yesterday about lunchtime? Dinner time, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so James comes up, says, can you get Asterisk to run on this one? And in order to actually see that Asterisk is running on it, I'm just going to open it here. Takes a bit of a hack to do it, I have to admit. It took about 4 hours. By the way, this phone is now useless. No OTA, no nothing. You need to actually flash it from scratch. So if you can come here and take a look at this. So you can actually, oh, you can't see that. So you can actually see. Use microphone. Okay, whoops. You can actually see the Asterisk CLI running on it. Okay, I've got it also up on the monitor, so you're able to see what's going on.
Okay, so we proved that it's working. So what are we going to do with it now?
Right. So what we're going to do right now is the following.
And standby audience. There may be another opportunity.
There is participation here, and this is it. So what I want you guys to do is any of you who has a SIP client is welcome to use the following credentials. And I'm going to let each one of you just a couple minutes, a minute or so, just to get online. Okay, so the user is test, and this is the IP. Password is also test. So log on. The minute you log on, you need to dial 2000. So the one thing I couldn't do is figure out how to crash this. And what we're going to do right now is everybody's going to... How many guys have we got here with the SIP phone? Sorry. Anybody with SIP phones? So, okay, anybody who logs in, just dial 2000. What? Oh. Test. So just dial in 2000. The minute you're in, you're going to be inside a conference bridge.
So the first thing you've got to do is you've got to register on the Asterisk box.
Okay.
Which is...
Everybody got that?
So the username is test, password is test. Yeah. The IP address is 172.20.38.84. 33. Sorry, 33 is it?
33.84.
So 33, I copied it. That's probably why mine's not working. 33.84.
Okay, so going to start the console again here, just to see it running. And it crashed on us.
No.
No. That's a good one.
I can see an Ubuntu phone going in the direction of Daniel. But the fact you've screwed yours up in an attempt to make sure it doesn't go back to canonical, that's very clever.
Okay, so we got people dial. Can somebody dial in? I'm going to dial in as well. 2,000. We got top running at the back, seeing what the actual load is going to be. Can you guys?
So I'm guessing that 2,000 will be a conference bridge. Oh, I'm registered. There we go.
So we already have 3 people in.
So here we go. So dialing, so for the camera, dialing 2,000.
Okay, I'm going to dial in from here as well.
Has that worked? Yeah, I'm in the conference bridge as well. There we go. I'm on a conference bridge.
Everybody can hear each other?
So we're actually on a conference bridge on, hosted on Near's Ubuntu phone. That's
Okay.
pretty cool. Let me put that on speaker.
And actually, the machine is not even loaded right now, so we can actually see it running the load average about 0.
Right, somebody who's on the conference bridge, say something just to prove it's working. There we go.
So if anybody wants to use this phone as a small office PBX, looks like it's working.
Yeah, don't tell Moshe that. He'll be running around selling it to everybody.
Moshe, I think you've got a problem.
Yeah, he's got a pen, so that's okay.
Yeah, he's got a pen. This is basically it. I wanted to get WebRTC working on it, but ran into some serious issues with the browsers.
Now that would be sheer lunacy, wouldn't it? Running a web
Yeah.
RTC service
Yes, that would have been
hosted
lunacy.
on an Ubuntu phone. That
Just
is
a
sheer
bit.
lunacy, isn't
That
it?
is a bit of lunacy, I admit.
Yeah. But running a full SIP PBX with a conference
Yeah,
bridge
that's not
on
bad.
your Ubuntu phone, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
So, Near, thank you very much. Round of applause for Near. Woo. So very quickly, Sam, we're running out of time. We need to move this on because otherwise we're going to run into lunch. And we know whose fault it is. Somebody was burbling about small cells earlier, and that was written. So you can blame that person. So Sam is not actually going to show us a hacked Ubuntu phone. Sam is going to show us, well, a bit of Nexmo hackery. Now, Sam said he was pressured to do a demo, and he said, you know what, I've got so much going on, I can't do it. I'm just timing out. But then 5 minutes before we started, Sam came running up and said, well, I've done all my other stuff. I can now do a quick dangerous demo for you. So by the power of Nexmo and the brain of Sam, here we go. So over to you, Sam.
Just going to get the resolution a bit better.
Perfectionist as always. Not only are you doing the demo, you just make the resolution right as well.
Okay, so yeah, as James said, this is something actually I've been working on as part of another project. That's really too high, isn't it? No, let's go there. So this is some stuff we announced last week. Where's Thomas? Last week, wasn't it? The Watson. 10 days ago, yes. So we demoed a thing at not World of Watson, the Watson Developer Conference with IBM. They've got a whole self-AI bot platform, and we have built a connector to that, which is quite cool, the bot integration. What I'm going to show you here really is the technology that's actually enabling this connector. So we have a voice API, much like many of the other voice APIs, that allows you to build kind of the obvious modules, talk, to say things and play audio and collect input and connect to endpoints. Those endpoints typically are phone numbers, SIP endpoints, that kind of thing. What we've actually also built now is a WebSocket as an endpoint. So this is sending the audio of a call over binary WebSocket messages to a server. Now, the kind of cool thing with this, forget so much about the browser stuff, but we're now bridging between the telephony world of SIP and phone calls and sessions and ringing and answer. But all of these kind of bot AI platforms, they don't really understand the idea of a call and SIP. What they're used to exposing is WebSockets. They take a straight, open a TCP connection and start streaming audio to them and back into and from them. So that's the language that Microsoft Cognitive Services speaks, that Watson speaks, that Amazon Alexa speaks, that all these internet technology platforms. So what we've really got here is we're bridging the two worlds. So the little demo I have on my phone is I'm going to make a call into our voice platform, And then I'm going to connect that WebSocket to a little relay server I've built, which is really just taking the WebSocket in. And I'm going to connect from a browser to the same WebSocket server. So I'm going to push the audio down to the browser, which we all know we can do with WebRTC, but the attentive one, you'll notice this is running in Safari. So this is not WebRTC, because Safari doesn't do WebRTC. This is WebSockets and Web Audio, so two very standard web technologies. If I connect that, and then make the call. Please don't anyone else dial the number, because it's not really set up for multiple calls yet. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Connecting to the audio.
So that's our voice API, and now we're bridged to the WebSocket, and that's coming down. Mute that one. Here, the echo. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
So there's maybe a second of latency on this. This is kind of going through a bit of a hack server at the moment. But the interesting thing with this is now just a one-way audio stream. So we're not doing conversation. I'll put that down. We're not so much building this for a real-time conversation thing, but imagine the kind of things of all-hands calls and stuff where you have like 5 people talking and 200 people listening. We're broadcasting the audio into the browser. And I'm just pushing that through the Web Audio visualizer, which is analyzing it. The quite cool thing, the actual code for this entire page, including a little bit of CSS. It's a single-page demo. We've got some CSS up here, a bit of HTML for the layout, and a little chunk of JavaScript. The whole thing is 86 lines with no libraries, no plugins, nothing, just using native WebSockets, native Web Audio.
Wow, well, that is powerful. That is amazing.
So really, it's the technology that's the potential for this. The demo is pretty crude.
I think you're going to have a number of people from the audience coming and finding you afterwards, because that is so useful. There's 1,000,001 things you can do with that.
Cool.
Brill. Thank you. Right, have we got Mark White? No, we don't have a Mark White. He's still doing what he's doing. We have a Matthew Hudson looking very stressy. Have you got anything that works, Matthew? Yeah, well, we've probably got about 2 minutes before we need to go to lunch. So, 2 minutes, quickly. You will be the last one, I think. We haven't got any more last-minute demos hidden up our sleeves. So, Matthew talked to us earlier. Matthew is the father of Matrix, which is the most amazing federated messaging thing. First time I met Matthew, it was actually at a TAD Summit 2 years ago, and he gave a presentation. He had me hooked at the 45-second point. I thought, crikey, that is ambitious. If you can do that, I will be totally amazed. And he has only, over the next 2 years, proceeded to do it. So. Okay, you're up. You're looking blankly. Tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, so first of all, the plan for the dangerous demo was to show the entire Matrix stack running on the Ubuntu phone, predictably enough. The only slight catch is that we're in the middle of shipping end-to-end encryption literally today, as in we're doing our App Store submissions, and predictably enough, there are some complications when you try to suddenly add end-to-end encryption into all your apps. So I've spent all morning on the phone to Apple rather than doing my dangerous demo, until 20 minutes ago when I decided to try to install it all anyway. So what you can see here is the entirety of the Matrix code base, not very slowly, it's actually kind of fast, going and installing on the little Ubuntu phone here. And it's about 90% done. And I was kind of hoping that everybody else would run so late that we would never see whether it came together in time. But I'm not sure that it's worth risking just sitting here waiting for it to finish running. And then what we'd do is to run a server on it, which is a bit like the Camellia or the Asterisk. Instead, it would be a Synapse. The problem is that Synapse is written in Python, and it has all the dependencies in the world. It's got things like the Python image library, so it can do thumbnailing. It's got a turn server. It's all got all sorts of fun stuff in there, and an awful lot of crypto. And as you can see, it's building all of these crypto libraries right here, and each one takes a good couple of seconds. So unfortunately, I think the chances of that finishing in time is very slow. So shall I show you something totally different very quickly? 30 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Go for it. Go.
So on right, here's right. Let's go to Matrix HQ, which has got 5,000 people in it, and start a video call like that, and see who joins. And if anybody in the audience wants to join, let's see how many people we can get on the free switch, which is running this conference, assuming, of course, I can even dial into it. Okay, so there's me. I'm going to take my iOS phone here. Beautiful image quality here. And dial in 2 from my iOS client. Come on, somebody else should join in.
Well, I'm trying to join. So here we are.
Is
so
it?
there's my Riot client on my iPhone.
Okay, so I'm going to dial in.
So the camera's looking at this. Will this work?
Oh, somebody's joined.
And it might be the camera. Actually.
I'm on 3G here, so
who's
that's
that?
never going to work. Oh, hello.
Who's
that's
that?
the office. That's back in London. So that's Frisbee and Boomerang, and that's Dave Baker in the UK office. Hi, Dave. We're trying to get as many people as possible to join in. Can you get everyone else in the office to join in? Hopefully some people here will too.
Trying hard to on my iPhone.
I think we might be destroying the network here.
Yeah.
Let's see whether the build's finished at the same time. No, the build's still going. Oh, God, it's doing OpenSSL.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I think we can...
more people are coming in.
I just joined.
Oh, hello, James. Oh, we've got Moshe. Perfect.
But I don't know where...
I want to know how high this can go. Come on, people. Go to matrix.org or, sorry, go to riot.im and hit the video button. That's basically all it needs.
I'm in a voice conference. Oh, no. Look,
no, you're there. You're definitely there.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, you've just lost video coming in on your side for some
reason. So you can see the camera, but the camera can't see anything because we've got one-way video. But that's entertaining. Oh, look, we've got hundreds. There's Moshe I can see there. Well done, Moshe. Andy Smith is there.
Hello, Andy.
There's all the usual suspects.
I don't think we've ever gone above 9 on this server. I mean, it should be able to do it fine. I've been kicked off the hotel Wi-Fi on my phone, which is just annoying. Anybody else going to join? No, you want to?
This is really quite dangerous because there's so many moving parts in this, including the hotel Wi-Fi. So I'm looking at Alan now. Alan, do you think we can find 2 minutes at the beginning after lunch? Because we really do need to go to lunch. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, perhaps we can find 2 minutes somewhere in the afternoon where we can just show at the end, at the very end.
I'll try my best. Yeah. Okay, thanks everybody.
It's lunchtime. Whoa.
Oh, we got another person in.
So apologies for running over. It was a bit of a rush, and we know who to blame for running over, don't we? Yeah, all my fault. So if you would like to very quickly... Oh, sorry. Yeah, we've got to announce the winner, haven't we? Quickly, Martin. Martin, we need to go to lunch.
So I decided to ignore my marketing department who don't respond, and if there's a snap version from Camellia Asterix and Matrix coming, then you can all keep the phone. Is that a deal? Perfect.
Yeah. Well, you've already got a phone. Yeah.
You're lucky.
We have a winner. So absolutely brilliant. Right, we need to get into lunch quickly, people, because otherwise we'll be running late. So thank you very much. And everybody needs to be back here for 2:20. 2:20 back here. The timing is very tight because we have remote people coming in, so we can't slip the time very easily.
Okay, how was that? Good. Let me see if I can share my slides and see how that works. Um, okay. How's that working? Perfect. Yep. Okay. I can hear you fine. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Let's just keep the connection up. I'm fine. Yeah. Great.
Okay, everyone. So I've told them that we're starting. So I'm going to talk for a minute. Tends to encourage people to stop their conversations here, and also to encourage the people out there that are grabbing the desserts to come on in. So it was an interesting morning. We had some great presentations covering a whole variety of use cases around telecom app development. We broke into 3 sessions. I was really proud to see on the TAD Summit site the 3 streams running in parallel and amazing content going across. I think our dangerous demo was, as I said, the most dangerous that we've had because we had several failures. It's always, I feel, a little bit of a cheat if we don't get some failures, and definitely we had a few failures there, so that was great. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce somebody that I know many of us know. I'll let him introduce himself. So I'll just hand over to Vish, who is, after being in big corporate, is now joining the world of startups. So with that, over to you, Vish.
Listen, I just wanted to first just mention how grateful I am for being able to present in front of the team today. I've been spending really the past 6 months or so having some conversations with a few folk who I respect within the telecom industry, and those erupted into a series of thoughts or observations about where we thought the industry was going. And I've since kind of put out some of those thoughts in a series of web blogs, and it was culminating, I guess, in this instance, to hopefully kind of string together a set of coherent observations that give us a bit of a mental model to understand where the telecom industry is going, because I think that tends to be the question on everyone's lips. Certainly, as you kind of take a look at some of the activity that's underway today, it seems hard to read the tea leaves. So I think without a doubt, there's a, let me, here. Without a doubt, it's, I think, fairly evident to most folks that we're hitting a bit of a telecom tipping point. And when you Google telecom tipping point on Google Images, is what you get. It doesn't seem that awe-inspiring, but I think really what I mean by this is not so much that we've usurped the PC era, or even that we've hit saturation of mobility. I'm really talking about a broader model of really how the industry itself is moving through a life cycle from what Carlota Perez calls an installation to a deployment phase. And this is a very kind of slippery tip because the industry can start to fall into any number of different tracks. And I think it's exciting to be at the precipice of that. But it also creates a lot of confusion and instability within the industry. And so I wanted to explore a little bit what are the reasons behind that, and how can we use some of that understanding of where the positions are today on the chessboard to understand what the next move should look like. And so I'm going to talk about three basic observations. One is this notion of technology versus practice. The second, I want to talk about this peaceful wonder cycle that happens when something that was a product transforms itself into utility, and how the economics around that starts to reshape the dynamics of the industry. And then using that bit of situational awareness, I want to talk a little bit about how we could explore different business model strategies that help us to really reimagine how we can create, deliver, and capture value within telecoms. So I think, without a doubt, there is, I think, great awareness amongst the teams that network architecture is changing. I've been in telecoms for a number of years now, and I started off in the early days where we had specialized products, and in fact, we designed those specialized products ourselves, and we would use scale-up types of architectures that were highly centralized. Because the mean time to repair for a lot of this technology was very, very high, we would have to use high availability techniques, so N+1. And because of the mission critical nature of what we were developing, in these cases, voice services, we had to do a lot of disaster recovery testing for continuity. And over time, what happened is a new computer architecture really took hold. And that started to subscribe to the distributed systems that were scaled out and didn't have shared dependencies between them. That you didn't really have to worry about, cluster high availability. In fact, you could design for failure, and that you could have an instance take over the state from another when you developed your applications to be truly stateless. And in fact, there was a sufficient compartmentalization and scale within your network that you could actually run on a continuous basis, events and software that could actually try to take down your network so that it was continually being tested. And this is this notion of chaos engines. And the key observation here is that we're moving from a life cycle of product to good enough commodities. And this is a fairly unstable time within a lot of operations teams within telecoms and with any other type of network provider. Because while we recognize these technologies coming out and they manifest themselves as things like network function virtualization, they manifest themselves as being able to fortify networks to create better traffic engineering in my systems. They don't necessarily have a sufficient set of operational best practices. And with the evolution of technology to technology management, we've, I think, started to hit a front where operators are starting to try to embrace these technologies, but they don't actually know what it is that they need to do in order to truly exploit them. And in fact, you've heard a lot of these new types of processes, whether it's DevOps or Agile, the shell of many telcos. And you're seeing a very distorted view of them in many cases. There's a lot of CEOs who walk around saying, I want some of that Agile stuff, or I want us to API everything. Or in fact, what we should really do from an IT perspective is put up a bimodal two-speed IT system. And the peril that comes with that kind of discussion is that it doesn't really get to the root of why, in fact, you're trying to do these things. What's the value of taking what is a whole set of new tools that are cropping up in the industry and exploiting them for agility and operational cost reduction within a telco. And there's this notion of these different types of archetypes that operators could try to undertake. And certainly there's an understanding of agility, but there's a growing understanding that agility isn't enough. It's not about from moving one point to the next. It's about more of a continual process. And we're just starting to hit what those best practices for something like an anti-fragile organization would look like. And so this notion is evolved more slowly than best technology has been what's holding back a lot of the industry. It's a massive embrace of technology, not a great understanding of what are the processes that need to be in place to actually take these technologies to advantage. And I think what you'll find is that a lot of telcos, a lot of network operators will start talking about large transformation projects. If you're in the consulting biz, you love transformation projects. It means a lot of money is going to be spent. But there is, an error in the assumption behind transformation projects. That error is that I'm going to move from this one state to this next state. And when that next state comes, boy, it's going to be really, really great. As opposed to that, this is actually a process where I'm continually trying to adapt because change is coming so quickly that the actual capability that I'm trying to build is an ability to reduce the cost of change. And that's a very different principle that hasn't necessarily been recognized within many of the telecom companies that I've had the pleasure of knowing. And this notion of how do you navigate that is also being interpreted as a one-size-fits-all type of mental model. So you'll hear a lot of different IT and even network organizations talk about we need to be agile, and let's set up scrums and let's put up notification cards and have Kanban systems. All of these things are I think very pursued topics of capability that you'll find as a discussion point in almost any telco today. I think the issue here is that it has its place, but it's not a one-size-fits-all type of capability. You don't want to apply agile techniques to, for instance, something that you really just want to reduce the cost of deviation for. And that might be your batteries, or it might be your server equipment, maybe any type of capability that has accrued a tremendous amount of functionality that's dependent on it working. And that's where you still need to have Six Sigma type processes to understand what deviation is. And then you have in the middle a whole series of products that have to be managed very differently than you do with something. And that's applying a lean methodology so that you can reduce waste. And this life cycle of capabilities of component piece parts across any different organizations, IT, network infrastructure, needs to be managed as a kind of a horses for courses kind of system. And this is something that Simon Wardley speaks about quite vocally, and encourage you to read some of his thoughts and blogs on this topic. But having said that, this is also where you see a breakdown in things like two-speed ID, where they polarize things between Agile and Six Sigma and forget the middle part. Because you can't have a steady stream of things moving from an Agile environment directly into a Six Sigma environment. It needs to pass through a product phase where the system can learn to scale, become robust enough that it can take on sufficient mass of mission critical capability. And so this system is not two-speed. It's a system that has, in fact, three very definitive cogs in order to make the machine run. And when you look at all that, and you take a look at what's out in the industry, there's these massive questions that telcos have that they're all struggling with. And it's this notion of, well, do I go to my vendors and buy highly specialized capability for big price tags in order to get into this model of having sufficient agility in being able to run that continuum all the way to my full operational process being hardened around these technologies, or do I actually invest in engineers myself and avail the organization of the very excellent open source capabilities that are out there. And what you'll actually see is within most of the industry is that there's a U-shaped adoption curve where you'll see that, kind of very small or agile, like wireless ISPs, those types are actually taking the do-it-yourself approach, just simply because the cost of the equipment, whether it's, buying a large automation, they're too expensive. So they're going to do it on their own. And then you'll find very, very large organizations who basically have to pay license fees that are just extravagant. Will also take it on. So this would be, the large tier one telcos, or even if you take a look at, some of the larger digital players in the field like Amazon or Facebook, they tend to take this approach. So it's interesting that Gartner, of all places, would have to evangelize this notion that we need to start to take a very definitive move between investing in specialized network components to investing in specialized network skills. And so this is very much a case of building the organization, the people required to actually create that agility within your organization so that you can continually adapt. So why is all that happening? Why do we need to change out the skill sets in telecom? And the answer is, kind of been answered in a number of different ways, depending on who you talk to. My perspective is that what's happening is that we're moving away from a product to a utility in terms of what we're managing. And this is very similar to what has happened with compute, where compute was a server that you bought from a company like HP or Dell. And then it started to commoditize as virtualization came in and capital efficiencies and multi-tenancy could be extracted when it became a cloud capability. Something very similar is happening to network. And, if I take a look at the journey to cloud computing, and you could kind of pace it, this is a illustration that VMware put together to kind of describe their contribution to the field. And what I've kind of added in is a set of descriptions around what the innovation and the benefits were. So as we had discrete servers, you had different applications that were deployed on those servers, and that's the way you segregated and managed. As you brought in virtualization, you were able to consolidate. You gained a tremendous capital efficiency, and you were able to defer expenses. This is a great thing for enterprises. You're able to get to multi-tenancy because you noticed that you could do arbitrage, and this whole notion of capacity on demand within your compute facility suddenly became a reality. Automation orchestration was large. Cloud management services started to come in. And that really started to lead the way into the IaaS business model and the notion of cloud computing. I think a similar journey is now happening at the very root of telecom. I think this journey is happening from a network capacity perspective, and it's been forced because of the changes that we've seen in compute architectures. But there's some problems in trying to get there. The big problems in moving to what I'll call kind of a cloud network has been that as we've moved from the switch router box era into network function virtualization, there's been some resource starvation in terms of, is there sufficient bandwidth liquidity out there to get the type of multi-tenancy that we'd like? Sure, we can use the VLANs, but we don't have the abundance of bandwidth that we would like to be able to create an arbitrage system of capacity on demand. And in fact, the only way we can do that is in very discrete instances, like on an optical DWDM ring, where I've deployed the capacity and now it's depreciated. But because we haven't bandwidth, this notion of liquidity and capacity on demand is actually very difficult to actually exploit within the networking world. And I think really trying to models to liberate the business so you can actually have a way to do arbitrage on capacity. The mobile cord initiative that AT&T started, as well as notions at a piece part like cloud radio access networks, are so we're close, but we're kind of not there yet. And the question is, what's it going to take for us to get there? Now, as I've had this conversation, I've had a number of different, challenges to the notion that this liquidity event in terms of bandwidth being massively and easily available, such that it can reduce the cost and risk of experimentation, is already there. And you can kind of see this in two instances. When I look at a company like Akamai or a content delivery network, its whole existence is based on the fact that if you look at the middle in the global mile of the internet, capacity is there in abundance and it's super cheap. And so a company like Akamai can build an overlay network to deliver content across that available capacity. And that capacity is largely the inter data center links, the private peering links, the transit networks that are the core of the internet. And that core has kind of evolved to a massively dense paired infrastructure. And that's because the cost of capacity has come down so precipitously. So companies like Akamai Content Delivery Networks now can carry the substantial amount of the internet core traffic. They carry well over 50% of internet traffic today. And that's largely because bandwidth has become utility in the global and the middle mile. The place where it's been struggling has been in the first mile. And we're starting to see the weak signals of first mile bandwidth arbitrage. And you're seeing this come on the back of technologies like network function virtualization and software-defined networks. You're seeing an outcropping of something called software-defined wide area networking. And companies like Ariaka, like Velo Cloud and others are starting to dominate this space, where they're providing overlay tunnels on top of very low cost local loop technology. And they're competing now with MPLS port technology because it can be offered so cheaply and with sufficient security and quality that an enterprise is willing to run the cloud traffic across it. So we're seeing the first signs of it, but it's starting, or rather, it hasn't really gotten that terminal velocity it needs to truly become a commodity. And so I want to talk a little bit about that notion of how do things become commodity. And a lot of the problem within first mile is around the fixed costs. And a lot of people, tend to confuse, the notion of, how much does it cost for a mobile connection? And, AT&T or Verizon is making a ton of cash off my back. And, the marginal cost of carrying my bits are very, very low. That's true, but not true. The way telcos work is they have to spend a lot of money to deploy all this stuff. And that money is in the form of a ton of fixed costs. They need to basically set up a cell site for minimum 1,000 people coverage, and it might cost them upwards of somewhere around 20,000 to 30,000 a year to maintain that. So that's a high fixed cost for 1,000 people. That's assuming those 1,000 people are actually subscribers. So the way you actually break even is that you have to have adoption rate, and that's why telcos are obviously, critically aware of what their subscriber rate is. It's almost a winners take all market, because as you build out all that capacity, you gain the subscribers, the marginal cost or the operating income starts to go up. So this is a pretty critical understanding that you need to have of mobile networks and of any type of wireline network, is that they operate on something called operational leverage. Now, what's happening is that those fixed costs are starting to drop. And they're dropping for a number of different reasons. The equipment costs are coming down, Moore's law. We're finding that, there's different spectrum regimes. In fact, the unlicensed spectrum regime is starting to gain traction here in the US. With companies like Comcast and the cable consortium coming in. But there are some dominant poles that are restricting the ability of first mile networks to be reduced in cost. And that's cell site leases in its labor costs. Backhaul as a recurring cost is also a significant pole in the economic equations. Now, there's certain things that are happening that are actually conspiring to make this a lot better. The advent of small cells has precipitated a much more turnkey operation in terms of being able to deploy in the construction, civils costs, zoning and permitting costs for small cell deployment. And the same things from leases. But we're also seeing this whole whether it's the Google Project Loon or the Aquila project, that are starting to make significant inroads in that cost equation as well, simply because labor cost to roll out when you put something at stratospheric heights is significantly cheaper. And so those things are starting to create, really a lowering of the ceiling on what the fixed costs look like for rolling out a network. This is important because it's giving us that ability to create the liquidity in the market. We're also seeing some new types of technologies start to come to the fore. You're seeing companies like Starry who are using WiGig, who are using very, very low cost equipment, from tower top, or rather rooftop type towers that have unlicensed links to a windowsill where you have an antenna mounted and that's plugged into some Wi-Fi distribution in home. And they're able to, take that from, what it would cost today to build out a residence for fixed broadband. Let's say that costs about $600 to $800. Starry can do that for about $25. And these cost advantages are starting to reduce that cost ceiling that we've had in terms of building out lower cost capacity. You've got things like UAVs, you've got free space optics that are starting to become very real. And then you've also got 5G that's increasing spectral efficiency using larger multiplexing bandwidths. And the net effect of all that is a massive reduction in what the cost for bandwidths is going to look like over the course of the next 10 years. So understanding that we've now got practices to create agility, we've also got a future in which we know that capacity is going to become a commodity, a utility, that there's going to be a cycle from capacity being a product that sits in network boxes that is going to move to a commodity, and that same thing happened to compute, and there was a massive reordering in the order of the ecosystem. How is that going to play out within telecoms? How is that going to play networking become? It's something that, yeah. Can you hear me? Okay, so yeah, I'm wrapping up my last slide here. So prediction is very difficult. So what we want to do is try to understand how is value changing when the network becomes a utility. And when we take a look at contemporary history of mobile telephony and mobile compute, clearly, the operator moved from an area where they created value by connecting people. They were able to deliver that value using their network and mobile phones, and they were able to capture value using a combination of subscriptions or free-for-all. As we went to mobile compute, what happened is applications and open developer ecosystems took place, and that created the new value within the mobile world. And value was delivered through those app stores, and operators didn't necessarily control those gateway points. They still captured value using data subscriptions. What they want to do as they move forward to a commodity world is to try to get out of selling capacity, moving towards let's get into content, and or let's try to take the peace dividend for mobile compute and these smartphones and exploit all these sensor capabilities that are low cost and enter into the IoT world and start to vertically integrate in underserved markets an opportunity to capture an application layer of capability and value to increase revenues. So those are happening now. The consolidating play, which you're seeing was CenturyLink, buying up companies like Level 3. You're seeing companies trying to increase their leverage, but that's really just a kind of an intermediate play. What they really need to do is change their business model. What I think is going to happen is that as those markets become overserved, we're going to need to see some platform capabilities start to take place, and I think this is where the new value creation is going to happen. I think we're starting to see an ability to do rapid config of networks, combined with the agile teams, combined with the monitoring capability to create a new platform layer for network apps. And I know this has been a very positive discussion that's happened over the course of TAD Summit. I think that capability is going to give operators a position where they're going to be able to exploit the innovations, the higher order innovations that are built across their networks in order to start to commoditize those innovations and create a greater mode of competitiveness for themselves. I think fundamentally that's going to key on what the new value is, and that new value is being able to connect data to applications. And this is a topic of a new set of blog posts that I'm going to be making on creating an ultimate future of data fabrics within telco. that's kind of the very quick overview of kind of how I see the industry moving. I know I'm kind of right into the red on time, so I'm going to stop there, Alan, and open it up for some questions.
That is excellent. Thank you so much, Vish. So a round of applause for what Vish shared with us there. I think that is very aligned to some of the demos we saw in the Dangerous demo. I think it's aligned to the presentation we heard from John Zanos from Canonical. So I think you're preaching to the converted there. So well done, Vish. It's always good to get that enforcement. Because of time, because we've got another remote presentation with Alan Mazurek, the CEO of Vonage, I have to sort of, we've done our time here. So what I'd suggest is if you do have any questions for Vish, we can take them offline, and I'm sure Vish will be happy to go through that. So again, Vish, thanks so much for your time, and I'll speak to you soon, okay?
Great, thanks, Alan.
You're
Cheers.
welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, so our next presentation is Werner. Is Werner in the audience? There you go. If you could come on down and get yourself set up. Thank you so much. So we saw Werner do his dangerous demo. So now we can understand how he makes those dangerous demos 5 nines reliable. I mean, let's face it, it worked. And if you can do that time and time again, just unplug.
No, it's fine. Okay, I'll try to keep my time. Give me a couple of minutes. Yeah, all right. Hi again. Basically, I'm going to show you a little bit about what we have been doing, and some of it will be some of the same slides I showed you yesterday. For those of you that were here for the demos, they actually worked, and if you were not here, I recommend going back and looking at maybe the videos later on, because I don't think I will have time to do the demos here. Okay, so just a bit of a background on where we come from. Actually, someone here said, well, you know, it was quite impressive demos, especially since you came from a big company. I read it like dinosaur company. He said, well, if it was only 2 guys, it wouldn't be that impressive. But anyways, I am part of a big group called Telenor, and it was not established yesterday. It has been an incumbent in Norway. As the, you know, I remember when my father wanted to have a fixed line established in the 70s. You know, it was like half a year wait, and you had to have a interest-free loan given to Telenor for quite a lot of money. Of course, a lot of that has changed, and I think Telenor has been quite successful at taking on those changes. It went from being a fully owned company by this state-owned company into a commercial company, and has managed to attract or get customers in 13 different markets. So in total, I think we're just above 200 million customers. So the footprint is in Europe, and the sheer number of users is mostly in Asia. So it's a fairly big and classic telco group that has been going through these transitions. I also discussed with some of you guys the kind of people in this company now. It's 30,000. Not all of them are software engineers. But actually, at the point of time, Telenor was one of the major companies in Norway hiring engineers, software engineers. And products and companies like Opera Software, that's doing a web browser, was spun out of Telenor. Also Tandberg, the video company that was acquired by Cisco, was spun out of Telenor to some extent. So there's some history here. Now, in this giant, there's a small group of people, 200, and it's called Telenor Digital. That's always interesting. We heard about digital. Fax was digital. Someone mentioned that. But basically, the idea has been to re-establish an organization that, again, consists of engineering capacities. And this group of people is doing various things. Some have been successful, some have not. We tried to build a movie streaming service. There were others doing that, slightly better. We were engaged in Firefox OS. Not sure if many of you have Firefox phones. But we are also doing some things in the area of communications, and some of you are familiar with appear.in as a service, which is built by one of our sister teams. Then, of course, what I showed earlier today, and also we are also looking at how we can do things in the core of the mobile network, which is also core to the business. This is where we are making the money of today. And the idea behind the project was actually to look at the core business, see, is it really so that it's impossible to run and build and test things in this setup like the internet companies are doing every day? And traditionally, the answer has been no. The division of work has been so that the innovation has been left to others, typically Ericsson, Huawei, and so on. And then the telcos have been driving this into the market. But we thought that would be interesting to see, looking at the core network, can we actually apply some of the same tools, the same people, the same logic to this stack? And by that, explore new ideas. And some of the ideas that we have been looking at was demoed earlier today. I'll come back and tell you a little about it later in the presentation. But basically, this was a very big no-go just a few years ago. These were big black boxes that we were not supposed to touch. And of course, if you come to any of the operations today and say, I want to fiddle around with your HLR or MSC or whatever in a running operation, the answer is, of course, a big no-go, because they think this guy has nothing to do in a live running network, which is maybe true. So what we ended up doing was to establish basically a full stack MVNO setup, where we use standardized MVNO interfaces to get radio access, but all the rest is taken care of by the team that I'm heading, which is less than 15 guys, mostly software engineers. And by doing so, we are then exploring new ways of running a stack that has been established like from the early 90s. A working name for our explorative operator is LOLTEL. Has very few, very exclusive number of customers. We call them friends and fools. And it's the smallest, but most innovative operator in Norway. Won't go too much into the setup, but you'll see this in the slide deck. This is what we have. We have a mixture of software components sourced, where we have been able to work with open source companies. We are doing that. We're not. We have actually bought these components, but it's all managed by the engineers in the team. And we are looking into various components and building them from the ground up. So the demo I showed earlier about choosing to pick up any call or send messages and whatever from your web browser is enabled by WebRTC competence and software that we have built in-house. So these are quite major undertakings normally, but by standing on shoulders of giants, using open source components, working with open source companies and so on, a fairly small team is able to make services that otherwise is hard to find in traditional setups. So this pinkish color is indicating areas where we have actually done things on our own, often with using open source. And this is now running both in the public cloud and can also be run in private cloud settings. So these are also things which is quite different from the classic setup. Now, when it comes to the tools we use, they're also very different from what you typically see used in a traditional telco setup. Most of you guys will probably recognize most of these names. Kamailio is, of course, here, Daniel. I need to add the Ubuntu phone maybe as well. But stuff like Docker, WebRTC, and of course Wireshark is in daily use. And if you look at this picture, you see that even though we are relating to the classic SS7 networks and so on, all of it is converted to the IP-based transport. So even if our HLR is talking to an SS7 network, is still over SIGTRAN. So we can then use Wireshark easily and the tools that the developers are used to. I showed this last year. We have a recipe. I'll quickly go through that. First of all, you need to believe that there is still work to be done or things to be discovered in the telco stack. And then you fill up the team with software engineers with access to all the tools that any startup today would take for granted. Of course, you need someone that understands the telco domain to some extent. But as I said last year, you want to keep it as small as possible. So we had like one guy, and in the beginning he was very much saying, no, this is not possible, you shouldn't do it, you couldn't do it. But we have eventually been able to convince him otherwise. But he's also extremely important when it comes to connecting and actually talking to the host networks that we are trying to connect to. This can be done on standard MVNO interfaces. That's what we've done. Also, we have been working with different kinds of vendors in this space. Many of you are represented here. And of course, you want to take advantage of the tools and the clouds that's available out there. So for instance, we have actually done some work on an SMSC, which I guess in the 90s was quite a big endeavor. But by getting access to open source stacks, combining it with the tools from public clouds and so on, this is a one-man job in a couple of months and you have something going. And this is quite unheard of only a few years ago. Also, in our setup, from when we started this as basically a lab experiment, we really want to have access to real end users. So it's not enough for us to show this to only our own team. We want to be able to expose this to real people that can give us real feedback, and that is very important for us. And then, of course, we try to be somewhat clever, trying to do things, and that's our little secret sauce, and that is what turns out to be included in some of these components. And yeah, it's not unlike any other startup, I think. Now, what happened last year was that we set this up and we have proven that it's actually able to make it work functionally. And as in actually the demos did actually all work today. And I'm actually using this as my prime service for my own mobile service. And now we have actually been challenged by our mother company to see, okay, now you have something nice. Can it actually be exposed to real users that also wants to potentially pay for it? After all, we are a business. It's not a non-profit thing. So you want to be able to actually bring this to the market. And it should be good enough to actually be worthwhile paying for it. Now, this brings in another thing, and that is once money is in play, and you regard it as a telco, there will be regulation. And one of the things that this is driving towards is, of course, some nines. Talked about that yesterday, that we have been running 3 nines for a long time. 96.99, that's 3 nines. But that doesn't really cut it, because the services that you compete against, they have more nines than that. And that brings in another dimension to the whole thing. So this is a calculation. Actually, if you look at the 5 nines, which normally is associated with the telcos, it gives you 5 minutes and 35 seconds a year to have the service down. If you down to 3 nines, it's plenty of time, a full day, full working day. And I'm not sure if this is true, but if you look at this table, I think this is what, if you just look at the last column, this is actually what's available for innovation. So this is actually showing you why you don't see a lot of innovation in these networks that bring 5 nines. They only have 5 minutes and 35 seconds to do it. Not sure if that's exactly true, but maybe it is. And this is kind of what it looks like, or has been, I think, for not only the telco industry, that the focus has been on many nines, and the number of features rolled out at any given time to real users is kind of not looking so good. What we're aiming for is, of course, the opposite. And I think this is kind of expected, not from telcos, but also from anyone doing a web scale application. I think we briefly talked about this yesterday, but telco is no longer the only one having expectations on uptime. I think if you look at downtime, if Facebook is down for an hour, it makes headline news. Not only in Norway, but across the world. So I think web scale and telco grade, is kind of the same when it comes to the number of nines. But for some reason, the web scale guys didn't implement this algorithm. And that is basically what we need to get at too. We need to match a lot of nines expected from the end users, but you can't go stale when it comes to pushing new services out, new features, test new things, and so on. And that is actually a very important part of our setup. We're trying to mimic and replicate this setup. Now, getting nines up is quite hard. Getting 5 nines up is, I don't know if it's possible. And combining it with this there's a reason why this has not really been done for telcos earlier, okay? So as I said yesterday, I've heard of, outside the Telenor group, projects where you replace or upgrade HLRs. It's an 18-month process, and in the best case, no one recognizes it because everything was okay. And in the worst case, your network is down, and well, it's all difficult. And that's not really a good place to be. As part of this, we have been working hard this year to go from a setup. We had a single environment combining development, staging, and production. And that gave us a lot of flexibility, but it did not give us a lot of nines. We also had a setup where it's imported only single tenancy, and we can only have a single network connected to it. Now we are at the stage where we can actually spin up kind of any number of development environments, starting from running everything on a single PC up to having cloud-based networks mimicking the total setup. We have separate staging environment, as you expect, and of course we have a production environment, which should then be stable and well known what's running there. And this is quite hard work, going from a pure lab environment, lab setup, and getting here. This has been a major undertaking. Also, we have added the ability to host multiple brands on top of this. And also, of course, we want to run this on a potential global scale. And we want to be able to have multiple access networks into this setup. So this is where we are. Some experiments that we have done and actually worked today, that was really good, was this in-browser mobile phone thing. So all calls that hitting the network towards me will also be forked into a WebRTC-based mobile phone. And there I can send, receive messages, MMS, SMS, etc. And also we can escalate any call from pure GSM and up to full video conference if you're near a PC. We also demonstrated the ability to in-call activate speech to text. And once you have the text, you can do interesting things like translation. You could keep it. I guess you could also detect mood and so on. So I think the telco industry still carries a lot of voice traffic and will do so for a long time. And I think combining this with the new tools and the new capabilities coming out of machine learning is a great opportunity for the industry. However, I think the current setup in many of the core networks doesn't really easily allow for these things to happen, and this is maybe something we can help change a bit. Also showed you a quick demo on if they send that, which is basically programming for anyone, where we can have events popping out of our core network, and you can trigger various other things like turning off lamps. You can record the calls and SMSs in Google Docs, for instance, and so on. And this is quite powerful, actually. I think we've seen some integrations with Slack, which normally, if you want to do it one by one, it's a bit of work. Since if this and that is already integrated with Slack, it's a 2-minute job for me to have a copy of all SMSs coming into a Slack channel. The other way is not that easy, but some of these things can actually be done very quickly, and hopefully we'll see real end users actually utilize these services. Now, what's up next? We do see quite a lot of, or there's been transition, I would say, internally in the company and also within its team that, wow, this is actually possible. And then we do show these demos and ask them what would it take if you wanted to replicate some of these user experiences. They realize that, okay, there is something here which is hard to do in the current setup. So we are getting quite a lot of interest from the various business units out there. And the next is, of course, to see if we can reach out to more. So now we go from 100 users, and, well, I'm not sure if we're going to reach 200 million by the end of next year. But hopefully we will be able to power some of these brands and sub-brands, and this is actually on the agenda. Then we built this not to do everything on our own. So we want to engage internally and also externally with developers that have ideas. And they could be big or they could be small. But what we want to achieve, like many other companies are trying to do, is to engage with the brain power of the many. And it could be as simple as let people play around with if this and that. Or it could be exposing APIs to connect machine learning engines that you have built yourself, or combine this with what comes out to the giants like Google, IBM, and Microsoft. And then a funny one, there's always debate internally. Now we have something working, we can make calls, and everyone's fine with that. But during the last 20 years, there has been an innovation, and I think, Dean, you touched upon it in your presentation earlier today, and it's called IMS and Volta. And this is what it looks like. Actually, this is from the standards bodies, I think. Looks pretty nice. This is basically the full IMS stack with lots of different nodes and a few interfaces to be implemented. Now, you don't need all of these necessarily to make your first call, but the scope includes all of this. And again, I think you need some creative guy to clean up this mess. So we have some ideas on how to do that, simplify things quite radically, because by building a system. So we are not, I'll just go back to this one. Even though you recognize these names, if you read the standards and so on, we actually don't build individual components for the sake of competing with vendors that are living off selling SMSCs or MSCs or whatever. We are building a system or kind of a platform. And by doing so, we can actually make some shortcuts if needed. We don't need to have standardized interfaces internally if we don't need to. This means that it will be very specialized for our setup. It also gives us a lot of flexibility, and also I think we can avoid being fully standard compliant on every interface in this stack. So we will probably reduce the number of nodes and interfaces by a factor of, I don't know, but maybe 10% of them will be left. We need to be fully standards compliant on the external interfaces, of course. But on the inside, we can do tricks that enables us to do what we want when we want it. There's a risk here, of course. It won't be able to replace a single thing here easily, because we might do things that's non-standard internally. But that, I think, is a price we're willing to pay to gain speed and agility when it comes to development. It's a marvelous picture. I don't know who drew it, but it's a piece of art, this picture. Yeah, so really we want to do that. Beyond, who knows? It's 2016 now. Next year we'll be trying to prove that the platform is actually capable of taking in, a number larger than 100. What next? Telenor has about 200 million subscribers at the moment. slowly growing, of course, but there's many more out there, and I think we would potentially be interested in talking to people that can enable this platform to be used also outside the Telenor footprint. So if you're an operator, you have my email at the end of the presentation. So, just to recap, this started out in 2014, and some of you have asked me, how did you manage to convince management in your company to actually sponsor this? And we were lucky with the timing, digital, and people start to understand that things are changing. And we had people with faith and saying, okay, let's see what you can do. And I think we have proven that, yeah, this is something that is possible to do. And they are actually challenging us to take this further. And this is what we've proven in 2015. Now, I talked a little bit about the 9s. Hopefully, you can turn the 9s into our advantage, so we can roll out the features much more frequently, while retaining a quality of the service and the experience that people expect. And then next year, we hope that we can actually scale both in size and in innovation. So we hope to be able to roll out new features more frequently than today, while adding real customers to the platform. And by that, I say thank you very much. And
excellent. Thank you so much, Werner. So if you could take your laptop over to the side. Elran, if you could come down and get yourself set up. Any questions for Werner? I'll ask you one. Let me just get you the microphone.
Or I can speak here, I guess.
No.
No, I cannot.
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Yeah.
Next speaker.
Yeah.
Tight time.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking would be the business model behind other operators using your platform?
The first shot will be free, and then we'll take it from there. I don't know. That will need to be discussed, but the idea here is to have reach and explore and make sure that it's available to many.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that will be the starting point, but
Yeah.
we haven't gone into the details.
Gotcha. No problem. Any other questions? If not, again, congratulations on having all your working dangerous demos. That was excellent. Thank you so much, Werner. Yep, thank you. Okay, so we saw some live coding in the dangerous demo from Elran. So now it's over to your presentation skills.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Liran Kogan. I'm a tech leader in LivePerson. And I'm going to talk about an agent bot workshop on top of our messaging API. So we'll go over through the messaging API of LivePerson. And then we'll go over the agent API, the capabilities. And then we'll see agent bot implementations. And in the end, we'll have an interactive demo. And yesterday we wrote an integration with Telestack, so we will also present that. You might have seen it in the dangerous demo. Okay, so LivePerson messaging API. What we do basically is connect the consumers to the call center agents. We want to be able to do the messaging and let the agents connect and interact with our consumers. Now, agent bots are not part of our main platform. Our platform is live agents, but we could use agent bots in order to start and do some basic tasks, like if I just want to change my address or check my usage, a bot could handle that, can handle that. And then we can, if we need something else, we can escalate to a live agent. So our messaging API is based on WebSocket, which makes it asynchronous. And we have two patterns of request. The first is a request response For example, if you start a new conversation, you can get a response, a conversation created. And we have a subscribe notification pattern, so you can subscribe to a specific topic and get all the notifications of that specific topic. Let's go over a few basic terms of live person. We've got a conversation. What exactly is a conversation when you're talking about messaging? The consumer only sees a long thread of messages, but as a call center, we have to measure the start and end of each interaction and even bill by it. So we call that interaction a conversation. And we also have skills. The call center is divided into skills like sales and support, billing. And each agent has his own skill set. And the routing service will direct the conversations according to the skills of the agent and also the availability of the agents. Okay, now we'll go over the major capabilities of the API. So we've got an agent status. An agent can set his status online or away. And when he is not online, he won't be able to accept new conversations, although he'll still be able to interact with his current conversations. And we've got accept conversation. When a new conversation is routed to the agent, he gets a ring, a notification of the new conversation. And the routing service decides to which agent the new conversation will be routed to. And then they can either accept or reject it. Once he accepted the conversation, he can start publish messages. So of course, there are a few types of events. The first one is the content event. It can be a text or a file. That's the main usage. And we've got also presence events, like type in present, and a status, like when the message is accepted or read, the same as WhatsApp Vs. Conversation actions. An agent can transfer to another skill or transfer back to the queue of his own skill. It can also change the urgency of the conversation, and it can close the conversation. User profile. So a user can enter his own personal info, and then the agent can see it and personalize the consumer experience. So you can use the consumer's photo or address him by his name. It would make the experience more personalized. So after we went over the major capabilities, let's see some flows. When the agent bot he needs to initialize, so first he needs to do authentication. So he reaches the auth server and he gets an agent token. With that token, he can connect to the messaging server and get a WebSocket opened, and now he has a session opened. Now he can get his current conversation, get a response, and continue getting his notification. Now he's ready to start working. Now a new conversation will start. We'll go over the conversation flow. So the consumer requests a new conversation. The server notifies the consumer, responds to the consumer that the conversation was created, and also sends a ring notification to an agent. Now the agent accepts the chat, the conversation, and the conversation is updated. Both the consumer and the agent are getting the update. And now we can start publishing messages. So the consumer says, hi there, and the server notifies the agent. Same way the other way around. And in the end, we can decide to close the conversation, and the server will notify the other side that the conversation is closed. Okay, so I wrote proof of concept agent bot in Java. We're gonna go over some code. How many in the crowd here knows to code in Java? Quite a few. Okay. So first, we have the example of the EchoBot. I hope you can see it clearly enough. Basically, this is just the extension of the main agent bot with is a specific implementation. As you can see, there's not much code here. The only thing he has is when he gets a message, he just decides to reply with echo of that message. Quite simple. We can see it now in action. So this is the consumer mobile app. And the consumer just says hi. It will soon be routed to an agent. So this is the echo bot. He answers. Now we just write something. And you get a response, echo. Yeah, quite simple. Okay, when you say bye, it just closes the conversation. Okay, so that was a simple bot. Now let's dive into more details. So basically what we do here first, authentication. Then we need to create the WebSocket client and the message handler. We add the message handler to the client and then we can connect. I also added a log handler just to print it in my logs. And now, after we do that, we have an agent bot that is initialized. Now, this is a message handler. In this proof of concept, I only handled 4 messages I needed. So we've got a ring updated, which is the status of the ring. Then he accepts or rejects. We got the user profile here, and the conversation notifications, and the online events. So I'll not dive into the specific logic, but this is the main thing we need to implement in order to start getting all the events. So this is a small interface I did just to simplify the bot logic. We've got here a hello message that is just getting the first message when he connects. A reconnect will, if the agent bot service goes offline and comes back again, it can notify the consumer that is back in the conversation. The reply is actually the main logic, and just need to decide how to reply to a specific message. And handle ring, you can decide if you want to accept or reject. Maybe you would like to accept a specific skill and reject another one. Okay, we have another example of a bot, change address bot. What this bot does is he asks the user to write his address, and then he sends it to Google API and displays on the map a location, and then asks the user if this is the correct location. If he accepted it, it'll just update it and send it back to the main bot. And if you reject it, it'll just need to ask again the address. There's another bot that I didn't display here, the routing bot. You might have seen it in the dangerous demo. The routing bot also has a simple logic. It just displays a few options and directs to a different skill. So let's see another short video. So we're starting a new conversation now. Actually, the first message is a trigger to start a new conversation on the consumer side. He's not aware of it. And the routing bot answered. Yeah, okay. So the routing bot asks, how can I help? And he wants to change address. So the address bot now answers and asks to type the address. And I typed here Lisbon address. It shows it on the map. And then the user accepted it. And it says, OK, great, I'll update it and return you back to the main bot. And it just ends the conversation. OK, so that was basically the implementation of the agent bot. And as I said earlier, we did yesterday an integration with TADHack. I don't have any slides ready because we just did it yesterday. So, but what we can do is have a live demo. So let's just try to see if it's working. I can, I'll show you a number. This is an SMS number. And you can send an SMS. Oh, just a second, just to make sure our app is working. Okay, you can send an SMS to this number, and it should be working. I'll leave it just for a few more seconds so you could see the number, and then we'll go to the agent console and see if there are some conversations there. Oh, the screen is too small. The screen is a bit small, so I can't really see it. So, has anyone got a conversation? Maybe you can show. Here, I even got a conversation that reached to a live agent who's talking with me. I'll just try to change the resolution. Maybe I'll just transfer this specific conversation to the Echo bot. Okay, we can see I have a few conversations here, 3 conversations. Let's look at one of them. So someone just need to type something, and then he'll get a joke, because in the demo of the dangerous demo, I modified the functionality of the Echo bot to be actually a joke bot. We can also see it live if I switch to my own client. This is a bit small. Yeah. Okay, in here also you can see, I don't know if you can see the text, it's a bit small now. Let's just tell a joke if it's already here. Why was the JavaScript developer sad? Because he didn't know how to express himself. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that demonstration. It was great to see just the practicality and just how easy it is through the messaging API to be able to create, modify, and play with those bots. So well done. Do we have any questions? Let me just go to the back there. There's a, well, you can use the microphone there, that's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. You know, in a call center, why we built a call, we built a call center, we built a call center to do optimization of human resource. I mean, for example, in my call center, we have 700 guys, and that's why it's very important to do workforce management. And I do believe one thing is necessary to have one queue for all interaction inside. I mean, voice, chat, email. So what is your plan to integrate in a queue to do statistics and then to do forecast to high some new agents, or well, what is your plan to these other medias?
Well, our main our CEO main idea is that we started with voice and chat, and the consumers moved on, and now we're mainly focusing on messaging, because this way the agent can handle 10, even 20 conversations at the same time. It's not.
Yes, but you know, this is the Erlang law, you know. If you have two teams, one team focus on chat, another team focus on voice, you are losing money on your call center. It's better to have only one team answer call, answer email, answer chat. And that's why I would like to know if you have some vision about integrate all media with your same
we
system.
used to do that. And as long as we moved on, we just saw that voice is being used less and less by our customers, and they all want to move to the newer platforms. So we almost completely abandoned voice, and we're mainly doing chat and messaging, and all the agent can do both, and handle these interactions. Also, we have some other integrations, for example, co-browse, which is screen sharing, and we're always looking for new ways to innovate and have the best interactions we can with our consumers.
Excellent, that was great. Thank you so much, Eliran.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a couple of minutes to get set up for the final closing keynote. There's coffee outside, so if you want to quickly grab a coffee while we get set up, and then we'll go through the closing keynote, and I'll just wrap things up, okay?
Not until tomorrow. Which flight are you flying out on? BA or TAP? Yeah, we're on the TAP El Cheapo equivalent. So perhaps tonight. What are you doing tonight? No plans? Yeah, nice little dinner somewhere. What are you doing tonight? Apart from resting.
Post-production.
You're just such a professional, Alan.
I have limited time.
You just never stop.
Got to get back to the real job after we get this out of the way. You need to earn money as well.
Just behave yourself, Andy. Because we're going into that mode too. So we have to survive for the next 6 months. In fact, the crocodile nearest the canoe is we've got to get out of Truffaut first, hopefully with as much money as we can possibly pocket. What's happening? Something's happening on Friday.
I think we're sleeping.
Yeah, there is that. But something else is happening on Friday. I'm supposed to be doing something. I can't remember what. Like, I am. I don't know about you.
I'm not aware of anything.
No. And then Monday, I've got Wicked Witch of the North.
Yeah, right, so I'm going to let you back.
Yeah.
Will you have more through tobacco?
I do.
Yeah, I'm just going to, just hang a sec. Let me just talk to Thomas. We're going to use two of these, and that's going to be live as well. So we'll just stand in front here, Thomas. So Alan can see us, he can see the audience. So we'll just make it easy.
Hi, Alan.
Hey, how are you, Mary?
Good, how are you?
Hey, Alan, how are you? It's Alan Magic.
Hey, it's good to see you. It's been a while since, I think it was the Cloud Communications event.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Where I was basically explaining, well, RTC, you're going to have to wait a while.
How delayed are we? And this.
And here we are. That's still
It's
a
a
statement. So we've got Thomas here, and I'm here. Audience are just grabbing a coffee, so we'll just wait a couple of minutes. I've got a slide that I think is going to cover your introduction, Alan, okay?
Great.
So you let me know when you want me to display that slide, because it's basically just from my laptop. So just make sure.
I'd throw it up. As soon as you want to fire things up, I'd throw it up on just one slide. I think it sort of orients people, and it sort of it'll hopefully embody several of the questions that were sort of in the question list.
Okay, let me just see how this works. Okay, no problem, Thomas. Yeah. Just seeing if. Oh, that's cool. That's great. So we can. Oh no, it doesn't. It had to be. Okay, let me try it different. Got your colleagues in the back. Come on, Sam. Sit on down. Oh, just to let you know, Alan, Sam did a great dangerous demo. So we have, as part of TAD Summit, we just pick on people and say, can you show a demo? So Sam showed the integration between sort of Watson and the stuff that you've been doing with Nexmo, and did a really cute little hack. So I think it really demonstrated the power of the gateway you've created between basically all the AI and SIP sessions. So that was really cool.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I actually just got an email from the president of Watson just about an hour ago, which sending along sort of the latest press release. There's a lot of excitement about it here.
Yep, cool. Sent you some props there, Sam. Excellent. Okay, so let's get things kicked off. So as I mentioned, we've got Alan Mazurek. He is remote from Jersey. Then we've got Thomas, New Jersey. Sorry, yes, got to say New Jersey. Jersey. I know, I never picked up the Jersey accent, even though I've been there for 15 years. We have Thomas here in person. So what we're going to do is we're going to let Alan introduce himself, introduce Vonage. We have a slide up that basically explains their view in terms of how Vonage and Nexmo fits together and the value they're going to create together. We're going to run through some questions and then we'll open it to the audience. Okay? Alan, over to you.
Alan, thank you very much. Nice to be with everybody. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I hope to have a sort of an interesting interactive discussion. I know that we're on the tail end of a 2-day meeting in between you and sort of afternoon cocktails. So let's jump right in. What I wanted to describe in this one slide is to give you as quick a picture as I can of how Vonage has sort of progressed itself into the broader business communications space, culminating most recently in the acquisition of Nexmo. And just a pretty straightforward slide where you're reading left to right. And many of you hopefully are familiar with Vonage's residential roots, sort of as the, if you will, sort of almost the inventor of the consumer or residential VoIP business some 16 years ago. When I got involved, and I joined from Google 2 years ago, the opportunity that we saw was how to take the assets from the consumer side and leverage those to move aggressively into the business side. And we've been very active with acquisitions over the course of really the last 3 years. One of the acquisitions predate my tenure as CEO, such that Vonage as a business communications company in 2017, it'll be the larger of the two segments. So it will surpass residential next year. So starting again on the left of this slide, the assets that we have are, it starts with the brand. The Vonage brand is extraordinarily well known, obviously initially in the residential space around VoIP, but we've moved it very aggressively into the business market, and just empirically, we have very, very high awareness levels in that brand. And it's the classic idea of it's easier to reposition a brand than to create a brand new one. So about $2 billion in advertising spending, mostly national television spending, went into building that brand. So you have extraordinarily high levels of awareness, principally in North America, but extending also to Europe and to some extent in Asia as well. The next asset is the cash flow of the consumer business. The residential business is your classic long tail consumer subscription business where customers do churn away. It is shrinking, but they do that in a relatively slow pace. So this business is very, very profitable. Matter of fact, we just spoke about at our last earnings call that the cash flows of Vonage exceed in aggregate those of the of our six closest pure play competitors in both the UCaaS market and the CPaaS market. And then finally, the network side. Again, because of the consumer business, which still terminates some 15 billion minutes of calls worldwide annually, we have this highly scaled network that from which gives us direct peering relationships with carriers and very inexpensive termination contracts with carriers throughout the world. So we took those assets of the brand, the cash flows, and the network and used that in order to jumpstart our move into the business side. In the pyramid slide, what we're trying to show very simply is our approach has been to serve from the bottom of the pyramid, the SMB space, up to the large enterprise. We've chosen to come at this with two purpose-built solutions. Vonage Essential is more mid-market and down, which is our proprietary solution, and Vonage Premier, which is more mid-market and up, which the call processing stack there is built around BroadSoft. And we've done 4 acquisitions to build sort of, if you will, the elements of that pyramid. And our whole approach has simply been that we don't want to sell the 5-line customer the same solution we sell the 5,000-line customer. Not only are the features wildly different, but also the level of management, over the top versus fully managed across our MPLS network, are very different. And then also elements of the whole buyer journey. When you sell down market, it has to be almost touchless. You can't afford an intensive service delivery with very small customers like what is necessary when you deal with much larger, more complex customers. So that's the approach we've taken to the market. Now, if you go over to this very simple graphic on the far right, which we refer to as the business communications value chain, what we've done is we've taken the UCaaS element in the middle, which is really those 4 acquisitions, Vocalocity, Telesphere, Simple Signal, and iCore, in that middle box. And we think of that as the center of the value chain. So what UCaaS is running around doing is, if you will, cloudifying the PBX, as we all know. Adding to, and again, as we all know, it's a pretty straightforward ROI sale to move the on-prem to the cloud. You move CapEx to OpEx, and those operating expenses are lower, and you have more scalability of the cloud-based system. What we've done is we've now added the integrations to the left, which is to the workflow tools. And that was another acquisition that we did, a company named gUnify, and the G in gUnify stood for Google, and it's a company that I knew from my Google days. And what it is it's architected in a way so that we have an integration layer between our communication stacks and the other non-communication oriented workflow tools, mostly around productivity and CRM. So think, a given company may be an Office 365 shop or Google for Work. They may use Salesforce or Sugar or Dynamics. They might use NetSuite or Zendesk. And particularly within the CRM space, there are just dozens of different vertical CRMs that attack various vertical industry segments. So through gUnify, we have very tight integration of the UCaaS into those other cloud-based workflow tools. Now let's go to the right-hand side in the Nexmo story. It was our view that part of the value chain you had to connect to was how those business customers connect with their customers. So if you think about what Nexmo has done for many years, it has enabled cloud communication functionality, voice, SMS, two-factor authentication, etc., several different products. And those have been embedded into the customer-facing websites or mobile apps or business process apps of business customers. So we're here in the early days of this market, which on the Nexmo side we refer to as CPaaS. But the way we thought about it is that these are really not different industries at all. They're just simply different delivery models of the same cloud communications functionality. So in the UCaaS model, it's just communications flavor of a SaaS model where we're providing, if you will, the entire package on a prepackaged basis that we host in a multi-tenanted cloud solution. While in the CPaaS side, we're just taking the same cloud communications functionality and chunking it down into its sort of, if you will, component APIs so that the developer community can consume it in those programmable modules and build it in however which way that they want. In our view, while the market has started where CPaaS is focused sort of only on customer communications and UCaaS only on intra-company or employee communications, we think that's temporary. We think that these are simply opposite sides of the same coin. They're just different delivery models of the same cloud communications functionality. The scale that we have assembled in UCaaS right this minute we're the second largest in revenue in the world. And in CPaaS, on the Nexmo side, they are as well second largest in the world behind Twilio. Putting those together, we now build the largest, immediately, we're already there now, cloud communications company with very high organic rates of growth. And we believe a product offering by virtue of going this whole value chain, which is much more compelling than those who are just providing a piece of it, just providing the, employee-based, bringing the PBX to the cloud, or the customer communications on the CPaaS side. So this is the approach that we've taken. It's resonated extraordinarily well with our customers. And if you sort of simplify it in a way, we're taking the programmability of Nexmo and we're marrying it already with that industrial strength network that is Vonage. 15 billion minutes of calls a year, direct peering relationships with the carriers. We own our own phone numbers. We've got low price termination contracts with carriers through the world because of that volume. And you now take, again, the programmability and marry it with the industrial strength network, and you can deliver ultimately higher quality and we believe lower cost solutions. So that's the approach that we're taking. I want to sort of stop there. That's kind of a setup. Thomas is here in person, and we're delighted to have an opportunity to spend time with you today, and we'll take your questions.
That was excellent. Thanks a lot, Alan. I'm just putting you on full screen here, so just bear with me for a sec. There you go. Perfect. Okay, so I'm just going to ask. Oh, why are we getting the echo?
Because I think.
Just hang a sec. You got it? Perfect. Excellent. So you should be able to hear us, okay, Alan, yeah? Okay. So
no echo on my side.
Perfect. Great. So we've got a few people that are actually very keen to ask questions. So what I suggest is we let the audience get their questions out. So Moshe, did you have a question? Yes. I'll hand over straight because he's just going to bother me until I let him speak.
Good morning. So basically what I understand from your presentation that you see the consumer side just as a building block now to go to the business model. And I'm wondering if your intention is to divest the consumer or you see some way of really improving and giving added value to your consumer customers.
So the consumer business for us is not the focus of the company. The focus of Vonage is around business communications. We don't have any intention of divesting the consumer side because the assets of the consumer side are really important to our ability to transform into business. So we want to hold on to that brand. If I divested it, somebody else would take my brand. That would not be acceptable. We have that network, which gives us those peering relationships. I don't want to lose those by transferring it elsewhere. It's very, very profitable for us, and it enables us to build the balance sheet, if you will. That's enabled us to do these acquisitions, and it's the ongoing cash flow that has enabled us to grow the business side so quickly. Now, and we continue to add customers in consumer every quarter. We added last quarter alone 57,000 new subscribers, but we lose more than that. So it is in a slow, steady decline, but the focus is on the business side. I tell people often when I'm at conferences and our booth says Vonage Business, we're sitting down at a conference table and I'll look them up, I'll point them up and I'll say, see where it says Vonage Business? 2 years from now, it won't say business. It'll simply say Vonage because Vonage will mean business. What you're sort of experiencing right now is sort of mid-transformation. Remember, we went from 0 in business 3 years ago to now in 2017, it'll be the larger of the two segments.
Okay, I'll hand over to Dean.
Hi, Alan. This is Dean Bubley from Disruptive Analysis. I got a question, which is, I struggle a little bit to see the opportunity for cross-sell here. The people who are buying UCaaS and hosted PBX services aren't necessarily the developers who are creating the next, I don't know, mobile or social or retail app with embedded communications capabilities. They might have a UC system, they might not. Where's other than the termination and peering relationships and maybe brand, what's the link between the two?
Great question. There is linkage right now, and we believe that linkage is going to accelerate quickly and very meaningfully. So you're right when you think about UCaaS has been sold, sort of the metaphor I like to use is you sort of knock on the front door of the business selling UCaaS. You're talking to the head of IT, you're speaking to the CFO's office, et cetera, selling in this new system. Because it's a fully prepackaged solution. And a lot of the activity in CPaaS has been more pulled by the developer community who go to our website to pull down the API. But what you're seeing is a convergence of that. So within our enterprise pipeline, so we sell small companies, SMB, all the way up to very large enterprise. Within our enterprise pipeline, fully 1/3 of our enterprise pipeline of customer prospects are using CPaaS right this minute. And there's a large percentage who have indicated that they'll likely be using CPaaS in the future. We're already seeing that those large companies want it, even if we, I mean, here in the early days where Nexmo is less integrated with UCaaS than it will be, and we only bought it 5 months ago, so all that work's underway. You're already seeing the customers who want to deal with a single vendor. And over in the future, where it's actually more formally integrated with one another, we think that we'll see even more pull-through. Another way to think about it also is one of the advantages of Vonage as a force multiplier, if you will, for Nexmo, is that Vonage has got 80,000 business customers. We add 10,000 logos a quarter. There are 365 salespeople across several channels in Vonage Business calling and selling on those customers. The opportunity for lead sharing in there is just massive and immediate. So this whole sort of artificial separation where to think CPaaS is only pulled by developers and UCaaS is only sold through the front door, and those buying decisions are completely separate, those are going to fade extraordinarily quickly, in my view.
And also remember that even like the really small businesses, who don't have developers, actually those guys tend to use ISVs to do their business. Your dentist practice will have a appointment system. It's much easier for those ISVs to integrate better, with communication, if they can actually do it on top of a CPaaS APIs, so that when they chase you for your appointment, sending you an SMS, and when you call back in, the call back in from the customer is tightly coupled to the original SMS that was sent. And the secretary, when she picks up, she knows, oh yeah, it's you, and you're calling back because of the SMS. So the ISV element as well is pretty important.
Yeah, and I think that this morning Shifraz gave a great presentation where he was explaining their proposition. They're a operator in Sri Lanka that have actually one of the world's leading API offers, and very much enterprise is a key focus from both the traditional telco, where you're delivering, as you said, a SaaS offer, but also being able to deliver it as a PaaS offer through an API. So I like that analogy. That was good.
Just one more thing. What's also interesting is that also Vonage themselves starting to use Nexmo APIs to build new products faster, fully packaged SaaS products that they can actually deploy fast to their customer base.
Okay, that makes more sense. If I look at the acquisitions of CPaaS vendors, it's often been for internal use by a product shop. I'm thinking of RequestTech getting bought by Blackbird, I think, for educational things. I'm wondering if the missing piece of the puzzle here isn't a large-scale modern cloud contact center offer between the UCaaS proposition and the CPaaS, if it's customer and end user focused, is there sort of a missing piece of the portfolio around cloud contact center?
I think the first at the bottom end, is going to make it very easy potentially to create those offerings, but also at the higher end is going to make it easy to extend the current Vonage business proposition with the other contact center proposition using the CPaaS API, and really enabling the customer workflows and all the employee kind of workforce management workflows to be better coupled together. And also, by the way, the interesting aspect I think is UCaaS is still very much focused on PSTN, whereas the Nexmo focus is slightly broader. It's voice PSTN, SMS, and also we're already doing in-app communication as well, and tapping into the chat APIs, like Facebook, etc. So it's also opening up that avenue.
Tom, one other comment I think is interesting. If you go back to that slide, I don't know if it's still up on the screen, in that business communications value chain, the industry has been, got it up? The industry, we've been talking about, there used to be a term, communications-enabled business process, which was just this little 3-box value chain. That's all it was. So for 10 years, we've been calling it communication-enabled business process. So the vision of bringing this together is not so novel. It's been around for a long time. But infrastructurally, you couldn't bring it together because think of the workflow tools many years ago were client-based or prem-based. The communication systems we had were proprietary landline cell networks that obviously didn't speak to one another. And without having things in the cloud, you couldn't have this robust API community in order to create companies like Nexmo. Now that you have it all normalized by the communication by IP, and it's sitting up in the cloud, the integration of the piece parts is actually fairly trivial. And so you get to a place, I always cite the example of booking a flight online. We've all experienced the frustrations. I was with the Nexmo folks in our offices in Asia, in Singapore and in Hong Kong last week. And so if I'm online trying to book a flight from Singapore to Hong Kong, and I have a problem, what do we do today? We pick up the phone and we call that airline's toll-free number, and we have to completely reintroduce ourselves because it's lost all context. What if, by virtue of embedding click-to-call functionality within their web store, if I'm 15 minutes into my session trying to book that flight between Singapore and Hong Kong, and I have a problem, and I hit click to call, it routes through the IVRs in the UCaaS system so that the agent picks the phone up and says, "Hi, Mr. Mazurek, I see you're trying to book a flight from Singapore to Hong Kong next Thursday. How can I help?" It's an opportunity to create the personalization that gets lost as we move to these digital business models. And now that it's fairly straightforward to integrate them because it's IP-based and cloud-based, you're going to see this happen very, very rapidly. And so that's the vision of this that we see.
Brian Dofik, CEO of FlowRoute. So we believe that there's a tremendous amount of potential in the CPaaS space, that it's just beginning to emerge, that there are a tremendous amount of use cases where developers will want to integrate into communications, both for customers and also in internal applications. But one of the trends that we've started to notice is that much of the market may not be consuming communications in the coming years through a horizontal UCaaS offering or even through a CPaaS offering. And an example of that is exactly what you were talking about, the dental offices. We think that we've seen and we have customers that are vertically oriented SaaS companies that are creating solutions that they're not marketing as a UCaaS offering at all or a communication platform, but it's a holistic platform that integrates patient management and calendaring and reminders and notifications, and also happens to replace the phone system that the dental office has. And it seems to us that these vertically oriented SaaS companies are in a much better position to capture those markets than a broad UCaaS offering. And a dental office isn't going to hire a developer and say, build me a CPaaS application to give my patients a better customer experience. So how does Vonage's strategy in this translate to this emergence of vertically oriented SaaS companies where communication is strategic?
I mean, one way to look at it, the G-Unify piece here, the workflow piece, it's in effect, an engine that enables us to integrate with CRM productivity packages, in a fairly rapid manner. Yeah. So that's kind of the integration room, if you wish, of the group. So they've developed an expertise in that space to actually do exactly this. And they go into HR, legal, or more like generic CRM, and keeping on expanding, to tap into those markets.
Let me make a comment. So I hope I understand your question correctly, but the broader, so I'll say sort of 2 points. The broad workstream messaging or workstream collaboration space, whether it's Slack or Teams or Workspaces or HipChat. I mean, I was just at BroadSoft Connections yesterday, and they've come up with, Team One, and RingCentral bought Glip. I mean, there's just a tremendous amount of activity in the workstream space. So obviously, what Microsoft has in Office 365. The point is will they add to that homepage, if you will, the various voice functionality? I think the answer is yes, as will Salesforce and others. But it's how they're going to do that, I think, is going to be much more with the lightweight CPaaS tools, because they're not going to want to build the stacks into their other solutions. That's one. The other side is, if you go back up to my pyramid slide, CPaaS is actually, unlike UCaaS, CPaaS seems to be penetrating from the top down. UCaaS disrupted from the bottom up. And that's because you need developers. And that's why larger companies have those developers and they can incorporate the CPaaS. But where it's different, use your dentist example. The dentist certainly has no developers. They're not going to do it. But the dentist uses a dental practice management system. That ISV is certainly going to incorporate communications functionality. So when they send you the text message or the TTS call or what have you that says you're late for a cleaning or your appointment is next Tuesday, that you can contextually respond back, and that it goes directly into the dental practice management system in this instance, so that you're not just then saying, oh, I got the message, and I pick up the phone and call like any other third party to speak to the receptionist. It's analogous to when I'm on the website trying to book the flight, and I have a problem and I call their toll-free number. So I think it is what's happening in the world today is clearly disrupting the old way of delivering communications functionality. I think it's going to spawn opportunity. It'll create challenges for certain models, but it'll spawn opportunity for, in our view, for the piece parts that we've put together.
That makes sense. So what we've seen over the last couple of years in our business are a number of companies that are not ISVs, that are vertically oriented SaaS companies that come in and focus on a specific, for example, dental vertical or pharmacies or so on, and they develop integrations with the 12 types of patient management software that exists in the dental industry, or the the 32 types in the pharmacy space for independent pharmacies, and they're replacing the entire communication system because the dentist also wants to simplify their bill, simplify how they communicate, and so on. And because communication is strategic to their offering, they tend to operate their own communication platforms. They're not operating on top of a CPaaS platform. They're operating their own communication platform and consuming and managing infrastructure, perhaps with APIs. But they're not using the CPaaS building blocks. And we've seen several examples of that.
And I guess maybe there might be a stage where maybe some of the more legacy ISVs in that space, will start reacting. Maybe the guys who actually want to, abstract, the 12 ISVs, maybe they realize actually their core value prop, is really this abstraction, and they should maybe really focus on that. And the question is, should they still carry on doing, the communication bit, by themselves, or actually go and, get someone like Nexmo, to do it?
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from the audience? Maybe one, I'll ask a cheeky one. We've got the UCAS islands of Microsoft and Cisco. How do you compete with those islands?
I actually think that Microsoft, Cisco, the carriers will be very formidable competition in the future. You think about some of the advantages, or you think about many of the players who we all know about, all the names in the space today. They are not large companies unto themselves, and they're most of the pure plays that we compete against today are effectively non-branded. They have brands certainly, but their awareness level is very low. They're not profitable or particularly profitable companies, and they're just not that large. We're about $1 billion in revenue with the scale advantages that I mentioned before about our brand and our cash flows and our network. Those, we believe, position us very well against current competition. As the big players increasingly get it right, and obviously we'd all say it's early days, that I think they'll be more formidable out 2, 3, 4 years from now, and that's something that we need to be concerned about. Now, that time period, call it 2020 as a round number, in the business side, we'll have substantially greater scale if we never did another acquisition, just simply based upon the trajectory of our organic growth. And so, while we certainly won't be the scale of the companies that you've mentioned, we will have very substantial scale, a ever more substantial brand in our space. In terms of customers, we're adding 10,000 logos a quarter. Again, that is not insignificant by any stretch. And then most importantly, I think what we've built or are building, integrating CPaaS, is something that will withstand the test of time relative to, if you will, the big boys coming in, because we're doing this at scale that others aren't doing. And so I think that we have an opportunity to continue to be a leader in this space, that, kind of irrespective of what the competition does or gets better at in the out years.
Yep. Okay, that's clear. Any other questions? We're coming up on time, so this is your last opportunity. It's a very rare occurrence to be able to get these one-on-ones with CEOs of, I'm going to call you a telco, even though you're not a telco, because you've got a big network. And
we're a software company.
New generation telco.
That's it, new generation telco. If not, let's show our appreciation. Dean, do you have one? I saw your hand raising. Go on.
One more. Mobile strategy. Are you driven by what Broadsoft is doing, or is there anything that you can add in terms of your own sort of R&D and product development?
Yes, well, our mobile strategy is we will increasingly be a mobile-first company. And we all know that essentially I'm a mobile guy by background. I built the company over a bunch of years. That's how I got to Google. I sold it to Google in 2012. We all know in our industry, we started from a landline orientation, and then we went a mobile augmentation path. So how do we mobilize what that landline was? We cannot be, in my view, in a mobile augmentation space or mindset. We need to be in a mobile first mindset. And I actually think there is a step even beyond that, which is it's not really mobile first. It's being completely device agnostic. It simply says, I provide a cloud-based service. The piece of hardware that I choose to query my service from is irrelevant. And it's, the people in this room, based upon your own personal preferences or situational, am I walking outside, am I sitting at my desk, or access to various, bandwidth alternatives, will dictate which piece of hardware I choose to query this cloud service with. So that's the mindset we have to have. And that's what we're doing today in terms of moving ourselves so that we can be mobile first. So you can have a purely mobile solution. You can be divorced fully from the landline world. We all know millennials don't think the landline first. They think mobile many times, not just first, but only. So that's the mindset that we're shifting. There are some good things happening in the market. For instance, look at what iOS 10 has done now, where rather than having the app experience, which has really been very challenging for sort of day-to-day use of the using your smartphone. Now with iOS 10, you have access to the native dialer. That's a very big deal because it makes the UX, kind of look and feel like the native dialer experience. And so that's a very big move. But I think you'll increasingly see more, again, this mobile first or device agnostic view. I always give people a very simple example. It's from my Google days. If I told you were going to have a completely different experience on Gmail based on whether you queried it from your tablet, your phone, or your computer, you'd look at me like I had two heads. It's a cloud service. Doesn't matter which bucket of bolts, piece of hardware I tend to, access my cloud service from, I'm going to have the same experience. Communications has to be the same thing.
Well, in a way, you're already there for your Vonage customers because you have the app and you have the little sort of phone there. So you're already doing it to an extent for your traditional customers. Okay, let's show appreciation to Alan and to Thomas for an excellent Q&A session. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for making the time, Alan.
Thank you all. Have a great day. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Cool. Okay, the internet held up there. Let me now get set up. I'm just going to finish off with a few slides. Oops, easy. That's great. It's locked up. That's right, guys. Knickers in a twist. Just hang a sec. No, there's no internet. Stop. See what happens when Microsoft buys a product. Oh. Right. Here we go. Great. Thanks for sticking with us this far. So let me just wrap up with just a few words to say what we're getting up to in 2017. Before I do that, I have to say thanks to our sponsors, Cisco Spark, Sended Mobile, well done Adam for keeping quiet. Matrix, Nexmo, Rethink, Project Rethink, Telestacks, Tropo, Ubuntu, Vonage, and Voxbone. Without them, this doesn't happen. It's as simple as that. Also, our partners who are there with us promoting around the world, making people aware of what we're trying to do. Just a reminder on the numbers. TADHack this year, 2,600 registrations, 170 hacks. They're all online. You can see them. Amazing creativity across 30 locations. TADMenta we announced last year. We're at over 725 members and growing. It's active. You saw presentations from startups that are part of this. Increasingly, we're getting people who are just doing, telecom-related projects, using resources and capabilities, just asking questions because they want to go to an impartial community that's just going to advise them and give them advice versus Asterisk versus FreeSwitch versus all the rest. You heard this morning from Olivier asking, I've chosen this, Acrobits. Is it the right choice? He's just looking for impartial advice across this new and emerging area. For a lot of web stuff, it's very easy. You get more than enough opinions, but in this area, it's emerging. There's a lot of opportunity there for TADMenta to really help and cultivate this ecosystem. And what we achieved this year with TADS is around 250, and that's across 30 sponsors, 170 registrations, and we bust through the 50 remote by just looking at the IP addresses of those that have been viewing the streams. We did well past that. I think it was over 70. So that's the numbers. Some of the themes that we saw is this democratization of telecoms. It's a theme that I've been banging on for years, but you saw, like for example, with the Lime SDR, even the EPC, the base stations now, are software defined. They're programmable within the reach of individuals, not even corporations. And the fact is they're programmable because it's open source projects. You saw the announcement from Lime talking about the fact that they're going to have the Snappy App Store on there. You saw from John Zanis yesterday talking about the network applications at the edge. You heard from Vish first thing this afternoon where he's sharing his vision. Got a lot of respect for Vish, given his background from Nortel, from Telstra. He understands this business, and you saw his vision of where it's going, and it's very aligned to what we saw from Canonical. And of course, this gives rise to DIY. And of course, I always herald Philippe Vesak from Groupama for the work that he's done in just building really cool stuff to make a difference for his customers. And he's very focused on solving important issues for his customer base. And we're going to see that more and more. And we heard from Marianne from Flowroute highlighting that we've got these ISVs that are building the communication stack themselves to deliver these highly integrated solutions to particular verticals. So again, DIY is on the rise and people are making good money out of taking control. And of course, this all runs on an industrialized base. So what you do yourself, you can then take it globally with high availability. And I have to give props to Werner. In his demonstrations, he was saying he was focused on 9s, and his dangerous demo shows those 9s are paying off. So well done, Werner. So that's just wrapping up on some of the trends. Where are we going next year? Well, enterprise has been a core theme. So what we're going to have is a mini, TADHack Mini, just before Enterprise Connect. So this is going to be the standard format for all our minis when we partner with an event. We're going to be on the weekend before. People who take part in the mini get cheap access to Enterprise Connect. We're going to have a session at Enterprise Connect on the Monday afternoon where we can do all the pitches. So that's going to be a great opportunity, and you don't have to travel to Orlando, okay? We accept remote entries. And when I say a mini, it really is, it's quite a big hackathon. And again, just to say thanks to the Telestacks guys and to the Cisco Tropo guys for being basically there and helping us make this possible. So thanks, guys, for making that happen. Now, we're planning another TADHack Global. Slightly different timing. Rather than 14th and 16th, because Yom Kippur is at the end of September, and we've got problems with that first week in October with a couple of locations. What we're going to do is be shifting it a little bit earlier to the 22nd to the 24th of September. But very similar format. Our objectives are over 3,000 registrations, 200 hacks, similar number of locations. To those of you who are on the coordination channel in Slack, one of my objectives is to really get as high, to raise the quality of the hacks, to make them as relevant as possible to the sponsors. I want to get more non-telecom sponsors involved. We had Carrefour involved this year. We'll have a weblog coming out soon on the 24 hacks that were created for Carrefour. The executives at Carrefour were delighted. They took part thanks to UPM, our partner. They work closely with Carrefour Innovation, so I have to thank them for introducing us to Carrefour. But this is something that we want to bring across financial services, healthcare, more verticals involved, and using all the platforms of the sponsors to help solve the problems that they're facing, which are generally in customer experience. We want to grow the TAD Mentor pipeline. This has been really just a growth year. We want to really now start to get it performing. And of course, as always, just let me know in terms of what you want to do with TADHack Global this year. Then we're planning on another TAD Summit. Dates will be very similar. What we're trying to do again is thought leadership event in telecoms. What we've seen here, you don't see at any other event, okay? The approach we take in terms of how we try to make this as open access as possible, the approach we take in making all the sponsors equal, the approach we take in trying to get everybody's message out there. So we do something that's really about building an ecosystem, in showing just how powerful the shift to software-defined mobile networks will be. We want to grow the enterprise use cases. We've had some great ones. Again, just sending props out to Philippe for taking the time to join us and share his experiences. We want to grow the dangerous demo. I think what we did here was impressive, and I think we can do more. And again, I was very happy we had several failures. It always makes me feel guilty when we do a dangerous demo and everything works, because then it's like, well, this you're saying dangerous, but it's not dangerous. So I really like the fact that we did something quite unique there. Also, in growing broader multi-industry awareness. We've made a first step with Carrefour. We're going to grow on that. We want more and more other vertical industries to become aware of just how powerful using telecom capabilities are, and to expand that awareness across different verticals. And again, please let me know. This is open. Just talk to me. Let me know how you want to take this in 2017. So that's the plan. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, and I hope you've had fun. A special thank you to James, please, for making the dangerous demo possible, and also for Michael. Is Michael here? Michael? No? From DataArt?
I think he's having a lie down.
Okay, well, he can look at it later. For all the effort DataArt has done in the dangerous demo, but also in the support for TADHack Global again. So thanks so much, guys, and I hope to see you next year, hopefully in March, if not in September or in October. So thanks again, guys. Take care. Cool, thanks guys. Now, well, one thing we're going to be doing is Inti and his team are going to be recording some resource videos. So this is just basically what you learned from TAD Summit, interesting things you see or want to sort of say about what you're doing in telecom app development. So if you would hang around so that we can do some of those interviews, that would be great. Shifraz, you have to stay. You can't go, okay? So that's it. I think the coffee's still there, the biscuits are still there, and we'll be just here most probably for the next couple of hours doing some resource videos. So again, thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, that's a good.
Oh yeah, no. Already.